batted nicely yesterday. Sam Connors is in for the first ball of the day. It's wide of the off stump and it's left alone by Oliver Hannon-Dolby, the tall figure, the left-handed batsman, and through to the keepers. So today's all about this game moving on into the Derbyshire innings, of course. How quickly they can get this final wicket, how long from a Warwickshire perspective they can bat on and get as close to that 300 mark that Clive Eakin, who'll be joining us in a few minutes' time, was talking about yesterday. So Connors with 2 slips in place. In and bowls to Hannon-Dolby, who has a fish for that one outside the off stump, almost takes the edge. Goes through to Brooke Guest. Keep an eye on matters elsewhere. England are resuming at 111 for 2 in the Test match at Lord's against New Zealand, although it's raining in the nation's capital. Holland also in action today. That means Logan Van Beek, the 74 for 3 against Ireland in the second one-day international in Utrecht. Derbyshire seconds in T20 action against Durham. Here's Connors in and bowls. That's left alone by Hannon-Dolby. And through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest once again. So 2 slips. There's a man down at third man and a fine leg. Hannah's Dial at point had a great day in the field yesterday, as you might expect. Ben McDermott at cover. Billy Godleman, he's at mid-off as usual, with mid-on Lewis Rees, and then Matt Critchley at mid-wicket. Ben Aitchison and Wayne Madsen, the 2 slips. As Connors is in again and bowls to Hannon-Dolby. Full delivery, first time bat has been laid on ball. We'll have an update for listeners to BBC Radio Derby fairly shortly, and then we can settle into the opening half hour. Hannon-Dolby gets to get off the mark. Miles has got 15. And Warwickshire 272 for 9, with 2 deliveries of the opening over of the day's play still to be bowled. Connors runs past umpire Long and bowls another full-length delivery, trying to get the Yorker working. Here's the update. Yeah, currently watching the first over of the day's play as Derbyshire look to pick up the final Warwickshire wicket. 272 for 9, as it was overnight. Oliver Hannon-Dolby yet to get off the mark. He did fish at one outside the off stump but didn't make contact. Craig Miles is at the other end. He's on 15. This game will start to move once Derbyshire bat. They've got to take the final Warwickshire wicket, though. First, the visitors 272 for 9. Ball of the opening over of the day. They've got a man in at short mid-wicket now as well, as that's driven very pleasantly by Hannon-Dolby, and Billy Godleman in his attempt to pick the ball up parries it to Lewis Rees at mid-off, and the first over comes to an end. So Mikey Cohen has the opportunity to spoil Sam Connors' day. He picked up a wicket yesterday and bowled really nicely, the left armour, from the city end generally. Just touching his toes, good effort. I'm not sure I could do that. Well, no, I know I couldn't. You can get in touch at Fletch Sport on Twitter, fletchcricket@gmail.com, of course, should you wish to do so. Always good to hear from people either watching on the stream or listening via the BBC Sport website and app. One of 2 games that haven't got underway because of a bit of bad weather. Chelmsford, Nottinghamshire against Essex is delayed. I noticed that it was raining in Northampton too. Warm here in Derby, overcast as Cohen is in and bowls, and that's pushed into the offside by Miles when it's picked up by Alex Hughes, number 18 to number 18. No doubt that Lewis Rees is currently polishing the ball, and Billy Godleman will have batting on their minds. That was the one major advantage you would have thought that Hannon-Dolby and Miles staying out there till the close of play last night have brought to Warwickshire. as Miles waits, and that one is again pushed out to Alex Hughes in the covers. Glamorgan have been dismissed for 150 in Cardiff against Lancashire, so trail by 23. That game's moving on apace down in the Welsh capital. Leicestershire batting on 361 for 5 against Gloucestershire. Good effort by them. A fine win last week, of course. The Foxes, you can listen to all the games, of course, through the BBC Sport website. As Cohen is in again, and that one is pushed up to Lewis Rees at mid-on. So no final wicket taken as yet, but no runs added to the overnight score, 272 for 9. Overall run rate has dipped below 2.8 for the Warwickshire innings, which is an indication of how well Derbyshire bowled yesterday. There was just a moment when Ben Aitchison had a difficult time from the racecourse end, but Billy Godman moved quickly. As Cohen is in, and that one is driven straight to Alex Hughes. And there's no run. Yeah, Godman took him off after 2 overs, 2 overs that had cost 20 runs, and brought him back later on, which was terrific captaincy from Billy Godman. The seconds are batting in the T20 against Durham. That game being played at the Riverside. As Cohen is in, and that one is guided down to third man by Miles. First runs of the day. Matt Critchley is stationed down at third man. He does the fielding. And Warwickshire moved to 273 for 9. Harry Kame is opening the batting with Tom Wood up at Durham, 20 without loss in the 3rd over. Liam Travaskis and Matty Salisbury, the bowlers for Durham in that one. Keep an eye on that throughout the course of the next couple of hours or so as Cohen is in, and that one's down the leg side, well taken by Brooke Guest. In fact, Oliver Allen Dolby almost toppled over as he tried to flick that one away. End of the over, 2 gone, 273 for 9 now are Warwickshire. You may notice a slight absence of Clive Eakin, my colleague from BBC WM. He will be with us. He is in the building, has been in the building for some time. But he's otherwise engaged just at this moment in time, so he'll be with us as soon as possible. It was good to work with Clive. Sam Connors begins a new over from the racecourse end. He is in and bowls, and that one is driven very pleasantly by Craig Miles up to a fairly straight mid-on when it's fielded by Lewis Rees, and there's no run. T20 begins, of course, on Wednesday. 2:30, I believe, at Old Trafford. Then down to Grace Road on the Friday. As Connors is in again, and ball pushed out into the offside by Miles, fielded by Matt Critchley. And then the first home game for Derbyshire is here on the Sunday, so a week on Sunday. And that's against the Birmingham Bears, so a lot of these players will be facing each other again. Logan Van Beek will hopefully be in the country and available at that point. He's certainly match ready, currently playing for the Netherlands against Ireland in Utrecht in the second of those one-day internationals that count towards World Cup qualification. As Connors is in again, that one is driven, a full delivery, and they're going to go for a single here. There'll be a shot. The stumps from Billy Godman, and it's a little bit wide of the stumps at the far end. Brooke Guest doesn't take it cleanly as he tries to grab it. Second run of the day goes to Miles. He's on to 17, 274 for 9. Don't see an enormous number of direct hit run-outs. We saw one, Matt Critchley, down at New Road, of course. I can't remember too many others. Hannon Dalby tapping his bat in the crease. Now he stands upright, flexes his knees as Connors is in and bowls outside the off stump. That was a sharp delivery. Goes through to Guest. These two have added just 5 so far for the 10th wicket. We'll crowd in again today. Not quite as many people in the East Midlands demolition stand, but the permanent temporary stand at the far end of the ground is fairly well populated, and there are people in front of the marquee and the seats down below us to the right. On a warm but cloudy day in Derby, as a short delivery from Sam Connors gets over the head of Hannon Dalby, which is a decent effort. He's a tall man. 1 for the over, says Nigel Lalong. Plenty of encouragement for Connors out there from the Derbyshire fielders, as you'd expect. Searching for this 5 for 4 for 46 at the moment. In his 18th over, last ball of it. He's in, and that one strikes the pad. As a half-hearted appeal, really. Nigel Long had already decided that he wasn't going to raise the finger because he'd walked off to his position at square leg, and the over comes to an end. 1 from it, 2 runs added so far today. 272 for 9, Warwickshire. Hannon Dalby still to get off the mark. Both of the runs scored this morning by Craig Miles. He's moved on to 17. Those feet in the background with the heavy feet of Matt Critchley, you could hear in the effects microphone, coming down to 3rd man. Still got the towel poking out the back of his trousers. I'm not sure how damp the ball would get on a day like today. There's bits and pieces of rain around over the last couple of days, haven't there, but nothing serious. As Cohen begins a new over from the city end, bowls 2 miles and beats him outside. Ball swings back down the leg side after it goes past the edge of the bat, and Brookgast tumbles away to his left-hand side to claim it. David Griffin in his high vis, very fetching. He's waiting and hoping, I think, he's certainly waiting for Sam Connors to leave the field with a 5 and hold the ball up to him over at the in front of the players' pavilion. So unusually for him, he's side on. As Cohen is in, Miles reaches for that one outside the off stump, pushes it out to Alex Hughes. It's almost like the phony war, these early stages of day 2, with not many runs being scored, and Derbyshire searching for the final wicket. And when they bat, well, they'll be aiming to bat deep into tomorrow, I would expect. Slightly changed batting lineup with no Lewis deploy. He's up in the northeast today with the T20 team. As this next delivery is edged and caught by Wayne Madsen. 4 catches for Madsen in the innings, and a 2nd wicket for Mikey Cohen. He finishes with 2 for 44, and Derbyshire have dismissed Warwickshire for 274. Oliver Hannon Dalby, the not-out batsman, on 0. Craig Miles ends on 17 from 38 deliveries. He hit a couple of 4s in that as well. So there's no 5 for Sam Connors. He finishes with 4 for 46. 2 wickets apiece then for Lewis Rees and Mikey Cohen. And Derbyshire will be coming out to bat in around about 10 minutes' time, with Warwickshire having been bowled out for 274.
For 17. That's 4 wickets for Sam.
that's the spot. Gone! The breakthrough! All gone, bowled him off stump, straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. Is that going to go all the way? 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day. That's the spot. Gone! The breakthrough! All gone, bowled him off stump, straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. Is that going to go all the way? 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day.
Warwickshire's 274 all out, the last wicket falling to the 21st ball of the day. Craig Miles caught at second slip by Wayne Madsen, his fourth catch of the match, which is
Derbyshire opening batsman, Lewis Rees, will be taking strike.
as good as anybody has managed this season. We'll be doing an update for BBC Radio Derby fairly shortly. There might be a one-way conversation, for which I apologise immediately. Lewis Rees will be facing the first delivery. And it'll be Oliver Hannon-Dolby to bowl the first ball from the city end. There are 3 slips and a gully. And Dolby's in, and that's left alone outside the off stump. So first slip is Tim Bresnan. Sam Hain at second slip, and Rob Yates at third. Danny Briggs at gully. I can tell you that Derbyshire are batting, which is good news. It means they did finally get that last Warwickshire wicket. It took them 21 balls today before Craig Miles was caught at second slip by Wayne Madsen off the bowling of Mikey Cohen. So no five for Sam Connors. He made 17. Oliver Hannon-Dolby was not out naught. 274 all out, so they added just 2 runs this morning. 4 catches for Wayne Madsen in the match, which is 1 short of the Derbyshire record. A terrific effort by him. Derbyshire have just started their innings. We've had a couple of deliveries, and they've yet to get off the mark here. Oh, well, go on. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right. Oh, excellent. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, we'll do that next week, roller coaster names. Yeah. Thank you. Cheers. I did tell you there might be a one-way conversation there, and true enough there was, although there wasn't the full-blown quiz, which is good news. Clive.
Yes, apologies.
No. Hannon-Dolby in again, bowls to Rees, hasn't had to play it one yet. That one took off a little bit and taken nicely by Michael Burgess, the Warwickshire wicket-keeper.
This is going to be interesting, because just talking to Warwickshire players last night, they seemed unsure, really, as to how they'd done and whether they got a good score or not. We'll probably find out over the next couple of hours.
Yeah, this is going to be the key. There are so many key moments in key periods in cricket matches, but you just feel that this is important now. This 90 minutes before lunch, Derbyshire don't lose too many wickets, if any. As again, Rees just puts his front foot forward, which is his right foot, of course, being a left-hander, and leaves it alone outside the off stump. So Hannon-Dolby not quite got the radar sorted yet, hasn't been forced to play a shot at any delivery thus far, but it's early days. I see it's raining in London.
Yeah.
And Chelmsford and Northampton. I didn't see that coming. But not in Durham, where Derbyshire seconds are in action, or in Utrecht, where Logan van Beek's playing for Holland. He's coming over for the T20, so keeping an eye on those two. There's Hannon-Dolby bowls again wide of the off stump, and again Lewis Rees leaves it alone, and that's a fairly tame maiden over to begin with from Oliver Hannon-Dolby. Derbyshire yet to get off the mark in reply to Warwickshire's 274 all out. The key for Derbyshire now is to bat as long as they possibly can, of course, but how easy it will be to bat for a long time on this pitch. Nobody necessarily, despite a couple of 70s from Sam Hain and Michael Burgess yesterday, nobody ever looked properly in, did they? They
No.
were in full flow. So I think it is still a pitch that will offer the bowlers enough. A good cricket wicket is probably how.
It's exactly the
you would
words that Sam
describe it.
Hain used.
Is it?
Which I always
okay.
think basically means the bowlers think it's flat and the batters think it's a minefield.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Liam Norwell then to bowl. Warwickshire will be anxious for early wickets. Scratched around a bit this morning. Not sure they've achieved very much really. Just added a couple more runs. Wayne Madsen took another step towards winning the golden hand or whatever it is we're going to give the best catcher. 4 slips in place for Norwell. And he's bowling to Billy Godalming, who drives him to mid-on where it's cut off, no runs. Still no runs on the board for Derby. It's been a rather slow morning for runs. I'm not sure only scored 2.
Anyway, Madsen 1 shy of the Derbyshire record for an outfielder.
Okay.
Obviously, he couldn't have broken it, didn't have the opportunity, but good catches.
Yeah. A couple went very sharply at him yesterday. Norwell. Right arm round the wicket, and there's a little tip and run there. Good running from Godalming, and that's got Derbyshire off the mark. 1 without loss.
He does like to get off the mark, Billy Godalming. I'm sure Lewis Rees is more than used to that by now. And he got through very comfortably indeed in the end. There are spaces because there are 4 slips.
Yeah. Just the 2 batting points then for Warwickshire. Batting points still hard to come by for them. It's got a bit better in the last 2 games, taken 5 in the last 2. Norwell bowls, and that's pushed out to point. There's no run. So we're now a game 8. So they took 7 batting points from the first 6 games. They've managed to take 5 in the last 2. Still struggling a bit for them.
Yeah, harder to come by though, aren't they?
They are.
2 sun hats out there, that's disappointing. Alan Dolby.
Not a fan of the sun
Craig
hats.
Miles, no, not really. Not really, I like the cap.
Norwell comes in to bowl, and that's pushed onto the onside. A bit of excitement there, a bit of an inside edge, just square leg from Rees. But no, I don't think any real dramas there. And cloudy morning. Bowlers might have been quite encouraged by, but none of that rain they got down south here at the
It
moment.
sort of followed it. I mean, it's not as dark as yesterday, but it's followed a similar pattern, hasn't it? It was nice and sunny when they were all warming up, and then as soon as the play started, it just clouded over a bit.
Norwell in, and that's a hint of an edge, but along the ground it will yield Rees his first runs. He'll get 2. And Derbyshire move on to 3 without loss, as that's chased down by Sam Hain. I spoke to him after the game yesterday. He's frustrated that he's got 5 50s and not gone on to make 100, but on the other hand, it's better that way around than not scoring runs at all, because he's been around long enough to know that he needs to convert some of them. Norwell bowls, and that's played into the ground and goes down to the 4 slip area for no run. 3 without loss after a couple of overs.
Yes, you'd much rather have 5 half centuries than 5 tens, wouldn't you? I suppose. But I know as a batsman, they like the hundreds, don't they? They do like the centuries. Derbyshire just 1 century all season so far from Matt Critchley against Worcestershire here, on the only occasion that they made 400 runs in an innings. When he was in that really, I mean, he's still playing pretty well now, but he was in a real purple patch back then. It was a game that Derbyshire should have won. He made 109 in the first innings and 84 in the second. He also picked up 8 wickets in the match, which was a pretty decent 4 days' work. Alan Dolby from the city end to Billy Godalming, who just guides this out to the man at point. That's Craig Miles in the sun hat. And there's no run.
Warwickshire have only managed 3 themselves, 2 of them to our Rob Yates, which this is the 8th game. So haven't been many centuries actually in matches featuring Warwickshire, because they've only conceded a couple, both against Durham, and Warwickshire were all out for about 3, and Durham made about 900 for 2 or something.
Yes, Durham managed a double centurion against Derbyshire at Chester Street, which we'll gloss over. 3 without loss here in reply to 274. And Dolby bolt edged and just to the right of 4th slip, down to 3rd man for 4 runs, but that was in the air for a lot longer than the edges from Lewis Rees in the previous over. But we've seen this, well, we saw this throughout yesterday, really. The ball is doing a bit, and the batsmen have just got to take their chances, really. It was a good effort to try and stop it at 4th slip. Danny Briggs dived to his right-hand side but couldn't lay a finger on it. 7 without loss.
First match to be into its 3rd innings is the one at Cardiff. Glamorgan were bowled out for 150, giving Lancashire first innings lead of 23.
Godman waits as Hannon Dolby bowls, and he leaves it in a very Billy Godleman fashion, with a very small push forward with his front foot and his bat. It often looks like it's drawn almost magnetically towards the ball, and he just manages to lift it out of the way in time. But Dan Wheeler down at Worcestershire, when we were down at New Road last week, the first ball that Billy Godleman faced, he sort of fiddled at it. Dan got all excited, and it really is very much the way that Billy Godleman bats. As this next delivery is pushed into the offside, he holds his bat aloft to say no run. Miles again does the fielding. When he plays the cover drive, though, I don't think there's a better player of the cover drive in the Derbyshire batting lineup. It's often the way with the left-hander. It is absolutely glorious, but he can be unconventional, Billy Godleman.
Well, I remember commentating a match. We were watching the scores elsewhere. It was wonderful. Billy Godleman was scoring about a run an hour or something. He batted
we were talking about that. I think it was against Surrey. Yeah, he made 660 in a day. This next delivery is, in fact, he might not have made it in a day. It was the slowest. It took him 6 hours or something for a half century. Yeah. We were talking about that this morning in the press box, David Griffin. His total and instant recall of everything that's happened to Derbyshire in the last 40 years. He's a very useful chap to know. It would be splendid if he could manage that again today. That would be something, wouldn't it? He's on 5 already, though, so he's motoring along.
Slow down.
Yeah. Next delivery's pushed out into the offside. There's no runs. It's fielded eventually by Will Rhodes, the Warwickshire skipper, and it's the end of the over. 7 without loss. Derbyshire in reply to Warwickshire's 274 all out. Godman has 5 of those runs. Rees has the other 2.
Just that one edge of Ollie Hannon Dolby. Massive dramas so far induced by Warwickshire. And they may find they have to be patient. Norwell comes in to bowl round the wicket, and that goes past the outside edge of Rees. Just the evidence of the Warwickshire innings, as you were saying, was even if you're held up for a while, there's always a little bit there, and one wicket can lead to another. So if the wickets don't come early for Warwickshire, the trick then is for them to be patient, not panic, not give runs away, stick at it.
Godwin sort of rotated his bowlers. I know an awful lot of talk about bowling rotation, but rotated his bowlers throughout that innings, as he has done this season.
Norwell in, and that's turned into the ground to mid-wicket for no run by Rees.
I'd be surprised if anybody bowled more than 6 in a row. And in previous seasons, we've seen Lewis Rees go on these lengthy spells. Finn Hudson-Prentice, who wasn't playing in this match, of course, but he's bowled lengthy spells as well, but that hasn't been the way this year. There'll be somebody on a computer saying how many overs bowlers can bowl, won't there? That's the problem.
Well, for Warwickshire, Hannon Dolby is one that tends to bowl long spells. Norwell into bowl. That's played to point. There's no run. Probably Miles will replace Norwell. I suspect the first change. No Ollie Stone, of course, for Warwickshire, away with England. But it's the same attackers in the last match. So you've got Tim Bresnan will come in as well. And the main four seamers, Hanan Dalby, Norwell, Miles and Bresnan. Will Rhodes had better bowl, otherwise he'll get a stiff talking to from the bowling coach, who keeps telling him he should bowl himself a lot more. And the wickets he's taken this season tend to back that up. Norwell bowls, and that's played straight mid-on the run. The bowling coach, of course, formerly of the Spanish, Graham Welsh, who was head of everything for a while here, wasn't he?
He was when I first
head
started.
Of blame.
Yeah, he was the coach when I started here in 2016.
I met him, I think it might have been at final stage, Edgbaston. I met him outside, and he was then, when you're head of everything, head of blame, he was saying he thought people needed to calm down a bit at the time. But anyway, Norwell comes into bowl, and that's played onto the onside. There's no run.
Well, he resigned. I think he resigned. Well, I was driving down for the start of the T20 campaign. I got a message on my phone saying, are you anywhere near the ground? I said, well, no, not really. About 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Graham Welsh has resigned. Oh, excellent! But he was good enough to do as. I think he did. It might have been John Sadler who took over temporarily till the end of the season, but we got an interview with the relevant people.
Norwell bowls, and that's a little bit of a false shot, bit of a leading edge, but he's going to get a run for it. Rees goes along the ground, fielded by Will Rhodes, 1 run. Yeah, he wears his heart on his sleeve a little bit, Graham Welsh, but he's been a terrific bowling coach for Warwickshire over the years, part, of course, of the coaching staff that led Warwickshire to the championship, with Ashley Giles at the head of it. Graham Welsh was hugely influential in that period as their bowling coach.
He's a good man. He's a good man. He was out there this morning with a mitt on, as ever. I've not asked him this, but I'm sure he'd say that he was happier as a bowling coach than a head coach. Can be a bit unforgiving, that, can't it, really, if things don't go according to plan. 8 without loss. Oliver Hanan Dalby begins a new over and strikes a pad. No shot offered, and he's gone. No shot offered by Lewis Rees, and Hanan Dalby has the breakthrough. Rees goes for 3. Derbyshire lose their first wicket with just 8 runs on the board. Disappointing way for any batsman to get out. But he's on his way.
Horrible way to get out, isn't it? I wonder whether height might just save him, but I think he knew as soon as it hit him that he made a bit of a misjudgment there. There has been a bit of variable bounce, so perhaps he thought it was going to bounce higher than it did. And Warwick should be delighted to have made the breakthrough. And Ollie Hanan Dalby continues to take wickets. It is a very close race, but he is up there. He is a joint leading wicket. Now, that makes him the leading wicket taker. Now, that's his 20th of the season of the Championship. Liam Norwell's got 19 and Danny Briggs 18. So Ollie Hanan Dalby moves ahead in that department.
I'm afraid Lewis Rees is having a wretched season with the bat, averaging 16 going into this match. He bowled nicely yesterday, but his woes with the bat continue.
Dare I say it, it's another wicket. It's gone to the first ball of the over. So there were 4 in the Warwickshire innings.
Yes, I think we definitely need that thesis. Something needs to be done. Brooke Guest, the new batsman, who's batted at 7, 3, 1, you name it, he'll bat there. Keeper, former Lancashire man, of course. Batted okay this season. He's looked the part, looks very correct, got a real good technique, without wishing to put the hex on him, which of course I can't because there's no such thing. Wasn't involved in the early couple of games. Got his maiden first-class half-century down at Chelmsford. Should have had it in the first innings, but was out for 49, despite the fact it didn't touch the ball. He was given out caught at short leg. And he's got starts, 37 49, 30, 20, 65. Really needs to go on here, you would have thought. It's a big ask, as they say these days, to keep wicket and bat 3, I think. He's facing his first delivery with 4 slips in place, and Newell pulls the bat inside the line just about as it goes through, and that one did bounce. Must have been another stump height over the stumps.
Yeah.
Went through to the keeper there. But there was a bit of variable yesterday, wasn't there? So it's not anything we should be surprised about necessarily today if it does keep low or take off, because it has been happening throughout the match, which just keeps the bowlers really interested. And that makes it an interesting contest for the spectators inside the ground as well. Guest gets bat on ball this time and pushes it up to mid-on. There's no run.
So Warwickshire all out for 274 on the 100th over. Top scorer Sam Haynes 77, Michael Burgess 71. The man out today, Craig Miles 17. 32 fours, no sixes in that. 19 extras, but 15 of them were leg byes. It overstepped twice, Derbyshire, leading to 4 coming from no balls.
Guest is ready again as Hannah Dolby bowls and driven, but again the man at mid-on comes around to do the fielding.
And the wicket takers, Sam Connors 4 for 46, got the first 4. Michael Cohen got the one today, 2 for 44. That's a bit closer to what he deserved, getting a couple of wickets towards the end of the innings. Lewis Rees 2 for 25. Ben Aitchison 1 for 56. And Alex Hughes, the most economic bowler, he bowled 7 overs, but he went 1 for 9. 2 other bowlers used, Anuj Dal and Matt Critchley, neither managed to get a wicket.
No, I omitted to say that earlier when that Matt Critchley is now bowled in an innings in which he hasn't taken a wicket this season, so that's the first time. Hannah Dolby's in again, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Guest to go through to Burgess, the wicket keeper.
Great achievement by Warwickshire then.
Yes, yeah, feather in the cap.
Yes.
Yeah, that'll be on the honours board
Yes.
when he get back to Edgbaston. No, he's had a terrific season so far, Matt Critchley. By his standards, it's been a dip at the moment, but it's still nothing like a dip. The kind of dip that I would have killed for as a village cricketer. Guest waits again, and this time he's pulling the bat inside the line, potentially after the ball has gone past the edge, but it all happened so quickly it's difficult to really give you a definitive answer as to whether he has played at that or not. He will say he hasn't, the bowler will say he has, and everybody will go off feeling very happy with themselves. End of the over, 8 for 1, Godalming 5, Guest yet to get off the mark.
You mentioned village cricket. Ollie Hine-Dolby's retweeted a great slip catch in village cricket. See if I can find it. So it's a fairly elderly chap is at slip, and he's standing with hands on hips as the ball is bowled. And as it's edge, he just literally sticks his left hand out and it lands in his hand. Norwell bowls, and that's played out to the offside. There's no run. It's a marvellous.
It was a village cricket clip that went viral. I think it was it might even have been the year before last, losing track of time, in all honesty. And it was from a local cricket club in Derbyshire. When the ball was hit out to a sort of long on or long off, and he threw the ball in, it actually struck the backside of a teammate, which was brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
I think I saw that. Norwell comes into bowl, and that's played down to fine leg for a single.
That went absolutely everywhere. That became a very popular little clip on social media.
Warwickshire played what was billed as a second 11 game. It was almost as everyone who's not involved in this game who might be involved in T20 practice match out of the T20. Played a couple of games against Worcestershire at Barnet Green. And, Ed Pollock and Jake Lintott both did well in that. Jake Lintott was a spin bowler, emerged last season spectacularly. Norwell comes into bowl, and that's left. Bit of bounce, but it was wide, so a comfortable leave for Guest. Lintott took 4 for 26 in the first game. Pollock 87 off 54 balls. Was used less towards the end of last season, he had Pollock, but then got a new contract, so he may well be featured a little bit more prominently this season in the T20. Which is not far away now. Liam Norwell bowling the red ball game. He tried to turn that round as pads, Guess, but the ball got rather stuck on his bat in mid-drift and bounces down by his feet.
Derbyshire seconds, which again isn't really a second team. Harvey Hussein's playing in that match, which is good news for Harvey Hussein and for Derbyshire, having missed the game down at New Road due to concussion. So he's back in action. He hasn't batted yet. Alex Thompson's playing in that on loan from Warwickshire, of course.
Yes, Norwell balls. He's a little bit of width there, and Guest helps himself and dispatches that for 4. And Norwell just straying offline. Good shot. Best shot of the innings so far. That one from Guest, who gets 4 runs for it, and it's 13 for 1.
Yeah, that's been a feature of Brooke Guest's short time here at Derbyshire so far. The straight drive especially, but that was a glorious cover drive, wasn't it? It was there to be hit, but you've still got to do it. And he seems to have the time to do it. He's looks a more than capable batsman to me. Liz to ploy out, incidentally, for 26 this morning in that T20 match. Finn Hudson-Prentice is on 23, and Harry Kame, who's a former Hampshire junior, I think, is on 56 from 33
He
balls.
got permission to play before the Euros. In comes Norwell. Let's push out the offside. There's no run.
Sorry, it took me an absolute age to get that, because it's C-A-M-E.
Oh, I see.
But clearly, I didn't enunciate clearly.
Sorry.
Oh no, no. I'm thinking that Clive's off on one. No idea what he's talking about. But no, I got there in the end. 13 for 1 here. Early stages of the Derbyshire innings. Lewis Rees already departed for 3. I don't want to lose too many more wickets before lunch, certainly. Madsen and Ben McDermott, the next 2 batsmen, then Matt Critchley. Alex Hughes is tabled to come in at 7, which is higher than he's been batting since his return to the first team. Hannon Dolby is into Godalming, who leaves this one alone. No shot offered, goes through to the keeper. I think I'd be playing a shot most of the time if I possibly could, just in case.
Yeah.
Don't quite know what it's going to do, the ball out there, but didn't offer a shot. Only 5 times Griff informs us in Derbyshire's history as a fielder, rather, an outfielder that is, claimed 5 catches in a match. So Wayne Madsen was close with his 4. Godalming waits and pushes this out into the offside. Both batsmen look like they're interested in a sharp single, which it clearly isn't there, because it went straight to Will Rhodes, who's fielding at quite a wide mid-off, covering the vast acres in the offside, because they've got 4 slips and a point, and then Will Rhodes has decided the rest of it's his. There's the 3 fielders on the leg side, the man down at long leg, down to our right hand side, a man at mid wicket, certainly in front of square, and a mid on to the left handed Godalming, who leaves this one alone very extravagantly to go through to the keeper. I must ask Neil Godrich, the head groundsman, what that horrible mark is, which is basically acting as a line for the slip fielders to stand behind. Because there's obviously been a spillage of some description there, and it's killed a little, about, well, it must be 12, 15 feet worth of grass. It looks like one of his machines has spilled something unpleasant out there. The fielders are lining up behind, the slip fielders are lining up behind it as they wait now for Hannon Dolby to bowl. That's driven there. It's one of Billy Godalming's cover drives, and it races to the boundary. Terrific shot from Godwin. He moves into double figures. He's on 10. Derbyshire up to 17 for 1.
And they've punished a couple of loose balls now. That was over pitch and very well taken advantage of. Crucial that they take the opportunities that come their way, the batters.
Yeah, he's a really good cover driver, Billy Godwin. He's a pretty decent batsman, full stop, but very good cover driver. Settling himself down again. He's very deliberate as he prepares himself, places the hands on the bat in a very deliberate way as he waits for Hannon Dolby to bowl, and he pushes this out towards Will Rhodes on the offside. There's no run.
Found that catch now. It's on a Twitter feed called That's So Village. Look at this. Let's see. I think I'll show it again. Here we go.
Yeah, it's brilliant, isn't it? Yeah, I've got that one. I think the catches that either stick or don't are often the most spectacular, aren't they? We saw one here from Dane Patterson that hit social media in the Notts game when he caught one-handed right on the boundary at the far end. Complete fluke. His next delivery is left alone by Godalming. And it goes through to the keeper end of the over. 17 for 1, Guest 4, Godalming 10. He sort of stuck out his right hand as he was running at full pace and caught the ball and kept on running. And you're thinking, well, yeah, it's a good catch, but really?
The trick for the fielders is to try not to look too surprised.
Yeah, well, he looked surprised. And Peter Moores, because they were approaching victory at that point, Peter Moores was so excited, he ran onto the pitch and joined the celebrations. Which I'm not sure that was entirely approved of, but there we are.
Liam Norwell then to bowl to Guest, who has a nice looking drive that through the offside. That'll be a chase for Will Rhodes, who will get there. They'll run two. They'll get through. I've seen too many threes in this game, but they've got a 3 there. And the Guest moves on to 7 and takes a score to 20 for 1.
He does look a very well organised batsman, Brooke Guest, to me. Yet to speak to him. He arrived on loan last year. He's been here a while. I think I said hello to him once. I was walking around the boundary at Chelmsford to get to the commentary position, but I want to say I'm not sure what he looks like.
Yes, that can't be a problem. Norwell starts running in, but Godalming just hesitates. Someone is distracted and moving onto the bowler's arm.
Godalming's legendary peripheral vision. Finn Hudson Prentice is out for 27 in the T20 up at Chester Street.
Comes in now round the wicket. Normal, that's left by Godalming. Doesn't bounce much, it's wide of off stump. Derbyshire 20 for 1, replying to Warwickshire's 274. Which might be about par.
Yeah, I guess we'll only find out by sometime this afternoon, but really, how good that score is.
Yeah, Norwell bowls and just Godalming trying to work up on the leg side. The shouts come from behind the stumps. There's no interest from the bowler. He trudges back. The timing shots has been an issue throughout this match. We saw that half a dozen miscued shots to the mid-on, mid-off area during the Warwickshire innings. Norwell, and the red soles of his boots, they've all got those, haven't they? Bowls, that's pushing out to the offside. Well, they bought a job lot of them, but all the bowlers from both teams are getting red soles on their boots. Which,
clever work from the manufacturer.
yes.
I don't think the sole counts for the colour percentage, does it?
I don't know, probably not. I don't know.
Because
It was getting a bit ridiculous for a while, wasn't
a
it?
fair bit of orange on the uppers, if that's what they're called.
Yes, he comes in now. Norwell, quicker ball left. Might have just brushed the thigh pad as Godleman left it, but no chance of it being an LBW despite the shouts behind the stumps.
Clock news. My clock remains 59 minutes fast. Still thinks I'm in Germany. So leaving it out overnight hasn't helped it find the satellite in any way, shape or form, I'm afraid. As long as I realise that it's an hour out, I won't be salivating ahead of lunch because it's just coming up or just gone midday as Norwell is in, and that one is pushed out into the offside by Billy Godman. And there's no run end of the over, 20 without loss. Derbyshire seconds batting first, having been put in at Durham by the home side. Harry came 81 from 43 deliveries, 10 fours and 3 sixes. He's 81 not out. He's been joined by Matty McKiernan in that T20 match. They're 147 for 3 in the 16th over as they continue their preparations for the T20, which begins, of course, next Wednesday up at Old Trafford for Derbyshire against Lancashire. Other players included: Liz Deploy made 26. Tom Wood skipper in the side again, he made 9. Finn Hudson-Prentice 27. Alex Thompson, Harvey Hussain, Nils Priestley, Ben Hutchinson, George Scrimshaw and Dustin Melton, the remaining batsmen, as Oliver Hannon-Dolby begins a new over. And Brooke Guest plays it straight back to him at the end of his follow-through. 20 without loss, 252 behind, therefore. That's as far as my mathematics stretches, so there won't be any more of that nonsense throughout the course of the day. Still raining at Lords, where England are 111 for 2 in reply to New Zealand's 378. And in Utrecht, Logan van Beek has come out to bat because the Netherlands are 111 for 6 against Ireland as Hannon-Dolby is in, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Brooke Guest. Elsewhere, they're still to get underway at Chelmsford in one of the other games in this group. Worcestershire against Durham is underway at New Road, though, and Durham are 199 for 4, leading Worcestershire by 68 runs. Inspection at Wantage Road. I know it's at Canterbury, I beg your pardon. It's at Canterbury. Due at around about 12:30. Hannon-Dolby in and bowls, and that one is driven quite pleasantly by Brooke Guest. They've run 1. They'll come back for a second as well, as it's fielded there by Peter Milan. Guest moves on to 9:22 for 1. Here Derbyshire batting in their first innings, having dismissed Warwickshire for 274 this morning, and they've lost a wicket. They're currently 22 for 1. Lewis Rees outleg before wicket, offering no shock to a delivery from Oliver Hannon-Dolby. He went for 3. It was 8 for 1 at that stage. It's moved on now with Billy Godleman on 10 and Brooke Guest on 9 to 22 for 1. Hannon-Dolby in again, bowls to Guest, who defends this one. Back towards the bowler, he traps it and tries to stop it with his left boot. I think it hit him on his ankle in the end, but it wasn't travelling at any particular speed, so no damage done, which is good news. Elsewhere around the county championship, Lancashire 37 without loss in their second innings, leading Glamorgan by 60. Hampshire 31 for 3, trailing Somerset by 329 at Taunton. Leicestershire are 388 for 6 against Gloucestershire. And Sussex 308 for 7 against Yorkshire at Headingley. It's Hannon-Dolby bowls, defended again by Brooke Guest up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Will Rhodes. No news of any potential inspection, I'm afraid, at Lords, where rain is holding up the start of day 3 of the Test match. Although if it's clearing in Canterbury, you'd expect it to be clearing in the capital fairly shortly as well, so they'll be hopeful of some play. And the drainage, of course, at Test grounds is sensational. So unless it persists, they should be okay. Hannon Dolby bowls to Guest, who pushes this out into the offside. And there's no run, end of the over. 22 for 1, Guest on 9, Godwin on 10, the only man out. Lewis Rees for 3, offering no shot to a delivery from Oliver Hannon Dolby. And was leg before wicket. Trooped off.
Oh, that's good. Just had an email saying the fan driver of the year for 2021 deadline's been extended.
Oh, good, good.
Still get me entry in.
Is it any colour of van, not just white?
Yeah.
Fan driver of the year. I wonder what you have to do to win that.
Yes.
Drive it carefully.
Not gesture out of the window too often.
Handbrake turn.
Norwell comes into bowl, and that's left. Just drifting away from Godalman. No run.
You'd emblazon it, wouldn't you, on the back of your van there? I am the van driver of the year for 2021.
I think they will probably should go to some of the ones Premiership rugby clubs, because quite often for European trips, to save on the money, the sort of costs of putting all the equipment onto the plane. Players all troop off onto the plane. Some poor bloke has to then spend about 2 days driving a van with all the equipment to get across. In comes Norwell the bowler, and that's played to mid-on. There's no run.
Yes. You see quite a lot of football and rugby and even cricket club branded vans up and down the motorways, don't you, when you're travelling to games, of the kit arriving, because you simply can't fit it on a 54-seater coach, can you? How could you possibly do that? Let's take another van as well.
Where's Danny Briggs going? He's going quite a close square leg position. Will Rose has come up with the theory here. Let's see if it comes to anything. 3 slips still in place. Norwell coming round the wicket. That's a wide of off stump. It's left by Godalman.
Yeah, just looking for the one that pops, possibly.
Yeah.
Into the leg side. He is quite close, isn't he, though? He's only just over halfway to the square leg umpire. It looks like he's been surrounded at the moment. There's Billy Taylor. He's got Craig Miles to his right.
Norwell in again, and again he's not really making the batter play here. Godalman's happy to leave them. Quite an impressive leave gesture as well, isn't it? He sticks about high in the air, sort of jumps a bit and lets the ball go past his chest.
No matter how warm it is, and I think it's quite warm out there, there's lots of shirt sleeves certainly amongst the crowd, he's still got his sleeveless sweater on. He will wear that throughout, Billy Godwin. I can't remember ever seeing him not wear a sleeveless sweater, if I'm honest. Clearly some days in April you'd want to wear several, but not today.
Norwell again. Oh, this time he does make Godalman play. That's a good delivery. Godalman playing forward to that, misses it, and it goes high to the wicket-keeper, who takes it. It's a much more testing delivery, that one from Liam Norwell.
Yeah, all ends up. Good delivery. Godwin just leans on his bat as though nothing's happened, but he knows this pitch has got those deliveries in it, and the bowlers have certainly got the ability to extract those deliveries from the pitch.
Norwell again to bowl. That's left this time, comfortably by Godalman. So maybe you'll feel he didn't make the batter play enough there, Norwell, but one delivery did cause problems. Ireland looks as if they're having a better heartbreaking defeat in their last one-day international a few days ago for the Netherlands, where they lost by 1 run with the last pair at the crease. But they have got the Netherlands at 114 for 7. Strange not seeing Boyd Rankin's name there, but he's retired now, the former Warwickshire player. William Porterfield, though, still not captain these days, but still playing.
It's Logan Van Beek's batting, isn't he, at the moment? He bowled that last over on Wednesday. I think it was Wednesday. Took a fine catch as well. Got his high score in one-day international cricket, 29 in that match as well. He's due to link up with the Derbyshire side as the second overseas. He was here in 2019 when they got to finals day.
Well, he's one not out. Yeah. Looking in good nick.
Yeah, absolutely. Shannon Dolby bowls to Brooke Guest, leaves alone outside the off stump. In fact, I'm hoping to speak to him tomorrow morning via Zoom. Sent him an email on Wednesday. Very kindly replied yesterday. Top bloke, Logan. But he was injured for a spell at the time he was here, and he was carrying a knee problem, but he seems to be completely recovered now. Only his fourth one-day international for Holland, which surprised me, the Netherlands. Guest waits, 4 slips in place and leaves alone outside the off stump as Shannon Dolby again doesn't get him to play at the ball. Craig Miles warming up.
It was one of my more surreal cricket trips following Warwickshire home and away when we played away. Well, I say played. They went away to the Netherlands.
Oh dear.
Rained all day. Just about managed to persuade the umpires to call it off in time for me to be able to go and visit the Van Gogh Museum. But it's a long way to go for no cricket.
It's quite an arduous trip, isn't it, really, for nothing?
Took me ages to sort out the technicals as well, needn't have bothered.
Guest gets a full-length delivery from Oliver Shannon Dolby. Managed to get his bat down on it and push it up to the man, Liam Norwell, at mid-on. Yeah, but they've got quite a strong side, Holland, at the moment, and Tim van der Houten, or however Nick Webb says it, certainly doesn't say it like I do. He's in the side as well. Certainly in the squad, I think he's playing. No Ryan Tender-Scarter these days. Next delivery is pushed out into the offside by Brooke Guest, and it's no runners. It's quickly swooped on by Peter Milan.
There's Ben Cooper as well, who was playing last seen playing Birmingham League cricket for Stratford, I think. Right. Ben Cooper was.
Yes. Van der Houten has come and gone.
Yeah.
Sadly. But I have no allegiance to either side, but obviously with Van Beek. Although I think they've been pronouncing it Van Beek, so I might have to ask him about that. We called him Van Beek the entire time he was here the first time. It'd be rather strange to call him something different this time. His Guest drives beautifully down the ground. That'll be 4 runs. It was a very typical Brooke Guest drive, that just to the long off boundary rather than massively straight, but straight enough. Really nice shot. He overtakes Billy Gottleman now. He's on to 13, Derbyshire 26 for 1.
Yeah, lovely drive, led into that nicely, timed it. We've hit some nice shots this morning, Derbyshire. Just a 1 wicket loss so far. If they could get to lunch, well, even 2 down wouldn't be catastrophic.
The stroke players, I believe it's known as the engine room. 4, 5 and 6, Madsen, McDermott and Critchley can be fairly destructive, as this next delivery is left alone outside the off stump by Brooke Guest. They've never batted at 4, 5 and so they might have done it at New Road actually. There's been a lot of alterations to the Derbyshire batting lineup throughout the course of the season. 26-1 at the end of the over, incidentally. Alex Hughes has batted down as low as 9, which I think is a bit low for a man with 6 first-class centuries. Dahl at 8. Mikey Cohen at 9, he can hold a bat. Ben Aitchison has got his first class 50 this season, and then Sam Connors bringing up the rear.
Follow all the events at all the matches on the page online or on the BBC Sports app, where you find the links for the commentaries. Jed's in charge today, Jed Scott. He'll keep you across all the activities and all the county championship matches.
Jed based at Birmingham?
He is, yeah.
I thought he was,
yeah.
I think he was on duty last week as well.
Definitely knows his cricket.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we are going to see a change of bowling. Craig Miles, he's going to replace Liam Norwell. Norwell, let's have a look at his spell. Craig Miles is coming in now to bowl to Godalming with 3 slips in place. That short square leg isn't this time. He pushes that to mid-off. There's no run. So Norwell bowled 5 overs, none for 12. Might have liked to have made the batters play a bit more. One particularly good delivery in the last over. But it's Miles who's taken over the reins. Batted this morning briefly, out for 17 in the end. He comes in now, bowling round the wicket, and that's clipped very nicely through mid-wicket for 4 runs by Godalming. And a fine shot from him. And he moves on to 14. These two beginning to settle nicely. Added 22 since the dismissal of Lewis Rees. Will Rhodes is maybe preparing to come on.
These two batsmen actually opened in the previous 2 matches. In the absence of Lewis Rees, so they've had a bit of batting together, which I always think helps.
Yeah.
I think you'd probably have to bat with Billy Godalming for a while, though, to be completely comfortable.
Miles, again, he's got the red soles in his boots as well. He comes in to bowl, and that's clipped away and has gone through the fielder at point for another 4 runs. Good aggressive shot from Godalming, and it was Peter Milan who dived and tried to stop it at point, but didn't manage it. So successive 4s, and can be an issue sometimes for Craig Miles. He can go for some runs. He's having probably his best season since joining Warwickshire so far, but been put under pressure here a little bit by Godalming. 34 for 1.
Yeah, good shot from Godalming. It's all the way along the floor. Thought Milan was going to get something on it, but couldn't quite get down in time.
Miles, again, this time Godalming leaves it outside off stump. 34 for 1, Derbyshire applying to Warwickshire's 274.
David Griffin's just posted, well, not just a few minutes ago, posted a little GIF, a series of photographs of Wayne Madsen taking the catch this morning because he was side on, waiting and hoping for Sam Connors to get a 5-foot so we could get a picture of him. Check that out if you can. Just shows the concentration on Madsen's face.
Miles bowls. That Godalming's not entirely sure where that's gone initially. It's come off the inside of his bat to square leg for a single. So he's taken 9 runs there, Godalming, from the over, and moves on to 19, 35 for 1.
This is a lot better than 8 for 1.
Yeah.
From a Derbyshire perspective, it was looking a little bit iffy.
Warwickshire was 16 for 2, then they had their first significant partnership for their 3rd wicket. Here's Miles now coming over the wicket to the right-handed Guest. And that's going down the leg side. Guest has a little swish at it, doesn't connect, and Michael Burgess behind the stumps is quickly across to stop it. It's quite an expensive over, and Derbyshire 35 for 1 with Billy Godalming on 19, and Brooke Guest is on 30.
Well, Lewis Rees, the only man out so far for 3. His numbers this season, he's batted in 11 innings now. 164 runs in total, and he got 63 of those in one go. He's averaging 14.9 with the bat, so not producing the runs and the form that we've seen in previous seasons with the bat. Lewis Rees, he looked like he was back to something like with the ball yesterday, and he picked up a couple of wickets. Will Rhodes comes on from the City end. Same leads the averages with 55. He has had 5 not out, so Matt Critchley averaging 54 this season. 648 runs. Not a bad effort.
Will Rose coming to bowl. He's the nemesis for Sir Alistair Cook these days. Got about 3 times at Chelmsford the last couple of visits there.
To the Derbyshire skipper Billy Godwin as he comes in and bowls. He's driven. That'll be a single. This is a good tumbling stop there at mid-on. Is that Matt Lamb?
Yes, I think it is.
Excellent.
Yeah, it is.
Nice tumbling stop to his right.
Yeah, decent fielder, Matt Lamb. Derbyshire fielded well. Not error, not very many, and obviously they had Dahl, who was a joy to watch in the field.
Yeah, somebody this morning said he was in T20 mode. Absolutely, he's terrific in that. As guest watches a very wide delivery from Rhodes. Go a couple of yards outside his off stump and through to the keeper. And he's such a busy fielder and fields in key positions, and therefore the ball seems to go to him quite a lot, which helps him. But he is a terrific fielder, Anuj Dahl. Hasn't completely made the transition batting and bowling to first team as he would have hoped, I'm sure, but again, relatively young man. Guest waits, and again, that's wide of the off stump, way wide of the off stump really from Will Rhodes. Guest has no desire to go after anything that wide at this stage.
Yeah, I'm struggling a little bit with their accuracy at times, Warwickshire, this morning.
Sprinkling on the balcony of the members' pavilion. I think their vice president's up there, and of course the chairman's box at the right hand end with the doors open. They're watching Rhodes come in to bowl to Guest, who thinks about playing at that one, then thinks again, and I think it nipped back. And judging by the fielders, didn't miss the off stump by very much. Interesting late decision not to play. I think if he had played it, he was in danger of chopping on.
Yeah.
So it was a good decision in the end not to play a shot at it, but just a little reminder to Brooke Guest that you can take nothing for granted. Conditions that you would expect would favour the bowler. There's some blue sky away to the west as this next delivery is played by Guest. Gets up nice and high and plays the ball straight back into the ground, fielded by Rhodes at the end of his follow-through. Nowhere near the wind or the breeze. It wasn't really a wind compared to last week, was it? But 2 weeks ago, rather. The flag hanging limply on the flagpole to the left-hand side of the members' pavilion. That'll be the phone.
It's not mine, just checking.
Nor mine. This one's driven up to Craig Miles. No, not Craig Miles at all.
Dolby, yeah.
Far too tall to be Craig Miles or anybody else. In actual fact, I was fooled by the sun hat, which has just been flung from Craig Miles' head to the 12th man. It's the end of the over, 36 for 1. Godalming has 20, Guest has 13.
Hollyhound Alby's 6 over spell, by the way, 1 for 14, couple of maidens in that. So Craig Miles went for 9 in his first over with Billy Godalming scoring them all, and he's bowling to Godalming. Sent him right across the stumps as Miles comes in, and that's played back to him by Godalming. I've seen a bit of debate, particularly from sort of older cricket observers, about the modern day batter's habit of being right across off stump.
Must be slightly disconcerting for the bowler, because if you aim at the stumps, you can be whipped away into the leg side, can't you? So
Miles ball, shortish delivery, which is steered nicely down to third man. It wasn't a bad delivery, that, but very well played by Godalming. A lean back and played it down safely to third man for 4. He's on to 24.
He did well in the end. I think it surprised him initially, but he did well in the end there, Godalming. There are 3 slips in place. He managed to get it wide of the third slip. As risky an aggressive shot as we've seen from the Derbyshire batsmen so far this morning.
Well, Miles continued to be expensive, but on that occasion you'll feel it was a more even contest. He comes in now to bowl. It's pitched up and that's driven through the offside. That will be another 4. A little over pitch that time from Miles. And a fine shot off his toes by Godalming, who's racing to 28, 44 for 1.
There's absolutely no chance of him equalling his slowest half century unless he completely grinds to a halt. You wouldn't have thought Billy Godalming, because he's playing a few shots here today, which is nice to see.
Liam Norwell just offering a little bit of advice to his former Gloucestershire teammate.
You don't bowl there. That would be unwelcome advice.
Yes. You didn't want to do that.
No.
He polishes the back of his trousers, Miles. Under a little bit of pressure here. Bowls to Godalming. It's putting him under that pressure. Godalming leads that one. Michael Burgess drops it behind the stumps, but no damage done. It's fielded at slip.
That was one of those deliveries that didn't get up as much as some have. I don't mind seeing that in a pitch, though. As a spectacle, it makes the game far more interesting, doesn't it? With the game down here a few years ago against Leicester, who went 500, played 450, and everybody went home. Well, that's just a waste of everybody's time, isn't it, really?
Miles bowls, and that's playing the offside. Yeah, I still have nightmares about that game. Well, no, that's slight exaggeration, but the game I did at Canterbury a couple of years ago now. It was very much that sort of thing. About 7 wickets fell in the match or something. I mean, they got the pitch wrong. They acknowledged they got the pitch wrong, but I mean, Dom Sibley enjoyed it. He sort of batted for 4 days and ended up with a double century.
I know, but as a spectacle, it's not particularly interesting.
Quite hard to commentate on as well.
Yeah,
When it's
absolutely.
Miles bowls, and that's plays forward to that one. Godalming into the ground. Miles fields off his own bowling. End of the over. Another couple of boundaries at over, and Derbyshire applying to Warwickshire's 274. Have reduced the deficit to the tune of 44. They're 44 for 1.
Yeah, steadied the ship after the loss of Lewis Rees when the score was on 8. He was dismissed for 3. Didn't play a shot. And Dolby was successful with the appeal.
Got an end of innings at Headingley, where Sussex have been bowled out for 313 by Yorkshire. Good news, there's no catches for Cole Cadmore.
Excellent. Excellent. Century in the seconds in a T20 match. Harry Kame. 113 from 54 balls, 14 fours and 5 sixes. As Rhodes begins a new over from the City end, and it's left alone by Brooke Guest. Matty McKiernan, 29, not out at the end as well. And Derbyshire's seconds have made 210 for 3.
That's not bad. He came and conquered.
Indeed.
I'm sure that's a headline. Ben Brown, by the way, made 127, and that's Sussex innings of 313 all out. Against Yorkshire.
I'm going to have to ask about Harry Kame, because I've never heard of him before. Not many centuries in T20 cricket in Derbyshire's history. This one is, an inside edge onto his thigh pad from Brooke Guest. Nicely forward. He just managed to nip it back on him a bit there, Will Rhodes, and ball dribbled out into the offside.
Well, I presume it's the same one. There's a Harry Kame who's listed as being with Hampshire, so whether he's on trial, is he? Or?
Well, I'm assuming it's him.
Yeah.
Assuming it's him. Update coming up fairly shortly for BBC Radio Derby, as this next one from Rhodes is left alone by Brooke Guest outside the off stump. I do like it when they send me messages to tell them. No, I much prefer it, because sometimes I do forget. I'm sure that's an age thing. And I do it every half hour, so I shouldn't really forget. It should be ingrained into my daily work schedule, but it isn't. 44 for 1. 2 slips and a gully. As Rhodes is in once more, and Guest pushes it out towards Peter Milan. That's Robbie Yates. No, it's not. It's neither Milan nor Yates, it's Danny Briggs. I knew if I mentioned enough Warwickshire players, I'd eventually happen upon the right one. It certainly couldn't have been Rob Yates, because he's got his back to me and I can see him. Here's Rhodes once more. And Guest leaves alone. Another one wide of the off stump. There's been too many of those, really, so far from Will Rhodes. He's got the odd one to trouble Brooke Guest, but when he's bowling that far outside the off stump, Guest can just leave it alone and watch it go by. Guest has 13. Godleman has raced to 28, 6 boundaries so far for him. As Guest waits, and this time he has to, well, I was going to say he has to play at that one, but it's nipped away down the leg side off a thigh pad. He was almost lifting his bat out of the way of it in the end, and 4 leg byes are signalled by Billy Taylor to end the over, and Derbyshire move on to 48 for 1. Guest has 13. Godleman has 28. Now, when they say with you shortly, as you know, Clive.
Definition of the word shortly.
Well, it depends whether Ian Sky, who's on Radio Derby at the moment. It depends whether he plays a song or not.
Bohemian Rhapsody or something.
Yes, yeah. If he needs to nip out for any reason, and Hotel California suddenly arrives.
Yeah.
Radio secret.
Miles to bowl round the wicket. And that's just punched through the offside. It's a really well-timed shot by Godleman, who's now hit 5 boundaries of Craig Miles. Since Miles came into the attack, he's brought the 50 up for Derbyshire.
Yeah, they're doing well. 52 for 1. The 50's just been brought up by a glorious drive from Billy Godleman. He's on 32. Brooke Guest out there with him on 13. They did lose an early wicket. Lewis Rees was out for 3, not offering a shot to a delivery from Oliver Hannon-Dolby, and was trapped leg before wicket. And all this in reply to Warwickshire's 274 all out. They added 2 runs this morning, both to Craig Miles. He ended up on 17. Derbyshire, in reply to that total, are 52 for 1.
Now, here's the thing. Derbyshire's 50 came off 91 balls.
Yes.
Warwickshire's first 50 came off 91 balls.
Oh, love it.
The slight difference is Derbyshire had only lost 1 wicket by then. Warwickshire had lost 2.
Love it. That was a nice shot to get them to the 50 as well. Godleman. Yeah. He looks to be in the mood here, Billy.
Giving Will Rhodes a bit of head scratch to do. Second time Billy Godleman's moved out of the way. He's swishing a fly from his face, but he is, I think, also being distracted by somebody moving to the bowler's arm. So he will have to come in again, will Craig Miles.
He is relatively easily distracted, Billy Godleman, when he's batting. It's just one of his quirks. That must be intensely irritating for the bowlers, but I'm not sure that Billy cares.
Well, he's on 32 now, the Derbyshire captain. Miles comes to the bowl to him, and he defends that one to the offside. There's no run. Well, Tim Bresnan is the other seam bowling option for Will Rhodes, and the spin of Danny Briggs. Not really got any. The only occasional bowler really is Rob Yates. He'll bowl the occasional bit of spin, but Matt Lamb used to, but very rarely see him bowl now. Miles round the wicket. Godleman punches that into the offside. This time it's cut off, so there's no run.
I meant to apologise immediately for the very rude hand that I put up there, but I suddenly heard Ian saying, but before we do that, we'll just nip into the county ground, which was slightly alarming.
We're talking about the tricks of playing long records. There's short ones as well when you're coming towards the junction. Oh, crikey, I've only got 2 minutes. I Love to Boogie by T-Rex is always a good one. Yeah. Or Man with a Child in His Eyes by Kate Bush is another one that you can go to if you just need a couple of minutes.
with a long outro.
Or a Beatles song. Miles comes into bowl. Oh, that's gone past the outside edge. That was a good delivery from Miles. Godalming nudging forward at that. But manages to avoid edging it.
Yeah, good delivery. That's the thing I find most difficult. I've just done a couple of 6 o'clock shows this week. For the first time, I've been in the studio for 12 months. The first thing I had to do was try and work out what all the buttons did.
Yes.
But that back timing at the end, oh dear. It takes all my concentration to do it.
Miles bowls. Oh, that's edged. And is it caught? Oh, it's a good catch by Sam Hain low down, although the batter is disputing that. And the umpires are going to consult. Billy Godalming is questioning whether it carried. And this could be a difficult one from a Warwickshire point of view, because unless the umpires are sure, they will probably have to go with the batter on this. Godalming sort of shrugging his shoulders towards the Warwickshire field as 1 or 2 comments might have come his way. He's probably just saying, well, I'm not sure. So, and it's not out. Not out is the decision.
Wow. I mean, I have no idea whether it carried or not, if I'm entirely honest with you. And clearly Billy Godalming wasn't either. At the moment, Michael Burgess is in discussion with Nigel Long. And there's a bit of pointing going on as well. It's obviously disappointment. As much as anything, the fielding side will be hugely disappointed. I'm sure replays will be conclusive, will they?
Well, even when they have used TV replays to judge them, they're often not conclusive, are they?
No.
Sometimes, obviously, I'm talking from a Warwickshire point of view, sometimes feel in these situations probably do need to go with the fielding side. Otherwise, a lot of catches just won't be registered. But I mean, Warwickshire, they're looking disappointed, but maybe not aghast.
The umpires are continuing to just who they called over.
Well, Will Rose, I think, is having a chat with them.
It's Nigel Long who seems to be doing most of the talking, doesn't he? And
it's actually quite animated, isn't it? Will Rose has obviously objected quite strongly.
It is. A little bit unfortunate, really. And he's pointing again and pointing one way, then the other, pointing to the umpire, and the umpire's moving his hand in a very firm way. And Nigel Long, it'll all calm down again at some point, I'm sure. But if the umpires aren't certain and Billy Godalming doesn't walk,
well, that's the problem, isn't it? And
not an awful lot that, that anybody can do about it, in all honesty. If he gets a short one when he gets back on strike, Will Rhodes picks up the attack again and bowls to Brooke Guest, a little inside edge onto his pad there. Ball dribbles out into the offside. But Warwickshire know how important it is if they can get a second out, and then that opens up the possibilities of a third before lunch. And of course, Billy Godalming realises how important it is not to get out, and I suppose in the end, they're just not compatible, those two desires. Godalming just having a chat with Billy Taylor, it would appear, at the far end, as Rhodes is in again, and this one is pushed into the offside. They'll get 2 runs here as the ball is eventually tracked down by Peter Milan. 2 more to Brooke Guest, who moves to 15, 54 for 1. See what the consensus is in the written media later on. They may well fall into 2 camps as well, who knows?
It did seem to get quite animated out there. I'm just looking at the replay of some of the conversations.
Delivery is off the back foot, pushed towards the man in the covers, who is Danny Briggs, and there's no run. I mean, it will get heated because it's professional sport and both teams are desperate to do as well as they possibly can, but if we don't have the histrionics of some other sports where people would have been pushing people and that kind of thing. Don't get any of that nonsense here. As Guest waits, and Rhodes traps him in front as he tries to flick a full delivery into the leg side. It dribbles out to Craig Miles. There's a stifled appeal.
And what you won't get at the end of the day, well, I say you won't get, I don't think you'll get, is either Will Rose or Mark Robinson saying, well, the officials cost us the game. Disgraceful decision.
Not unless
They won't say that.
200 not out.
Yes, I'll say that,
That will be
yes.
a very big test of their restraint.
They must have batted a bit more subtly, perhaps, there.
Yeah, yes, that one. Well, is it a lead? Was it beating the edge? Either way, it's gone through to the keeper from Rhodes. Yeah. I wouldn't ask the question, how pleased are you for Billy Godalmán following his double century?
Yes.
That would just tee it up nicely.
I mean, I always think one of the problems with it is that the fielder feels a little bit hurt because it's almost as if they're implying that he's
Yeah.
not been honest.
But sometimes they don't know either,
No.
do they, really? I mean,
But you'd like to think they'd admit it if they don't know.
yeah. Rhodes. In again, pushed out into the offside.
And Hayne did not hesitate. He immediately raised his hand with the ball and claimed it. But anyway, it's away it's gone. And I suspect now any catches remotely low during Warwickshire's second innings, and the batters will probably stay there if it's caught at waist height. But
I think they've had every right to stand their ground until the umpire raises his finger. Batsmen through the years since cricket began have basically said, well, it's up to the umpire to make a decision.
yeah, frustrating for Miles.
This is going to be an interesting first delivery, though, isn't it?
It is. So he's bowling to Billy Godalmán. Bluff him now, bowl a really slow one. Comes in to bowl. It's pitched up his left outside off stump. No doubt there'll be a few words after every delivery, probably.
I'd be getting some from the slip cordon, you'd expect, but I don't think it's anything that he hasn't heard before.
No.
He's an interesting character, Billy Godalmán. So he was appointed captain the year I started, so he's been doing it for a long time now.
Miles bowls and just drops his bat on that place at the point for no run. 54 for 1. Warwickshire certainly can't let any sense of injustice get in their way now. They've got to stick to their task.
Who was it who the ball went to?
Hayne, Sam Hayne. He probably said to the umpire, look, I'm only 1 or 2 behind Cola Cabmore now. Don't rob me of...
Trying to catch up with
Yeah,
Manson.
exactly. In comes... that was gone past the outside. Oh, has he got him? And he's given out. Godalmán is given out by the umpires. Caught behind. Warwickshire celebrated rather extravagantly. Craig Miles has virtually done a lap of honour of the ground. A slightly pointed and perhaps unnecessary celebration from Warwickshire's point of view, but they have got Godalmán out. Should at least end any real arguments. He's gone for 32. Miles gets his man. The only question this time was whether he edged it or not, and the umpire raised his finger to say he had, so it's 54 for 2.
I think there have been ructions.
I was going to say, it would have been brave for him to say not out there.
Wouldn't it just? Yeah, he was looking in good nick as well, Billy Godalmán there. So he'll be disappointed. Well, he'll be disappointed because he's out. But again, Billy Godalmán gets a start. His high score for the season is 50. He's got a couple of 40s, 45 and 41, a couple of 20s, and now he's got a 30 to lump into that as well. And again, it's not been that productive season that Billy Godalmán would have been hoping for. As he makes his way up the steps towards the Players' Pavilion to be replaced by Wayne Madsen. And just a little tap of gloves there as the batsmen pass each other. Wayne Madsen, who's been in good form, but again not gone and made that big score that we always expect Wayne Madsen to make.
Well, he usually makes something against Warwickshire, I seem to remember.
He's got a couple of 70s and a 51 going beyond the half century. So again, not the season that you might expect from Wayne Madsen. He's out there to join Brooke Guest.
I mean, that was a very good ball from Miles. You wonder whether Godalmán was slightly knocked off his stride as well by all that hoo-ha. Just as a fielder doesn't like to be questioned, I suppose the batter might have felt a little uncomfortable at been labelled the villain of the piece when he will have felt he did everything that was within his rights.
There was only 3 deliveries after the that he'd faced after the one that had been slightly controversial. Only 2 runs added to the score, and Billy Godalming didn't get them, so everybody can calm down again now.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, nothing to see.
The umpire's probably quite pleased in a way.
Yeah, everybody just as you were.
No, it didn't look as if Godalming was particularly perturbed by the decision either. I don't think he was really questioning it. Miles comes in to bowl, and that's pushed out. Well, appealing for an LBW here. Looked for me as if Madsen played that out of the bat, but maybe it just hit the pad first, or at least that's what Warwickshire are arguing. Anyway, it's not out.
I always enjoy it when you hear the ball come off what appears to be the middle of the bat, and the next thing is there's a huge appeal, and you think, hang on a minute.
Yes. Dear.
Yeah, bat and pad together. So that's a difficult decision for the umpire as well. Which did it hit first? Was it simultaneous?
There was one like that in the Test match yesterday, wasn't it? Miles bowls, and that's driven to mid-off, and it's only because they had the it's not a TMO, is it? It's anyway the TV replays. What do they call it in cricket? I've forgotten what they call it now.
They are TMOs, aren't they? Oh, that rugby.
That's rugby.
That rugby?
Yeah. Yeah. Just man's gone blank. Anyway, the referral, whatever it is.
Oh, yeah.
There was one there where, for the naked eye, in fact, you could hear the England fielders discussing among themselves, did they hit the bat or the pad first? And they didn't know. It's only because the TV replay actually showed it did hit the pad first that they successfully got the decision overturned in their favour. Miles bowls, and that is left by Madsen.
You're going with review.
Yeah, I'll do. 54 for 2. At least it's not VAR anyway.
Oh. I've not done a game with it. I'm never likely to either, but yeah, I'm not a big fan of it, to be honest. I don't think football lends itself to...
I don't think I've commentated on a game. I've witnessed one as a supporter, which I have to say went rather well from the team that I was following's perspective, but I don't think I've done one as a commentator.
No, I've not done one.
I don't think Coventry City have been involved in it. They've had their goal line technology, but obviously they've had that season because in the Championship. I don't think they've had VAR for any game.
Change of bowling as Liam Norwell returns from the City end, replacing Will Rhodes, who's bowled 3 overs for 3 runs. Norwell back into the attack after his spell from the racecourse end earlier. 3 slips in place, bowls to Brooke Guest, who drives him, and there's going to be runs here. Oliver Hannon Dolby is sort of running alongside the ball before he eventually puts the slide in to stop it, and they come back for a second.
Just to say, Netherlands all out for 146, but Logan Van Beek finished 14 not out.
Ah, there we go, you see. 29 the other day, coming in the middle order. You can hit the ball, can Logan?
It's in Utrecht.
Yeah, looked quite nice actually on YouTube, the bits that I saw the other day. Norwell in again. This one is pushed up to mid-on this time by Brooke Guest.
It was Amsterdam, that game that I went to, which didn't happen in the end.
The last game that I saw Holland play again on, all their games seem to be on YouTube. Got a lot of time on my hands. That wasn't in Utrecht. I was quite surprised to see Utrecht. I was associate that with the UEFA Cup in the 1970s, I think. They seem to be in that. Norwell in again, left alone by Guest to go through to Burgess, the wicket keeper. But there looked a nice little setup. There was a very large square there. There was no hint of a drop in or anything like that. It looked like a proper cricket ground. It's quite popular in Holland, isn't it? Quite miss those sort of games. Did
a couple in Ireland, a couple in Scotland. Did one in Belfast, and lost actually to Ireland.
Yes, it's a shame that those games aren't still going on. I never saw any of those. This next one from Norwell's left alone outside the off stump. Saw Cheshire play, I think it was Northamptonshire at Oxton Cricket Club in Birkenhead. many years ago. It was a blisteringly hot day. Cheshire lost, obviously, but that's as exotic as it gets, I'm afraid.
Oxton.
Oxton's not massively exotic, as you know. But it was handy. Here's Norwell. Guest up on his toes to defend this one straight into the ground and no more than a couple of yards off the cut strip.
Yes, that was one of the nice things about those sort of games. So sometimes you got to different grounds. One at Luton, where Peter Baxter seems to run the whole ship. That club. Lakenham did a game at Lakenham.
Derbyshire lost a game at Bishop Stortford once.
Crikey.
It's nothing to be proud of. Norwell bowls to Guest, who gets an inside edge, thick inside edge down to. We've seen so many of those over the course of this game. That one goes down to long leg for a single. It's fielded there by Craig Miles. It's the end of the over as well, which means that Brooke Guest's ability to count to 6 remains intact as he's pinched the strike. He's on 18. Wayne Madsen, who's only faced 3 deliveries, is yet to get off the mark. 57 for 2. Derbyshire in reply to Warwickshire's 274. All out.
So second day's play here at Derby. No interruptions in this match so far, and it's brightened up here somewhat. A bit of blue sky at the right-hand corner, and light clouds overhead. And again, a decent crowd in. Miles comes into bowl to Guest, who leaves. Oh, that's a good lead. It's a good take by Burgess as well. That's nipped back, and I don't think that's missed the stumps very much, as I think Craig Miles is possibly suggesting to Brooke Guest as he looks at him.
It can't have done, because Burgess was at full stretch, moving away to his left-hand side, down the leg side, to actually get his glove on that. I mean, that was remarkable. Remarkable that the stumps are still intact.
Yes.
Guest must have just thought for a moment, uh-oh. We've already seen one player out without playing a shot.
Yeah, well judged that time by Guest as Miles comes into bowl to him, and that's wide of off stump. He can comfortably leave that one. 57 for 2. Yeah, I heard on the radio, staff obviously radioing to an official here saying someone's arrived. Can they buy a ticket for today? Sadly, the answer was negative. They had to buy them in advance.
I think there were certainly. I mean, you checked with Derbyshire County Cricket Club, but there were still some tickets available for tomorrow and for Sunday.
I got a tweet actually to my personal Twitter account, which I saw last night, as Miles comes into bowl, and that's played to point. There's no run. From David, I do apologise if I got that wrong. I'll check it tonight, mention it tomorrow, but he's bought a ticket for tomorrow. So looking forward to that. Tend to use our BBC CWR Twitter account, so BBC CWR Sport for me if you want to message us. But yeah, some Warwickshire supporters enjoying watching the team away over these 4 days.
Good,
There's Miles comes into bowl, and that's pushed out to the offside. There's no run, because I had the first home game with crowds against Nottinghamshire. That was a nice one. Warwickshire getting the win as well helped.
And the big test event for the second test, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah. Some 18,000 I think in there. That's going to be quite special. Yeah.
Fingers crossed for that.
I'm particularly excited at Chelmsford. I heard my first "Get on with it" shout from the crowd this season. I've missed those. Yeah. I'm sure it's the same person at every ground, because it's always the same accent. Miles comes in the ball. It's short. It's a attempted pull shot. Now, did he get anything on that? Michael Burgess at full stretch hasn't been able to stop it, and he didn't get anything on it. It's gone down as 4 byes. Burgess is sitting down there looking down the pitch as if to say, how on earth would you expect me to stop that one? But bounced over his head and has gone through for 4 byes, 61 for 2.
That was astonishing. But Guest took it on, which will give Miles a little bit of encouragement. I don't know how close he got to it, but it can't have been very close. And then poor old Michael Burgess, absolutely no chance. First byes of the game, I think.
Yeah.
Put a man out on the mid-wicket boundary as a result of him having a go at that one.
Well, Miles in again. He's getting the ball to do a few things here. That wasn't timed by Guess as it squirts out to mid-on. Good over from Craig Miles. A slightly mixed time of it. Goldman hit him for a series of boundaries, but he got him out. He'll must have got him out twice, but he got him out once anyway. A crucial one. And he caused some problems in that over. 61 for 2. 20 overs bowled. One more, you would think. Probably just one more. I get 2 more in before lunch.
Yeah, should do, shouldn't it? Well, my clock's wrong, so I have no idea, really. Derbyshire's 210 in the T20 at Durham's not looking quite as impressive at the moment. I'll explain why as Liam Norwell begins a new over from the City end and Wayne Madsen defends it. Durham in reply, 62 without loss after 7 overs.
Okay.
So, they're going along nicely. I know they just dropped a little bit behind the rate, but no success yet. Melton and Scrimshaw, 2 players who've played first team this season, both are in tandem at the moment with the ball in hand. Norwell bowls to Madsen, who plays what doesn't play, pulls the bat inside the line of that one and allows it to go through to the keeper. A little bit along the bottom, which shows you the boundaries. Has gone 4, 4, 1, 4. There's a 6 in there. It's quite lively. So I assume they're only playing the 1 match. Not quite sure how these things work with second teams.
Warwickshire played a double-headed one.
Yeah.
Which I think they're at Somerset today. I'll see if I can look at what's going on there.
This one's left alone by Madsen. Takes his bottom hand off the bat as he lifts it above his head.
There we go.
I did ask Billy Goldman when he was going to get his T20 practice, but they've got another game on Monday apparently, so he'll be involved in that one, I think.
Yeah, the Bears have made 177 for 7 against Somerset. At Taunton Vale, not actually the main ground at Taunton. So you've got the runs.
Had some weight and lifts his bat out of the way of that one as well. It goes through at a decent lick, and there was a good bounce there for Liam Norwell.
Another half century there. Pollock, 51 off 30 balls. Adam Hose has not managed to make it in the first team this season, but he almost certainly be involved in T20. He got 39 off 25. Oh, and Brathwaite playing there, their overseas player, 32 off 22 balls.
Yeah, I think Ben McDermott's had 1 game this week in the T20. It's a bit difficult mixing and matching though, isn't it? This next delivery is left alone by Madsen to go through to Burgess. Specifically, Dave Houghton said at the conclusion of the game at New Road that Finn Hudson-Prentice and Lewis Deploy wouldn't play in this match, so we knew that in advance. Lewis Deploy's had a bit of a wretched time in red ball cricket. Hudson-Prentice has been a decent performer though. Oh well, to Madsen, left alone, through to the keeper. Bit of a theme developing. It was a maiden over from Liam Norwell, his second, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 15. End of it, where Madsen yet to get off the mark. Brooke Guest has 18, Derbyshire 61 for 2.
Yeah, Norwell may feel that a bit too much has been left against his bowling today, so far this morning. So 1 more over to go. I'd suggest at the moment it's a fairly even session. Derbyshire not find it easy, but certainly not in all sorts of trouble yet, at least. 61 for 2. Warwickshire just adding 2 runs this morning, so it's a 63 for 3 session. As Miles comes into bowl, and that's solidly played by Guest to mid-off. He's on 18, he's done well.
And at lunch yesterday, Warwickshire, who had 29 overs of their first innings, were in the 22nd here. Warwickshire were 82 for 2. So it's
close, isn't it?
Yeah, very much matching each other so far.
Miles then turns, bowling to Guest, and Guest pushes out to off stump. That's probably probably as much as I'm going to be able to do before I go and do my lunchtime report.
No, absolutely.
Dave.
Clive will be back with us this afternoon and into the evening, hopefully. 61 for 2. Updates for BBC WM and CWR next door. Radio Derby here. And of course, commentary will continue after the lunch break. As Miles is in and takes an inside edge. It might have hit him on the glove there by the way he's shaking out his right hand. But an ooh and an ah from the fielders. So the deficit 213 as things stand, with 2 men out this morning. In fact, both openers, Lewis Rees and Billy Godman. Rees for 3, Godman for 32. Three deliveries to go until the lunch break. Miles is in again, and that's driven into the ground and back to the bowler, who fields with his right hand at the end of his follow through. Nicely done by Miles. It's not as warm in here as it was yesterday, so the shorts and t-shirt might be one club light. But just even the thought of wearing shorts is very appealing. As the ground staff prepare away to our right hand side to come out and tidy things up during the lunch break. Miles is on his way in to bowl to Brooke Guest, who leaves alone outside the off stump. So 1 delivery to go. It's been another absorbing session of cricket, with Warwickshire eventually dismissed for 274. Craig Miles adding 2 to his overnight score. He moved up to 17 before he became the 4th victim for Wayne Madsen. As far as catching's concerned, Mikey Cohen picking up the wicket. He finished with 2. However, Hannon Dolby not out at the end. 274 all out in the 100th over as Miles bowls. That's left alone by Brooke Guest outside the off stump, and that will be lunch, with Derbyshire having lost Lewis Rees for 3 and Billy Godman for 32. Brooke Guest on 18, Wayne Madsen yet to get off the mark. At lunch, Derbyshire 61 for 2. We will return for the afternoon session in around about 40 minutes' time.
Through point. They're going to go all the way. 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day. straight to him. It's Alex Hale. Rocketed through point. They're going to go all the way. 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston at finals day. That's the spot. Gone! The breakthrough! Gorgon bowled him off stump, straight to him. It's Alex Hale. Rocketed through point. They're going to go all the way. 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston at finals day.
And Ollie Hine-Dolby took the very first wicket to fall. So the wickets to fall today. Craig Miles, last out for Warwickshire, caught Madsen, fourth catch from Way Madsen off Cohen. Got his second wicket. Miles out for 17. Lewis Rees, LBW, Ollie Hine-Dolby for 3, and Billy Godalman caught Burgess, bowled Miles out for 32. Warwickshire will say he was 32 for 2. And Dolby comes in the bowl. That's going down the leg side. There's no run.
Yes. Well, at least it didn't linger for too long.
No, I've just been saying that, really. I think you could almost see the umpire's relief as he raised the finger a few balls later to give Coleman out. Hopefully ending that discussion.
Be one of the shortest lunch breaks of the season, that one. It's not even 22, yeah?
I know.
And it went off
There you go.
beyond 1 o'clock, so I don't mind that.
And then Dolby then bowls, and that's again strained down the leg side a bit, and it's flicked around his pads by Madsen, and he's going to get 4 runs for that. Good shot from Madsen. We were just discussing it at lunch, feeling that Warwickshire really didn't bowl all that well this morning. They were pretty inaccurate at times. They did get the 2 wickets, so I'll be happy with that. And Craig Miles did, even though actually he was quite expensive at times, he did bowl some threatening deliveries, but quite a lot sort of off radar. And first 2 balls after lunch, Ollie Hine-Dolby strayed down the leg side and is punished by the second one. Those are Madsen's first runs, 65 for 2. And then Dolby will try again. Again, it's going down the leg side. Madsen's clipped that away to square leg for another 4. Nice shots around his pads from Madsen, but Ollie Hine-Dolby will have to rethink his line here.
Yeah, 2 poor deliveries, really, in quick succession. Allows Madsen to get away, get off the mark. That'll have settled him down. Nothing worse than sitting on a 0 when you go into lunch, I'm sure.
69 for 2. Derbyshire, remember, they're applying to Warwickshire's 274. And then Dolby in again. And this is a better one. Madsen keeps his bat inside the line, but it was just on off stump, bouncing over, going to wicketkeeper Burgess.
Good start for Logan Van Beek in the Warwickshire-Derbyshire battle. But in Utrecht, William Porterfield bowled Van Beek for 0.
Dear.
With Ireland on 9 for 1. They've moved on to 12 for 1 now.
Yeah, I think he was out very cheaply in the first game as well, sadly. It was Porterfield. Hine-Dolby bowls, and that's driven some of the offsides. A good tumbling stop by Briggs. Prevents any runs. No one on the offside boundary. 3 saving 1. We've got a sweeper at a square leg. And I crane my neck, I can just about see the long leg.
That is the slight design flaw here. I hesitate to call it a design flaw, but it is a design flaw. We can't see the entire pitch. Just the entire outfield, at least.
Hine-Dolby to bowl. And that's left. Well, the old TMS commentary box, which we used to use at Edgbaston in the old pavilion, you couldn't see the whole outfield there, which was... I suppose for TMS it didn't matter so much because they'd have had TV monitors, but for us humble county commentators, it could be a bit of a nuisance. You'd say, oh, great shot, and then you'd hear a ripple of applause and realise he'd been caught. 69 for 2 here, Derbyshire.
Yeah, he's got hold of that one. Oh dear. Yes. Derbyshire seconds on the brink of victory up in Durham, with wickets for George Scrimshaw, Dustin Melton, Matty McKinnon and Finn Hudson-Prentice. 178 for 4 with 1 delivery to go, chasing 210. I think that's victory.
I'm not trying to outdo you here, but
no.
Well, the Bears have got Somerset 104 for. Actually, I'm not sure how many. It looks like they're playing with a lot more than 11 men here.
One of those games. Craig Miles from the racecourse and bowls to Brooke Guest outside the off stump, allowed to go through.
No, they're 9 down, to be fair. 104 for 9. Somerset.
Yeah, Derbyshire just won by 28. So.
Well, 3 hits to it then. Well done. Jake Lintott on the wickets again. Spinner. Teacher. Actually, that would be a local game for him at Taunton Fair. He teaches at, I think, Taunton School.
Oh. Let's hope there's some victories when the first team get going next Wednesday, as Miles is in again and driven. A good stop by Miles in his follow through. That for a moment looked like if it had got past him, it was very straight. It might have yielded some runs, but it was a good stop by Miles, diving down to his left hand side, getting a paw on it. Miles in his 7th over of the day, 1 for 21. His figures. Oh, my computer's a little sluggish to update as he's in again, and it's over pitched, but he didn't drive that particularly well on this occasion. Brooke Guest got it right in the toe end of the bat. Ball goes up to mid-off. In no play at all at Lord's yet, and it just says rain. It doesn't say we're going to be expecting it.
I saw some quite pessimistic reports there, apparently. They've had quite a lot of it.
Hard to imagine.
Yeah.
As the north basks in sunshine. Miles bowls left alone by Guest to go through to Burgess.
They haven't started at Chelmsford or Canterbury either.
They were inspecting at Canterbury at 12:30, so it mustn't be ready yet now. Unless it started raining again, of course.
So that important game at the top, Nottinghamshire Essex, been held up there. They progressed quite well yesterday, 248 for 6 knots, but could leave them running out of time there.
Guest waits and defends this next one from Miles. I was only joking yesterday when I said the best result for Warwickshire might be 3 days of rain. I didn't actually think there were going to be any days of rain, I have to say. Nothing in the forecast for the next couple of days here, certainly, that I saw this morning, very briefly. So those of you who do have tickets for tomorrow and potentially Sunday, although I can understand it if you wait until tomorrow before purchasing a Sunday ticket. Look like you see some cricket. 3 slips crouched down as Miles bowls to Guest, who drives, and again that's a terrific stop by Miles. How did he contort himself into that particular shape? I've no idea, but he stops it and he completes a maiden over, thanks in no small part to his own fielding. Guest remains on 18, Madsen's on 8, 69 for 2. That was a terrific piece of fielding off his own bowling. They always say that if it's off your own bowling, you can take all sorts of extraordinary catches and things like that, but he's actually looking at his right hand now. I think he's bent a finger the wrong way, which isn't perhaps that surprising. Just wonder if, I think he might be, he's calling for somebody. I think he's going to just nip off for a moment at some point, because the 12th man's removed his gloves, his mask, and I think his right hand is causing him some concern.
He's holding it quite gingerly, isn't he?
Yeah. So perhaps, and the physio was on a little lap of the ground. He's going to meet him halfway down below us, so we might even hear the conversation. It should be interesting. Which finger is it? The doctor will see you now.
Hand in Dalby. First over after lunch wasn't his best, although by the end of it he was beginning to get his line. Bowling to Madsen, who hit him for 2 fours, and that over to be on 8. Still 3 slips in place. Hand Dalby in. That's Yorker length delivery, and it's clipped again onto the leg side by Madsen. Big gap there. There's a big chase on, and Matt Lamb will get to it first, having been the sweeper at mid wicket. They might have got 3 there, but Lamb gets a throw in quickly and restricts them to 2.
Good arm from out there. That's a long way away. Although the ball was taken by Hannon Dalby and then dropped, I think it would have been a little bit risky to. So we've gone back for the 3rd.
Mountain on to 10, 71 for 2. Hannon Dalby, a little skip at the end of his run up. Bowls, and that's beats the outside edge. That was a good delivery. That one moved away First I thought he might have nicked that, but he didn't. Madsen, no appeal even, but just playing forward to that, drifts away. Goes to the wicket-keeper.
His head swung round, didn't it?
Mm.
This is quite often a giveaway. Really got to
Perhaps
teach
I missed a
yourself
trick.
not to turn your head around. But no appeal at all, so...
Best sunshine of the day now here at Incora County Ground as Hannah Dolby bowls. That's driven, and that's a nice drive from Madsen, who's getting going after lunch. And sprawling attempt to stop by Danny Briggs fails, and the ball just rolls over the boundary rope for his third four of the session. He's on to 14, 75 for 2.
Well, if you're going to pick batting conditions, these would be those, wouldn't they? Glorious sunshine straight after the lunch interval. Best part of the day, as you say, Clive. And yeah, clouds are very high. They're certainly not as low as they were yesterday when the ball was doing plenty.
The 16-year-old for Sussex, Daniel Ibrahim, got a half century. 16. Blimey. In comes Hannah Dolby. That's left this time by Madsen.
Neil Godrich just replacing the boundary rope, which they'd forgotten to do, clearly at lunchtime, the ground staff, when they brought the roller and all the bits and pieces.
So that fall should be disallowed then, should it? If the boundary rope wasn't...
It wasn't there. It wasn't complete, certainly. Yeah, it is now.
Seen a bit from the scoreboard away to our right, but a good expansive outfield here. It's Hannah Dolby bowls, and that's driven by Madsen, and this time it is well cut off. He will get through for 1, but decent stop at mid-off. Was that the skipper?
Oh, good. Craig Miles is okay, which is good news. He's back on again now.
What's Will Rose with that stop? He just had a quick word with Tim Bresnan, so I suspect.
Who we haven't seen yet, have we?
No, he tends to be later in the innings these days. Tim Bresnan. It looks like he might get a call up shortly.
So after that impressive maiden over, in which he stopped a couple of runs at least himself with his own fielding and damaged a right hand. He just had a little bit of treatment. Not sure what treatment you can give to fingers if they're not.
Pop them back into place.
Yeah, he seems okay. He's in now, balls to Madsen, strikes him on the pad. That's gone. Madsen's out. Leg before wicket. He just puts his head back. I think in disappointment as much as anything else, but he has gone. He just has a little look back at umpire Long, actually, as he sets off on his way back to the pavilion. But he looked like he was in decent nick there, Wayne Madsen, and he's gone.
I think the only way to dispute that would be, or the only reason why you disputed that would be if you felt he got an inside edge. I can't think anything else. So maybe he was a little unlucky there. Just difficult to tell from the replay, of course, especially the replay that only shows the bowler. That makes it very difficult to tell.
Yes.
It's lovely seeing the bowler celebrate, but you know.
So 15 from 21 deliveries. Wayne Madsen, he's on his way. Brooke Guest will get another new partner. There's a ripple of applause as he goes up the steps away on the far side. And the next batsman will be Matt. No, it won't. It'll be Ben McDermott. It's a little bit too wide to be Matt Critchley. Be interested to see how he goes here, because he wasn't due to play anything but white ball cricket for Derbyshire. He's going to play in the T20 and the Royal London, although, as we know, rather alarmingly, the 100, all the teams in that are allowed to pick one more player who anybody impresses sufficiently in the T20. So if players fail to arrive from overseas, which is still a possibility, you would have thought. Well, Ben McDermott's already here, which
You might get a game in the Royal London.
well, there would be in trouble then. A non-bowling, batting third man. They don't want me. So he hit his first ball in a Derbyshire kit for 4 runs down at New Road, which is very exciting. What's he going to do here as Craig Miles comes in and bowls 2? Ben McDermott, he turns that one into the leg side. 4 runs, not 4 runs though, he's going to get 2 as Oliver Hannon-Dolby comes around from long leg to square leg to do the fielding. McDermott underway. 78 for 3.
It was a pity from a Derbyshire point of view because Madsen had played some really nice shots, hadn't he?
Again, that's a sort of a start, isn't it? 15. But
Guess what? It was the first ball of an over.
oh no.
6 now.
Let's go in the match notes. Next delivery is down the leg side. I don't know what it came off. Burgess hasn't been able to claim it either. And it's gone down as buys again. That's a little harsh, isn't it, on the wicketkeeper?
A little.
Potentially wides, but there we go. It's been given us 4 buys. He didn't get any bat on it, and poor old Michael Burgess couldn't get a finger on it either. He might just have got the tip of his glove on it, but it's gone down to the boundary at fine leg for 4 more. 82 for 3. Got the breakthrough after lunch. Craig Miles. He's 6 runs, although they won't go against him. And again, and McDermott just rocks back and pushes it out into the offside, where it's fielded there by Matt Lamb. Yeah, so McDermott wasn't going to play any because Justin Melton is an overseas player as well this year. So they had 3 registered with Billy Stanley. And then Stanley bowled 17 overs at Chelmsford and broke his back.
Whew.
Well, stress fracture. And the plane's passed somewhere over the Middle East, I think. As Miles is into McDermott. He's edged it and caught. There's 2 wickets in the over for Craig Miles. Comfortable catch. He just pushed forward and the edge of the bat was taken. Simple catch. McDermott goes for 2 and all of a sudden Warwickshire are on the attack. 82 for 4 now, Derbyshire.
Yeah, Rob Yates taking a pretty straightforward catch of Miles in the wickets. That's his 3rd. And well, that has changed the complexion of the game a little bit, hasn't it?
Also. Yeah, from 76 for 2 to 82 for 4. And Ben McDermott didn't last very long at all, I'm afraid. Again, one day, I hate to call him a one-day specialist, but it's certainly what he's become known for, and perhaps going a little hard at the defensive shot. And as a result, we've seen edges go away to third man. We've seen inside edges go down to fine leg. But if you go hard at the ball, you bring in the slips into play. He lasted just 4 deliveries for his 2. Derbyshire in a spot of bother here with, well, this will be Matt Critchley coming out to bat, perhaps a little earlier than he'd hoped after his very nice chicken and rice at lunchtime. Not really what I wanted to be telling the listeners of BBC Radio Derby at 2 o'clock, but there we go.
At least it wasn't the first ball of an over.
No. It's a blessed relief. That's 2 in 5 balls.
Is that the first time we've had 2 wickets and an over in this match? I think it is.
I think so.
Yeah.
We had them in successive balls yesterday morning, but in successive overs rather, yesterday morning.
Yeah, Connor's got the first 2 in successive overs, didn't he?
Yeah, we haven't had 2 in an over. Matt Critchley is of the Derbyshire players featuring in this match is the leading batsman this season. He's the leading batsman in runs scored, and he's only just behind Harvey Hussain, whose average is boosted by a handful of not outs. So Matt Critchley's only had 1 not out, but he's an attacking batsman. Played well down at New Road for his 80 odd. And he's here to face his first delivery. Miles, 2 wickets in the over already, is in, and Critchley defends this one. Defends it very nicely indeed, up to Liam Norwell at mid-on, and that's the end of the over. 4 byes, a couple of runs off the bat of Ben McDermott, but the wickets of Wayne Madsen and McDermott as well. That will go down as a success from a Warwickshire perspective. Derbyshire 82 for 4 with Guest on 18 and Critchley yet to get off the mark.
Durham well on top in the game at New Road still, 267 for 4, applying to Worcestershire's 131. Durham win that, it'll put them right in the mix. It'll probably knock Worcestershire out of contention, but it'll put Durham very much in the mix. Now, might get the odd ball, a ball here before break the good news to the good folk and indeed the bad folk, not that many of them, in the West Midlands and Coventry and Warwickshire. Ollie Hannon-Dolby comes in to bowl the Guest, who leads that. Bounces as no run. Well, we can't judge it. We can't say. Could all bad folk not listen, please, because I only want to tell the good folk. 82 for 4. I'll get one more ball in, I think. So a bit of rebuilding for Derbyshire to do here. Going along reasonably nicely, but sort of either side of lunch, 3 wickets falling. Let's put them under pressure. Hannon-Dolby looking to add to that pressure. Got the very first wicket to 4. Miles got the other 3 again. Straightened down the leg side a little bit there, Ollie, and that's played by Guest, who has watched it all unfold at the opposite end, and he's got 4 runs there to move on to 22. 86 for 4.
Just what the doctor ordered from a Derbyshire perspective. Nice to see a boundary after those 2 wickets in the previous over from Craig Miles. 86 for 4. Guest moves on to 22. These two, we need a partnership from a Derbyshire perspective from somewhere. This next delivery is outside the off stump, left alone by Brooke Guest. Warwickshire lost their 4th wicket with a score on 105 yesterday. That was after they lost their 3rd on 93 after that 77-run 3rd wicket partnership between Rob Yates and Sam Hain. Guest waits. In comes Hannon-Dolby, who fields at the end of his follow through. .86 for 4. Update coming for BBC Radio Derby listeners fairly shortly into the 2 o'clock news. Clock still says a minute past 3 for some reason. As Hannon-Dolby rather is in, and Brooke Guest leaves that one alone. Through to Michael Burgess. Good crowd in today, so that Bowden Temporary stand at the far end of the ground looks relatively well populated. Yeah, not been a good 20 minutes or so for Derbyshire, I'm afraid. They've just lost 2 wickets in 5 balls. Wayne Madsen, LBW to Craig Miles for 15, and then Ben McDermott, the Australian, having hit a couple of runs off his first ball, was caught at slip by Rob Yates, also off the bowling of Miles. He was dismissed for 2. It means that Derbyshire, who earlier lost Lewis Rees for 3 and Billy Goldman for 32, are, in reply to Warwickshire's 274 all out, 86 for 4. And that last ball of the over was allowed to go through to the wicket-keeper. The over comes to an end at 86 for 4. Craig Miles begins a new over from the racecourse end. Past umpire Long now, balls to Critchley, who drives it into the ground and up into the air, but it's stopped by the left hand of Craig Miles at the end of his follow-through. Mile just windmilling his arms around. He's keen to get in on the action. He's at mid-on for Matt Critchley. Miles runs away from us once again. And Critchley leaves this one alone outside the off stump to go through to Michael Burgess. Wind just getting up a little bit, judging by the flag on the members' pavilion on the far side of the ground. It was limp this morning, but there's a bit more of a breeze this afternoon.
The cloud has blown over the sun as well, hasn't it? Blue sky away to our right.
Unfortunately, I think we've had that.
Yes.
Which is a little unfortunate. In goes Miles again, and this time Critchley pushes it out towards mid-off where Will Rhodes does the fielding. So I just had a moment there. I was sitting there watching the cricket. Forgot what I was supposed to be doing. This is all rather splendid, just sitting back in the chair watching the cricket. Oh, I remember. I remember.
Yeah.
Pied Wagtail in the outfield, great. Didn't see many down at New Road. Very disappointing. David Griffin took a terrific picture of one earlier yesterday. It must have been standing on the boundary rope. He's right behind Miles now as he bowls to Matt Critchley, who drives it. Miles again. Right hand down quickly, prevents any runs from being scored. It's terrific fielding off his own bowling.
I think the legends of Rupganj might have to rethink their name because they've lost again. Yeah, they're not looking terribly legendary in the darker Premier Division 2020 league.
Yeah, it's a bit like the Oval Invincibles. What happens when they lose their first match?
Yes, quite.
Well, that's gone for a ball of chalk straight away. 86 for 4, Miles into Critchley, who mistimes the ball out into the offside. And there's no run.
I suppose Birmingham have to go through a bad start so they can rise like a phoenix as the competition goes on. That's going to be very interesting to see how the 100 goes down and
it will.
what it's like. And
I spoke to Sarah Glenn, who's playing for the Trent Rockets, Derby-born England leg spinner, last weekend. Asked her if she'd come to terms with all the various rules and regulations. As Critchley's in, and he almost edges that one. Almost, he played at that outside the off stump, didn't get the edge, went through to Burgess, end of a maiden over, 86 for 4. And she said she was pretty much okay with most of them, but it would be a matter of when you get playing, really, and then the various, the 5 ball over, or we can bowl 10 in a row. And I have no idea what's going on.
Well, I was going to say that it's supposed to simplify the game. 5 ball overs, but you can bowl 10. What? So, well, I guess it'll get used to it.
Yeah, indeed. Cricket's.
And it's on BBC telly as well, so that's never a bad thing. Liam Norwell coming back to the attack. I don't think Liam always he's been terrific really when he's been fit for Warwickshire, and he's had a pretty decent season. I don't think he's had his best day. I hope he doesn't mind me saying today, because he's a little bit offline, not making the batters play enough. But a new spell. Let's see how he gets on with this as he bowls to Guest, who leaves that one outside off stump. So again, not having to play there.
Well, I certainly want to join in with the wicket taking, won't he?
Yeah. Well,
did he get 5 in the first innings of the game between the sides?
I've got the list of all the fifers here somewhere.
I've got a nasty feeling he did.
I can't find it now. Where's it gone? It's there. It's that one there. Let's have a look. He did 5 for 32.
He did.
Ollie Hine Dolby took 5 for in the second innings.
Right.
They're the only 2 5-fers Warwickshire have taken, you'd be delighted to know. That's left outside off stump, and there's no run, 86 for 4.
Yeah, I'm glad I mentioned it. I knew that Norwell had been the pick of the bowlers in the first innings, then Hannon Dolby in the second innings, and I had a feeling that certainly that Norwell had got a 5 for. Probably regaled and bored people with the fact that he got a century against Derbyshire for Gloucestershire many years ago as well. So
Yes, I think he's still dining out on that in terms of his batting. Comes into bowl, and that's a turn round his pads by Guest. He threw it all. It's looked pretty solid. He moves on to 23. 87 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, I like his technique, I've got to say. I mean, we haven't seen an awful lot of him. He came into the side for the third game of the season, I think, and batted low down the order and then has slowly risen through the ranks all the way up to opener. The last couple of matches now he's dropped back down to number 3, but they see him as a top order batsman, no question. Competition for Harvey Hussain as well.
Norwell bowls, that's left. It was a more accurate delivery. It was closer to off stump, but bouncing over, and Critchley happy to leave it. I'm not sure. Well, I feel Critchley would be a real prize now for them if they could get him out. Derbyshire still some way behind Warwickshire's first innings total.
It's competition for Harvey Hussain. I don't think there's much doubt that Harvey Hussain's a better keeper. Far more experience.
Norwell bowls, and that's just pushed through the offside. Nicely placed by Critchley. There's a chase on here. Peter Milan will just about get it. Well, did he have his foot over the rope? He probably won't know for sure. And so it is 3 runs. Umpire just checking with Milan there. And Milan says, no, it was all right. So it is 3 runs.
Now, you see, that's what they should have done with the catch, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because they've just checked with him. I don't know. He knows. He says it's fine. Well, let's get on with it then. It was fine.
Yeah, well, that's always been my view on with those catches, because it's impossible for anyone else to tell, really. You have to trust each other a little bit, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
That one's left outside off stump. There's no run, 90 for 4. And you will see sometimes catches, well, I'm not sure. And as soon as they say I'm not sure, then you have to say, well, you probably didn't then. But if they're sure, then anyway.
Yeah. It's an age-old debate, isn't it, really? And one that I don't think we'll reach a conclusion one way or the other.
We had an incident, actually, I think it was young Jack Haynes. It was quite a bizarre one, really, in that he made a stop sort of down in front of us, stopping a 4. And it was one of those where you weren't sure, and probably he wasn't sure whether his foot was on the rope or not, as he threw it back. And I commentated, and I was absolutely fine with it, because that's fine. But obviously, I think one of the Worcestershire coaching staff near him, I'll let you describe this ball.
Miles to Critchley, who gets a thick inside edge on that one out into the leg side. They've run one. Are they going to come back for a second? They are, you know, and they're going to get back comfortably as well. It was chased down by Danny Briggs in the end, but they do get back for 2. 92 for 4.
So evidently, this member of the coaching staff, whoever it was, said to him, I think, Jack, actually, your foot was over the rope there. Jack Haynes, bless him, tried desperately to attract the attention of the umpire to tell him, and couldn't get his attention. So it stayed as a 3. But there we are. He did try.
Yeah, well, you see on televised games, don't you, the number of camera angles that you see, and this still you can't
tell, no.
3 slips for Miles. Bowls to Critchley, who drives him, but straight to Will Rhodes, who moves to his right and parries it, then looks at his left hand rather ruefully. Picks it up with his right, as you might expect him to. Oh, yeah, he's okay. No run. Critchley has 5, Guest 23.
Cardiff is moving apace. Lancashire 124 for 8. Lee Glamorgan by 147.
Anybody with a ticket for Sundays
No.
going to be able to use it. Lancashire will get an extra day's rest ahead of the T20, if you need rest with it. Critchley waits, and this time plays at that one and is caught behind. The ball just nipped away from him a touch. He couldn't help himself, and he hung his bat out, really. Didn't move his feet anywhere near enough, and I'm afraid Critchley's gone for 5, and it's a 5th Derbyshire wicket. Burgess with the catch. Derbyshire 92 for 4.
Yeah,
That's for 5, rather.
Yeah, it looks as if he almost didn't want to play it and just changed his mind too late. Looked as if it would have been a straightforward slip catch, so it was a good job Burgess hung on to it as he dived in front of slip, but he did hang on to it, so that's absolutely fine.
3 wickets this afternoon already for Craig Miles.
And 4 in the innings now. As I say, he's looked better this season. He's been just a little bit inconsistent since he came from Gloucestershire. Probably a little bit less successful than Liam Norwell's been. But this season, he's been taking wickets and looking the part. As I say, he's earned a new contract early this season, so maybe that's helped.
The next task is to work out how many wickets have been taken at this end, because you were on at this end for most of yesterday and seemed to take all the wickets, and now I'm on at this end and I'm taking all the wickets. It's just a perception, clearly, but there might be something in it. It's Alex Hughes, the new batsman, who is batting at 7, so a bit of a promotion for Alex Hughes from the 9 that he was batting in the previous couple of matches. Quite right too, because that's joined Brooke Guest, who's probably batting at the position where Hughes had his best season with the bat in 17, I think it was.
Got another end of innings. I don't say this very often, but the highest scorers among all the teams batting first, so there's still 1 to actually still to go, but the highest scorers look as if they're going to be Leicestershire.
Wow.
Who made 451 against Gloucestershire.
Those running foxes, eh? Whatever that means.
148 to Marcus Harris. Half centuries Colin Ackerman and Lewis Hill. And nothing to shout about in terms of the bowling figures.
Harris and Ackerman, the heroes of last week, weren't they? There's Miles then bowling to the new batsman Alex Hughes, who plays at that one and it goes through to Burgess. Just pushed at it. Almost took the edge. All the time Brooke Guest at the other end is basically watching the carnage.
Yeah.
76 for 2 to 92 for 5. This current spell by Craig Miles is 3 overs and 4 balls, 2 maidens, 3 for 4.
That's not bad, is it?
No, it's steady. Steady away. He's got 4 for 25 overall. He's in again now to Hughes, who does get bat on ball, pushes it out to the offside.
Looks like he's going to win that glorious prize of being the interviewee at the end of the day, the way things are going.
Yes, and Derbyshire players falling over each other not to be.
Coach's day.
Mikey Cohen with his wicket this morning. He must be among their favourites. Yeah. Been a good 35 minutes or so for Derbyshire. This excellent for Warwickshire, of course, as Miles sets off to complete his 10th over. In and bowls to Hughes down the leg side, and there's 4 more byes. Remarkable. It's 12 byes we've had, and that one should have been wide, surely to goodness. Score moves up to 96 for 5 at the end of the over.
I suppose the problem for Burgess is the ball is moving away almost after it's past the stumps, isn't it? He has no chance of reaching it. I was about to say that Craig Miles has been a bit more accurate than the other bowlers and making the batters play, but not with that delivery.
We should ask to speak to the wicketkeeper and tell him to ask him to explain all these byes that he's been conceding.
That's right, yes.
I think he could do it quite comfortably by saying, "Not my fault, Gov."
So 96 for 5, and Liam Norwell bowls. They're appealing for a catch. In fact, he's walking. I thought he withdrew his bat, but he obviously withdrew it too late there, Guess. He got a faint tickle, and he's gone for 23. A bit of extra bounce from Liam Norwell, and Burgess takes a comfortable catch, and Guest just a little too late in trying to get his bat out of the way.
Oh dear. Derbyshire in a whole heap of trouble here at 96 for 6. 2 new batsmen at the crease. He looked good with Brooke Guest up to that point. 75 deliveries he'd faced for his 23. But all of a sudden it's collapse time. That's 20 for 4 following the dismissal of Wayne Madsen. And a half hour to forget from a Derbyshire perspective.
First ball of the over.
Brilliant.
So I think that's 7 now in the match.
I think you're right. I think you're right. Who's on as Dahl? Or possibly Dustin Melton. That's a reference to an announcement from the last home game. And Dahl came in as a concussion replacement. Was introduced as Dustin Melton. He came out to bat. Miles, after 3 overs, was 0 for 21. After 10 overs, 4 for 25.
Well, so some credit to Will Rose. He could have taken him off after he's been hit for a few runs by Gottleman in particular, but stuck with him. He does tend to go for runs, Miles. He's never your most economic bowler, but they won't mind that as long as he's taking wickets.
The thing about the 7 overs, 4 for 4 is, I think certainly 8, if not all 12 of the byes came off his bowling.
Yes, that's true. That's a play and a miss straight away from Dahl there. Norwell again getting a bit of bounce. Dahl rather tentatively played forward to that.
Follow on, anyone?
Well, yeah, the modern day, I suspect, unless they've seen some forecasts we haven't, they probably wouldn't enforce it.
No, you're right. Worcestershire did last week, which was aggressive.
123 they need to get to, 125 they need to get to take that out of the equation. That's left outside off stump, and there's no run, which...
Some way off at the moment.
It is a bit, yeah. Yeah.
Notts didn't enforce the follow-on here when they could have done batted again and then beat Derbyshire comfortably enough in the end. And Worcestershire did enforce the follow-on, as did Essex.
Norwell, 3 slips and a gully. Into bowl, that's well wide. Burgess dives to his right, makes a good stop.
We have lost the whole of day 1 at Chelmsford, though, so that sort of made sense. Nottinghamshire not enforcing the follow-on didn't make a lot of sense to me, but they still won by 310 runs, so...
It is a factor in the modern game, isn't it, the follow-on? Has gone out of fashion. It tends to only be sort of weather-affected games, doesn't it? Or if the lead is just ridiculous. Norwell bowls, and that's pushed out to the onside. There's no run. Was it Worcestershire only about 1 run short of the follow-on in the first place? Yeah. It might have been partly psychological, just to sort of rub it in. They haven't quite made the...
You could tell they were going to. You could see they were going to enforce it, though. But the way Joe Leach was very carefully sorting his field out, they were desperate to do it, I think.
In comes Norwell to bowl, and that's pushed out the offside. There's no run. It reminds me of the famous incident at New Road involving Phil Neal, who I noticed is turning up with a New Zealand shirt. After years of managing England, he's defected. He was captain of Worcestershire at the time, just before my time covering Worcestershire. Alan Lamb was captain of Northants, and Worcestershire bowled Northants out well within the follow-on. And of course, 10 minutes later, both teams came out to field. And Alan Lamb says, well, no one told me we were following on. And Phil Neal apparently mentioned it to the umpire, hadn't mentioned it to Alan Lamb. And it was a standoff. I don't know how it was resolved in the end, but there was a big standoff. Both teams refused to leave. So I think in the end, Northants got their way, but don't quote me on that.
Craig Miles bowls to Alex Hughes, who pushes it up to mid-on. Brilliant. There's tales of teams going out with 12 players into the field because they haven't told somebody who's 12th man. Which is a bit awkward once the game's about to get underway. It was a Derbyshire game, I'm not sure where it was at, somebody will tell me. Where they bowled the first couple of balls and the umpire stopped it and realised that the stumps weren't in alignment. It's a bit awkward. Miles is in that one. It's a good Yorker, and there's an appeal. I thought he got plenty of bat on that one, Alex Hughes, but Miles striving for a 5 foot. As all Warwickshire bowlers clearly do against Derbyshire, given the information we received just a few minutes ago. Already this season, Norwell and Oliver Hannon Dolby have got fifers. Miles has bowled really nicely since lunch. His fielding off his own bowling has been exceptional. They've kept the pressure on, and as a result of that and some good bowling, Derbyshire in a heap of trouble at 96 for 6 as Hughes waits and gets struck on the pad this time. There was a little woody sound, right? I thought it was on the exit. I thought it was bat first and then pad first and then bat on the way out, but not out. No, Miles is staying there. He's having a long old either look or chat with Alex Hughes. I can tell from here. He's one or the other, but no more.
He's probably saying, you've got the same squad number as me.
Yeah.
We're both number 18s. My first impression was there might have been a little tickle there, but
certainly a noise, wasn't there? It was a woody noise, but I thought it was on the way out after pad. But anyway, Nigel Long said it was not out, and that's pretty much all that matters. Hughes getting an examination here, waits, and this time it's outside. There's something to go through for a quick single. If that hits down, might have been in a spot of bother. He is the quickest player I've ever seen on a cricket field, and I think he was probably in anyway, but it was a risky single for Alex Hughes to get off the mark. 97 for 6. He is quick, Dahl. No question.
It was Milan with the throw, which in the end missed me, immaterial.
Scott Reed has just replied to me. That's very kind of him. Right, we've got Kevin Helms as well. So this next delivery from Miles is defended by Dahl up to mid-off. He's trying to sort arrangements out for next Wednesday at Old Trafford. And we've got...
bit of star-studded cast then.
Well, I'm not sure about the star bit, but Stephen Moore's with us, and as well as Scott Reed and Kevin Howells. And I'm surprised Kevin's going to a game that starts at 2:30. When there are games in the evening, unless he's going there just because. Anyway, more of that
He wants
next
to get
week.
home for his tea.
Well, there is that. Dahl waits and leaves this wide delivery alone. Miles just looking a bit weary there as he gets to the end of his follow-through. Perhaps that might be enough for him for now. Who knows? Everybody thought it was the end of the over.
Apparently
And
it is.
No, it is the end of the over. Nigel Long was just teasing them. I thought it was close. And he did look a little weary. In fact, I think he might be going off. Change your boots, rub down with a damp copy of the Radio Times, that kind of thing. That's a substitute fielder, isn't it? He's just come on, I think.
I think that might be Ryan Sidebottom.
Okay.
Well, I might be wrong. Where's he gone? Anyway, Miles has continued off the field.
I don't think it's anything major
No.
untoward, though. It's just exhaustion.
End of spell break. Norwell to bowl, and that's pushed out to the offside. For no run. Will Rhodes fields. Derbyshire needing a partnership to steady the ship, which has been very rocky and choppy since just before lunch. Norwell in again to bowl. That's defended to point where Milan fields.
Derbyshire's hopes diminishing since lunch of winning this game, certainly. Still 177 behind, which on a pitch that has been, there have been opportunities to score, but it hasn't been easy to score. It's quite a big deficit.
Norwell bowls, that's short, and it's just chopped away, and it's after they almost get confused, the batters, and I weren't sure whether Milan had stopped it, but he had. Good stop, diving to his left, And after much discussion, no run is taken.
That was a terrific piece of fielding, wasn't it?
Yeah, got a shot from the South African. Not really made a big impact with the bat yet. Still time. In comes Norwell to bowl. It's turned round to that fine leg. Where it is fielded.
I just got slightly confused because I turned my cue up on my headphones and was immediately met with bleeding love, which isn't on my iPod. It's unlikely ever to appear on it. Not that I've got an iPod, but
yeah. This next one is left. Are they still iPods? I don't know. I lose track.
I don't think anybody bothers with iPods anymore.
No,
I do have a subscription paid for by somebody else to a music streaming service, which I know is not necessarily great for the music industry, but it's good for my pocket.
Modern way. George Ferrer appears to be the 12th man. Not a superstitious chap, it would seem, since he's wearing number 13.
I do like a 13.
In this next one, it's edged and caught at slip, and the catch taken by Tim Bresnan, who's now running around the field as if he's just taken the winning catch in an Ashes test. Perhaps he's just trying to remember the good old days. But Darla's gone. Rather tentative prod again, I'm afraid, at one from Norwell. And Derbyshire really have got themselves into a bit of a pickle here. 98 for 7.
Right, it's an absolute shambles, isn't it, really? They've just collapsed into a big heap. 9 deliveries Anuj Dal faced. And at 98 for 7, they are in danger of being in the position where they could be asked to follow on, I'm afraid. Mikey Cohen next, then Ben Hitchison and Sam Connors. And that is it. It's been a real tale of woe since lunch. Madsen 15, McDermott 2, Matt Critchley 5, Brooke Guest, who batted nicely but went for 23, and now Dahl for 0. Well, it's just a mess, isn't it? 22 for 5. This little spell, 5 wickets for 22 runs, and Bresnan did, as you say, he just took off, didn't he? He was delighted with that. I think what he was delighted with is the fact that he might not have to bowl. He's not bothered about that. He's doing his bit. He's taking the catch. He's in the game. Well, it looks like he might be coming on now, in all honesty, because he's standing with his hands on his hips near the stumps at this end as Mikey Cohen comes out. I've got an update very shortly indeed. That was the last ball of the over. Have we got any stats on that?
I was about to come to that. I'll do that in a moment. There have been a few.
Yeah. You're all right. Deliveries 2 to 5. Just watch out for the others. 98 for 7, and Tim Bresnan is indeed coming into the attack now, buoyed by that catch.
Actually, disappointingly, it's only the third one to come off the last ball of the over. But 7 off the first ball.
5 for 22 in 40 minutes, effectively. Wow. And Mikey Cohen will be at the non-strikers end as Alex Hughes will be the first man to face Tim Bresnan. Bresnan on his way in now. Update coming up very shortly indeed as... I think he was trying to leave that one, Alex Hughes. Down into the slips. Well, it's desperately bad for Derbyshire, I'm afraid. Here, Steve, in the last 40 minutes, Derbyshire have lost 5 wickets for the addition of 22 runs. They're currently 98 for 7 in reply to Warwickshire's 274 all out. They added 2 runs this morning to reach that total. And Derbyshire were OK up to lunch, 61 for 2, despite losing Lewis Rees and Billy Godman. But since lunch, it's been a fairly disastrous batting display. Wayne Madsen for 15, Ben McDermott for 2, Matt Critchley 5, Brooke Guest 23, and just a moment ago, Anuj Dal for 0. Liam Norwell with 2 of those wickets, Craig Miles with 3 this afternoon, and he also picked up 1 this morning, so he's got a 4-wicket haul and is heading towards a 5. But Tim Bresnan, the former England player, has just come on to bowl for the first time in the match for Warwickshire. Mikey Cohen is yet to face the ball. Alex Hughes has 2, and Derbyshire 98 for 7.
Well, you cheered up, nope.
Yes, no, it was a bit like that in the commentary box from my side anyway, not from Clive Eakin, who's alongside me from BBC WM. But yeah, it's been disappointing, I think they say in sporting circles, from Derbyshire this afternoon, and they need to get to 125 to avoid the prospect of being asked to follow on yet again, which would be hugely, hugely disappointing if they didn't get there. Sorry, Clive.
No, I'm sorry.
This ball's pushed out into the offside, as was the previous one. Yeah, no, and apologies to the listeners. That's another one-way conversation that you've just been subjected to on the commentary, which does happen from time to time, I'm afraid. But I always get conflicted because we are, after all, working for the radio.
Yeah.
And anyway, there's Bresnan again. From the racecourse end, bowling to Alex Hughes, who dabs it down once again to the man at point. And there's no run.
Just, from the terms of this group, Durham, the way they're going, you have to say they could well be heading for a maximum 24 points against Worcestershire, though they have just lost their 5th wicket, actually, but they're 305 for 5. They're only in the 88th over there, having bowled Worcestershire out for 131. They started in 5th place, but just 12 points behind Warwickshire in the table, and I've also got 2 games left after this one.
Bresnan bowls to Hughes, who defends it up to mid-on to end the over. A maiden over to begin with for Tim Bresnan. Derbyshire remain 98 for 7.
So even if both these teams win, Durham and Warwickshire, the gap will be down to 9, with Durham still to come to Edgbaston. So it's still looking very, very tight.
You know, part of me, for quite a perverse reason, wants Durham to finish in the top 2 in this group, because the discussion I had, it got rather heated with Martin Emerson from BBC Radio Newcastle when I said that I like the system because everybody has the opportunity to win the county championship at the start of the season, and he said they didn't. I think it'd be quite amusing if Durham still were in with a chance of winning the county championship in September, but part of me also doesn't want them to qualify.
No.
For the same reason.
Definitely going to be in contention anyways. Norwell comes in round the wicket to bowl, and that's left by Cohen. Didn't need to play that one. It's been a mixed bag, really, from Warwickshire. To say, there's been a slight question mark over their accuracy at times, but when they have been accurate, they've been pretty effective. Got the ball to do a bit. Caught well as well, haven't put anything down. Not that the catches have been particularly testing, apart from the one that Hamelfield that he held. But important that they haven't dropped any. Norwell around the wicket. Bowls, that's left. He has, I think, become Warwickshire's top wicket taker this season again, moving back ahead of Ollie Hull and Dolby.
Check out Mikey Cohen. When I was driving back last week listening to the Roses match, there was a Yorkshire player who was making his second appearance, I think, in first-class cricket. I can't remember his name, and apologies for that, but they kept talking about how he used to go on a stroll to square leg between every delivery. Mikey Cohen does exactly the same thing. He's just been out to square leg and back twice. He does like a walk.
He's getting his steps in. Norwell bowls, that tucks him. Oh, it almost rolls onto the stumps. It's hit him on the thigh pad and then rolled towards the stumps, but stopped still. Well short of them in the end. Probably looked closer from here than it actually was. 98 for 7. Still no play in the test match. It's disappointing. Gosh, if you had tickets for that day. At Lords. What are they saying? Still pretty steady rain, apparently. Norwell bowls, that's a bouncer, which is ducked under, taken by the wicketkeeper. There must be a band staying down south and refusing to budge because they're still not playing at Chelmsford or Canterbury, playing everywhere else without any interruptions thus far.
It's Cohen's first match. Played in the first two. This is his first match since then. His high score for the season is 4.
Well, one shot away from equaling it. Norwell ran the wicket to Cohen and almost seemed to change his mind about 3 times there before prodding that one safely enough to our point. Again, he goes on that walkabout. Walks the past one pitch onto the second pitch across. Walks back in plenty of time. Liam Norwell discussing a fielding alteration with his captain, Will Rhodes. Matt Lamb is saying, what me? And in the end, the conclusion is, no, stay where you are. So, looks like captain might have overruled. That is Norwell bowls, and that's turned round to a fine leg, and Cohen will get his first run there. As a young Furrer comes in with the throw. Tall chap, he's a bowler. He was one of these. He was born in London, but left at the age of 2. He's been living in Australia, so a bit similar to Sam Hain in some ways. And he signed a 2-year contract September 2019. Unless I've missed it, I don't think we've seen him play any first-team cricket thus far.
Brookest was brought up in Australia, born in Manchester, brought up in Australia and played for the Aussie under-19s, I think.
Well, Sam Hain did as well, yeah. So we've been a
back.
bit of muttering about that, but the fact is his parents are English, so I mean it's pretty solid
Absolutely.
qualification.
Bresnan, having bowled a maiden over first up, is bowling again from the racecourse end. Mikey Cohen defends it up to mid-on and sets off the backward square leg.
It looks like he's walking back to the pavilion.
Yeah, he's gone, mate. He's almost 15 yards away from the stumps by the time he finishes his walk, turns around and comes back. It is extraordinary. I've forgotten all about that. It's that long since we've seen him. He's waiting now. There are 4 slips or 3 slips in the gully. And he's defending this, and away he goes. There we are. He's on 1. But he's walked. You could walk a mile in my shoes, he says. Yeah, I'd rather not.
He sets off so quickly as well. As soon as he's played the shot, off he goes.
Plays the shot and away he's off on his way. He's a great bloke, really good lad. Bresnan bowls to him, and he pushes this out into the offside, goes back, taps him. Didn't even tap his bat down this time, just stepped in. He hasn't gone as far. So perhaps the further the ball goes, the shorter his walk to square leg is. He's getting a bit of advice from Alex Hughes from long distance. Bresnan yet to concede a run. Turns, large frame, in, and it's defended by Cohen, and he's off. He just sort of turns, very military, isn't it, the way he turns and the way he goes. I think it's fantastic. I just wish I could remember the name of the Yorkshire youngster from last week, but I got...
You went to the same coaching
yeah.
camp or whatever.
Mikey Cohen, brought up in Cape Town. Waits now, and that one is very pleasantly pushed up to mid-off where Matt Lamb does the fielding. In fact, he's one of those quirky players. Lees Deploy is the other one. Lees Deploy is a South African who's playing here on a Hungarian passport. Mikey Cohen's a South African who's playing here on a French passport.
It's interesting you mentioned that, South Africa. I sort of expressed some sympathy for South Africa yesterday over Devin Conway.
Cohen waits and ducks underneath a bouncer from Bresnan. Does Cohen?
Who's
end of the over, sorry.
Sorry.
Two maidens for Bresnan, 99%.
So he was born in Joburg and decided to settle in New Zealand. But apparently, I was reading Neil Manthorpe tweet, and Neil Manthorpe who actually had a couple of years when he worked here at Warwickshire, but very well-known South African journalist. He was saying apparently South Africa had told Conway he wasn't good enough for international cricket. So
they talk about the drain, don't they, and the number of players who left the country. It was sort of the end of Kolpak, you would have thought would help South Africa to a degree, but those who are already here and trying to qualify on residency and all that kind of thing.
Yeah. Norwell to bowl to Hughes, 4 slips, poise. Hughes hits that into the ground and then scampers off for what may well be 2. Coming back for the second now as Danny Briggs brings the ball in, and the 100 up for Derbyshire to a ripple of enthusiastic applause. 101 for 7.
Yes. Not much cause for celebration, but we'll take what we can.
It's when you get the ironic cheers, you know you're really in trouble.
Yeah. Doesn't that far away.
Well, 100 up. Wanted to get to at least 100 and... that's gone past the outside edge, or has it? No, it's got the edge. He's nibbled that, Hughes, and Norwell has his 3rd wicket. Hughes goes for 4, and that follow-on, in terms of at least being an option to Warwickshire, is looking on the cards now with Derbyshire 101 for 7, and therefore still needing, 24 more runs to avoid any chance of a follow-on.
For 8, in fact.
8, sorry, yes.
No, it caught me out before. I gave the wrong number of wickets. I was feeling optimistic at the time. That optimism has pretty much evaporated here. I've been trying desperately to be positive in this match, and I thought the bowling was good. The batting, not so much.
It's hard to argue with that.
I just received a message from a colleague that I clearly can't read out. Next batsman will be Ben Aitchison, who struck a belligerent 50 against Nottinghamshire in defeat 2 games ago here at the County Ground. That's not what's required at the moment. I think since then has had a tougher time with the bat. I like him as a cricketer, Ben Aitchison, but he's got a lot of work to do here for the team. He scored that 50 against Notts in the second innings. He's got a 24 up at Durham. But other than that, a couple of 11s, and that's about it. And he is a bowler, although he did bat as a youngster. There's quite a lot resting on the shoulders of Ben Aitchison and Mikey Cohen, 2 of the newer members of this Derbyshire team, with Sam Connors the only man still to come in. And as Clive said, there's 24 more runs required. Well, they're a long, long way behind in this game now. And at lunch, well, I was just 61 for 2,
Yeah,
I was 83 for 2.
Even then, I thought,
pretty much even. But since lunch, Craig Miles and Liam Norwell have, well, they've certainly taken the initiative as far as Warwickshire are concerned. They bowled nicely, but I'm not sure that they bowled 6 wickets nicely.
Norwell into bowl. And that's edged and caught, and Norwell's on a hat-trick. Bresnan takes his 2nd catch. No great elaborate celebrations this time. But Aitchison takes a rather sad trudge off the field. Feel a little bit of sympathy for him. He looks pretty distraught, actually. Never nice to get out first ball. And the end is nigh for the Derbyshire first innings, 101 for 9.
I think that's his 2nd first bowler of the season. I've got to check. He was dismissed first ball down at Worcester. He was in the 2nd innings when they were following on. He was caught behind off the bowling of Dylan Pennington for naught. So that's his last 2 innings, in fact. He's been out first ball. Ben Aitchison and Derbyshire, as Clive said, they're on the brink here of at least being asked to follow on. What are you going to say, Clive? Are you going to say they'll enforce the follow-on or not?
I suspect just
I would.
Yes, so would I. But just the way the modern game is, and the fact that they're probably in no great hurry because the weather's not likely to intervene. My guess is that they won't.
It's just that awkward. Yeah, then they'll bat for the rest of today, and there are still 54 overs remaining, for goodness sake. So by then they could have got it back up to well over. Well, it would be well over 200, wouldn't it? It would be closer to 250, 260, if not more.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, time really isn't an issue for them.
It's just that when do you pull out, and does if the pitch flattens out tomorrow and Derbyshire, I don't know. It just takes all the risk out of it for me.
Yeah. I suppose, I mean, the argument is, isn't it, if the bowler's getting a bit tired and the second innings the team bats a lot better and gets stuck in, they might end up with an awkward lead. But well, we'll find out. Well, we may not find out, of course. They may get enough runs from the last wicket for us not to find out. But he's on a hat-trick anyway, is Liam Norwell.
Yes. I think I've got a stat on that somewhere.
I can't off the top of my head say when Warwickshire's last hat-trick was. Someone I'm sure will know. Brian will probably know next door. Or you'll be finding out at any rate.
Yes, it will, won't it?
Anyway, here's a hat-trick ball, and it's played on the leg side, and it's gone down for 4 byes at the end of all that. There we are.
Shocking anticlimax.
Was it?
They always are, though, aren't they? I find hat-trick
well,
balls. You have to sort of build it up for the archive. And
exactly.
Then,
well, I've told the story before, so sorry if you've heard it before, but before the days when we used to do ball-by-ball commentary, and I used to go to all the games and report, and always when 2 wickets fall and 2 balls, I'd record myself commentating the 3rd ball, just in case, so I have it for the archives. One occasion I was at Maidstone, and Tim Munton took 2 and 2 balls, and I was on the other side of the ground. I thought, oh, well, it doesn't matter, because they'd have a go. And of course, guess what? He actually didn't just get a hat-trick, he ended up getting 4. No, he got 3 and 3 and should have had 4 and 4, had a plum LBW not given. So there we are.
Yeah. Oh, no, you've got to build it up. You've got to build it up.
Anyway, we seem to be having some difficulty retrieving the ball here.
Yeah, they've got it now. Thank goodness for that. Don't want the game held up anymore than it needs to be. So what, 24 away from that follow-on target. See,
well, those 4 byes help a bit,
20,
of course.
20
Yeah.
away,
Yeah, the byes will have helped, 105. 5 slips in place now. Warwickshire all-out attack. Norwell bowls. I don't know whether that tells me that, because this is sort of the comment that you made about if they really were planning to enforce a follow-on, would they actually be slightly less defensive to make sure they don't leak runs? It looks as if they don't care too much about a few runs but going. They just want the next wicket.
Or attacking to ensure that they can.
Well, there is that, yes.
I don't know. I've given up trying to read body language and all that kind of thing. I always get it wrong.
Norwell bowls, and that's played back to the ball. The other thing, if you do enforce a follow-on, there's a chance if you wheel the other team out again quickly, you can give yourself a couple of days off, which, with the T20 just coming up, might be quite useful for them. Anyway, 105 for 9.
Thinking more of a down the golf course, but you're right. You're absolutely right. The T20 coming up, you'd think, you can have Sunday off.
Well, that's what the coach is thinking. The players are probably thinking about the golf course.
You could have Sunday off possibly, and then and say, right, well, come in on Monday. We'll have an extra day with the white ball. Just have a little hit around, and the players will be going, Skipper, I don't think we should enforce this follow-on.
It probably is.
Rather finish it off at 11:30 on Sunday and get back to the family for lunch.
Yeah.
Tim Bresden, who's yet to concede a run, comes in. Oh, he's been charged by Mikey Cohen, and this time he completely misses it, and he sets off on his walk to square leg. That was absolutely remarkable from Cohen. I'm not sure what he was doing there. I'm not sure he knew either.
He got glared at by a few Warwickshire fielders who looked a bit perplexed.
And you do realise there is a follow-on target, Mikey. Oh, is there? 105 for 9. There is, and it's 21 runs away, although I'm not sure these two have got 21 runs in them, if I'm honest. Cohen waits, and this time he stays in his crease and plays a very nice shot down a third man for 4 runs. It's a very wide third man. It's more backward point, really, by the time the ball crosses the rope. And Derbyshire supporters, desperate to clap anything positive, give him a good round of applause for that shot. It was a nice shot, to be fair to him.
Yeah.
Let's hope the chief executive's still listening and remaining positive enough for him. I'm doing my best. 109 for 9. It's not easy. The first run's conceded by Tim Bresnan. That will alarm him too much. He's conceded a few over the course of his career, but he's picked up many, many wickets as well. He's in again now. Bowls to Cohen, who gets a bouncer and ducks underneath it. A very ineffective bouncer, really. I'm not sure he even had to get down on one knee. Cohen turns around, looks to his partner Sam Connors for a little bit of support, and Connors is just basically staring at his boots. Nothing have to do with me. You're on your own here. Next one from Bresnan again. He takes a couple of steps down the track. He flicks it away nicely into the leg side. They've run one. They'll come back for a second. Sam Connors is in most danger, but he's not in any real danger because the throw wasn't great, and he turned quickly enough at the far end to come back for the second. So Cohen moves on to 7, and if it wasn't bad enough for Derbyshire, Nelson's on the board. 111 for 9, as if that makes any difference.
Wasn't that the story of Jack Leach and that famous partnership with Ben Stokes, the Test match? And I think near the end he had to face a ball, and he said he looked up to see Ben Stokes to get a bit of moral support, and Stokes wasn't looking. couldn't. Thanks very much.
Yeah, just something, just a bit of eye contact with a friendly face. That's all Mikey Cohen wanted. Down to 3 slips. Reinforced on the leg side. He defends this out into the offside, where it's going to be fielded by Matt Lamb, and there's no run. Well. Who'd have thought?
It didn't look that sort of game at 61.
No.
As you said, I don't think the bowling was good enough really to suggest at that point that we'd get this.
It's improved, but I'm not sure it's improved to the degree where Derbyshire have suffered this enormous collapse. Cohen crashes this away. Short delivery, and it didn't really bounce too high, and he sent it away down to the backward point boundary for 4 more to complete the over. 10 off it. Good over for Derbyshire. There, I've said it. Cohen's on 11. 115 for 9, 10 more to avoid the prospect of being asked to follow on. They're going to be bowled out for 124, of course, and be in the same dilemma they were last week.
Well, that's off Tim Bresnan as well. It's normally really economic, so full credit to Cohen. Sometimes the bowlers try a bit too hard, the number 11s. I remember Ashley Jar sent that to me when I came at Cardiff and we were watching towards the end of a session, and Warwickshire were toiling to get a number 10 or 11 out, and he was saying just that sometimes the bowlers they forget that these players are number 10 and 11 for a reason, and they just try too hard. And funny enough, the lunch interval game, he obviously had a word with them and wrapped it up very quickly after lunch. Norwell comes into bowl, stretching for that one a little bit, but gets back to it. Does Connors, and there's no run.
Yeah, if you bowl properly, you're going to get a tail ender out, aren't you, really?
Well, that was his argument. He says you might get hit for a couple of 4s if they get lucky, but as long as you're bowling, putting the ball in the right place, sooner or later they are likely to get out, which is why they bat where they do.
Greg Watts has sent me an email. I'll come to that in a moment.
Norwell trying to wrap the innings up, but it's nicely played down to the ground. Oh, there could be a run. They get away with it because Briggs didn't stop it, but my goodness, Cohen had run his run before Connors had started on his. And if Briggs had managed to get to that ball, they could have been in big trouble. But fortunately for Derbyshire, it just beat him, and they got the single, 116 for 9.
Greg says, grim stuff again from Derbyshire. What on earth's going on with the batting this season? They're giving wickets away. It's not Christmas. At least the second 11, he's looking for the positives as well as Greg. At least the second 11's going like a steam train. 4 wins out of 4 in the T20, and all of them by a convincing margin. If only the focal point of the club was the second team. That he didn't say that. That's me just adding a bit on at the end.
Round the wicket comes Norwell. He just gets us back out of the way from Cohen. I had a tweet from someone who calls himself on his Twitter handle a barefaced liar but not promoted. Wow. Don't know what that's about, but anyway. Miles with another, and great to listen to yourself and me. Thanks for that. Well, I was going to use your name there, but I can't really say thanks to that barefaced liar but not promoted. But anyway, whoever you are. All being well, we'll be live at Edgbaston for the county game against Durham for at least one day. Oh, good. It's nice to know. This one is pushed out to mid-on. He goes on to say, of course, some should say watching it on stream is a great way to consume cricket right now. Yeah, Thank you for that.
It is. The counties have got to find a way of monetising it, though. At some point, the counties keep giving away the product, otherwise nobody will turn up at the... Well, people will turn up at the grounds. That's not strictly true. People will turn up, but...
Yeah.
Give away all the cricket, then you might find yourself in a spot of bother.
Norwell round the wicket to bowl, and that's left. And there's no run. I suppose it helps if you're trying to sell sponsorship for your shirts and your advertising audience, if you can say, well, X number of people watch the stream, so they'll see the shirts, see the adverts. So maybe indirect way of paying for it.
Cohen's got his high score of the season anyway.
He's on 11.
His high score in first class cricket is 30 not out. And that was at Trent Bridge last year.
That would be useful now if he could manage that for Derbyshire. He leaves that one, very deliberate leave. 116 for 9 is the Derbyshire total, replying to Warwickshire's 274. They have added 15 now for the last wicket.
Yeah, edging towards it, aren't they? Edging towards it, 9 to go. It'd be nice if they could do it before the news bulletin, but that's not going to happen. I wouldn't have thought. It might do. So 4 wickets this afternoon for Liam Norwell and 3 for Craig Miles. And unsurprisingly, Craig Miles, who's got 4 in all, is coming back in place of Tim Bresnan because he's got a 5-fer on the cards here. And he's got a number 11 batsman in Sam Connors to bowl at. Trailed by 158 Derbyshire, so 8 more runs or 9 more runs are required. Next delivery is driven aerially, but it's wide of the fielder. He's going to get 4 runs here, Sam Connors. He's off the mark. They move on to 120 for 9. And they're 5 away from the follow-on. I think it's Emma doing the news today, or now. Pete's listening and confirmed that it's Emma Snow. In goes Miles again and balls. Oh, he tries to pull this one and gets struck in his midriff. Actually, it's slightly below because he's just flexing his right leg. There goes Miles again. 3 slips in place, bowls to Connors, who, oh, he's cut in half by that one. They're going to run here, though. There might be 2, is there? No, just 1. 121 for 9. They're 1 blow away, 4 runs. And the prospect of being asked to follow on. $121 for 9. Yes, and I'm afraid Derbyshire have suffered rather an alarming collapse. At lunch there was 61 for 2. They're currently 121 rather for 9. They're 4 runs away from the prospect of being asked to follow on for the 3rd time this season. Whether or not Warwickshire enforce that is not clear at this stage. Obviously, Liam Norwell's got 4 wickets this afternoon. Craig Miles has got 3, and they are now all out for 121. It means that they currently trail by 153, and we wait to see if Warwickshire enforce that follow-on. That was Sam Connors who was dismissed, caught by Burgess. He goes for, I think it was it Connors? Was it Cohen? Might have been Cohen. Apologies for not being entirely across that one. We'll wait just a moment or two. But it was Burgess who took the catch, and Miles finishes with 5 for 30. Liam Norwell finishes with 4 for 24. Oliver Hannon-Dolby started it all off. Seems like an age ago now when he picked up the first wicket, that of Lewis Rees. But Derbyshire bowled out for 121 in their first innings, trailing by 153 runs. And it was in fact Mikey Cohen who was the last man to be dismissed. Do you want to carry on talking? I'm going to go.
I just want to make one observation.
Absolutely.
Mikey Cohen probably needs to learn not to go on his walkabout when there's an appeal for caught behind, because that looked to me as if, I mean, the umpire's finger went up and he stopped and looked aghast, and only the umpire will know, I guess, but it looked to me as if the umpire was almost influenced by seeing him walk towards the pavilion. Anyway, 5 for Craig Miles. Well done, Craig.
Yeah, no, absolutely. 4 wickets for Liam Norwell, and Oliver Hannon-Dolby ends up with 1, despite the fact that he started things off this morning. We'll return in around about 6 or 7 minutes' time with news of whether the follow-on's been enforced, but the heavy roll has gone on, which suggests that it hasn't.
That's the spot. Gone! The breakthrough! All gone. Bowled him off stump. Straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. They're going to go all the way. 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day. That's the spot. Gone! The breakthrough! All gone. Bowled him off stump. Straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. They're going to go all the way. 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day. the spot. Gone! The breakthrough. Gorgon bowled him off stump, straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. They're going to go all the way. 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston on finals day.
Welcome back to the Incora County Ground in Derby as Warwickshire come out to bat for a second time in the match, despite the fact they lead by 153 and could have enforced the follow-on. There's still 48 overs to go today, which would have been plenty to bowl Derbyshire out, given they lasted 39 overs and 4 balls the first time. Those poor old tired bowlers.
You're going to enjoy it when Warwickshire are desperately trying to get the last wicket on the last over of the 4th day.
Well, it would almost serve them right, really.
Yeah,
in my
absolutely,
opinion,
yeah.
I think the aggressive thing to do, the foot to the throat thing to do, is to enforce the follow-on, and Derbyshire will probably be quite pleased that they haven't, because this is the only way that they're going to get out of this game, you would have thought, with anything, unless they're still going to have to bat pretty well, and certainly considerably better than they have done in the first innings, second time around. But there we go. Umpires have swapped ends, and Sam Connors is coming into bowl again, look. He's in, and he's first delivery's wide of the off stump and through to the keeper. It's Will Rhodes, of course, who's on strike. Rob Yates at the non-striker's end. The game's moved on apace this afternoon, much faster than I ever imagined it was going to do.
I suppose, I agree with you, Dave, and I suppose the only thing, from Warwickshire's point of view, there's so long left in the game. 48 overs today. So, they'll probably still give themselves at least a day and a half to bowl Derbyshire out.
Connors in again, and Warwickshire off the mark. Rhodes clips that nicely into the leg side. They'll come back for a second run as Alex Hughes reaches it to do the fielding.
But there we are. It is that. Was it Duncan Fletcher said the follow-on was overrated, and everyone seems to have bought into that since then.
Yeah, I do like it. I like to see the follow-on enforced. It's Connors again. 2 without loss. Warwickshire in their second innings, and that's left alone outside the off stump. Good pace on the ball from Sam Connors. I don't think the bowlers can be blamed in any way. It's the batting that's failed Derbyshire yet again, I'm afraid.
One of the oddest sort of non-follow-on enforced incidents I remember was when I covered Yorkshire and David Bias. I loved reporting him as captain. He was great. But a game at Swansea it was when I think Yorkshire bowled out for not that many, but they bowled Glamorgan out for almost nothing.
Waits, Connors bowls to him. It's turned into the leg side again. Slightly false shot, but straight to Lewis Rees.
And they didn't enforce the follow-on. And after David Bias said one of the reasons was he didn't think they'd batted well enough to justify it, which is just typical of his sort of approach. And anyway, they didn't. They batted on, and eventually they declared, and they bowled Glamorgan out about 5 minutes before it hosed down with rain. And David Bias just said, "Well, that's my farmer's instincts. I knew when it was going to rain. No problem."
Driffield lad, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And goes Connors again. That strikes the pad of Will Rhodes. They'll get a leg by for this as it's retrieved by Brooke Guest. I'm indebted to Terry Whitley, who comments briefly on Twitter. Poor batting after lunch. Harry Duke, the Yorkshire player who walks to leg. Yeah, you're right, Harry Duke. He was only making his second appearance for Yorkshire or in first-class cricket last week, but that's a really good point.
I'm sure one of the coaching staff will be saying to him, "Don't do it when there's a caught behind appeal," because it did look as if he was walking off.
I hadn't clocked that because I was busy doing my update and took my eyes off the action, which you should never do. Connors bowls, and it's pushed into the leg side by Yates to complete the first over of Warwickshire's second innings. They are... Oh, they're 2 without. I thought there were 3. They are 3, surely. They're 3 without loss. This batsmen are at different ends to the ends they started at, so they're 3 without loss after 1 over.
Some details. I'm sorry, Derbyshire fans, I'll give some details on their innings, but
absolutely. Fire away.
So 121 all out, 39.4 overs, 16 fours in that. Top scorer Billy Godleman for 32. I guess 23, and the only other players to get into double figures were Wayne Manson 15 and Michael Cohen 11. 21 extras in that, of which 17 were buys, which is not a particularly fair reflection on Michael Burgess.
In no way. No, in no way.
So we've got presumably Cohen to bowl. Might be feeling a bit cross the way he's given out. See if he can channel that energy into his bowling. Just the 2 slips. Derbyshire probably want to try and frustrate Warwickshire as much as possible and make them take as long as possible to score whatever runs they feel they need. And Cohen, left arm over to Rhodes, who leaves out. The bowling figures: Ollie Hallam-Dolby 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 33. Liam Norwell 13 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 24. To 2 and 2 balls at one stage. He's now taken over as Warwickshire's top wicket taker this season thus far. That has taken his tally to, he says, looking up 23. Craig Miles 11.4 overs, 5 for 30. As Cohen bowls, left arm over. Oh, that one's reared up a little bit at Rhodes. He just sort of jarred it down into the ground. That's Warwickshire's best bowling figures of the season so far. 3rd fifer. All against Derbyshire. But Miles is 5 for 30. Beats Liam Norwell's by 2 runs in terms of being the best figures. The other bowlers use Will Rose bowled 3 overs for 3 runs. Tim Breslin 3 for 10. It is the lowest total. Well, it's sorry, but it is the 2nd time this season that Warwickshire bowled a team out for less than 200. I'm not going to say what the first one was. That one, Rhodes plays a one hand in the end. He was stretching for that, time that at all, but he's got through for a single. The scoreboard is still stubbornly saying that it's 3 without loss now, unless it's just completely stuck.
Yeah, no, it is. They definitely got to 3, so that'll be 4.
Yeah, it's still saying 2, so maybe it's just jammed.
They made 189 at Edgbaston.
Yeah, that's the only other time I bowled a team out for
Positive Riches.
200 this season.
127 of those 189 runs were scored by Lewis Rees and Matt Critchley. There were 1, 2, 3 ducks in that innings.
And that one is left, and there's no run. Yeah, that scoreboard looks to me as if it's he's switching off and switching back on again, probably.
I think it's gone. It's gone. There's a lot of activity in the scorer's box next to us. Who's
never happened with the old manual ones, which they wheel the numbers round and things. Or the little man at the window.
No, never had those problems. The screen never froze.
No adverts suddenly appear when you're trying to see the score. Not that you get that on that scoreboard, but next one from Cohen is played by Yates. Out to the offside for no run.
We're getting a new scoreboard at the county ground. There is a new one coming. It's going to be just to the right of this.
Oh, well, we can't see it.
So we can have a screen.
Problems.
Like they have at Chelmsford.
Yeah.
So we can see. So there's more things to go wrong,
Exactly.
I would have thought.
Yes.
But, if you were being pessimistic, not that I am in any way, of course, as everybody knows. I'm just the good old optimistic cheerleader for Derbyshire.
Well, I'm going to stick out here. Derbyshire said it didn't bowl badly, so looking for another decent bowling performance here as Yates plays that back to Cohen. But I suppose the difference now is when they were bowling first, everything was on a par and they were that full of optimism. They're probably feeling a little bit sorry for themselves right now.
45 for 7. That was from the moment Wayne Madsen got out. Which is absurd, really. And shows a real paucity in something or other, I'm sure. It's just a really bad performance, I'm afraid. From Derbyshire, so they've got to bowl again, and they've got to try and restrict runs. That's presumably why there are only 2 slips. They do have a third man and a fine leg, and a ring of fielders elsewhere, pretty much, as Sam Connors begins a new over to Will Rose with Warwickshire on 4 without loss, and he's bowled him. That's leg stump. That's out of the ground. Terrific delivery from Sam Connors, who struck early yesterday morning when Warwickshire batted first, and now Rhodes has gone for 3. Warwickshire are 4 for 1, and their lead, well, it's only 157.
I bet Will Rose is wishing they hadn't forced a follow on now.
This is leg stump, isn't it?
I think so, yeah.
That's what it looks like to me, certainly. Let's have a look. I think they might need either a new stump or a new bail or something. Yeah, a new bail they're going to require. So he's cracked the bail as well. Sam Connors. He wants to watch out for that. Don't know his own strength. All ball Sam Connors. He came out and spoke to us last night and was very articulate, as you would expect from the young man. Now he's got another wicket. He picked up 4 in the first innings. That's 5 for the match. And Will Rhodes, after 9 deliveries faced, is gone.
First ball of the over.
Oh dear.
8 now.
Yeah, there must be something in it.
Scores bowled by Sam Connors for 3.
Yeah, there must be something in it. I'm starting to believe now. I'm ready and happy to join your cult. The first ballers. There's going to be a slight delay here because the ground staff didn't understand the signal for "we need a new bail," for goodness sake, and rather remarkable, hasn't it? Really, and umpire Nigel Lalong has gone off into the groundsman's
Please, sir.
compound.
Can we have a new bail?
Can we have a new bail, please?
Yes.
And they're going, "Oh no, where's that box of bail? Where did he put them?" That top shelf at the back. There we go.
Oh, he's sprinting back on.
He's broken into it. I think he's as quick now as he was when he was playing. He's making his way back out now. The stumps are ready, so they're all in the ground and everything. So,
Sunday is looking.
yes, I
As if it might not happen.
I apologise to people who suggested they might want to come on Sunday, get a ticket for that. And now, interestingly, although it's not that interesting, we've got white bails on the stumps at this end, and we've got orange bails on the stumps at the far end.
Very irregular.
Well, aesthetically, I don't find that particularly pleasing, I have to say. So the new batsman is Peter Milan. Didn't make many in the first innings from memory.
No.
Connors comes in and bowls to him, and he's playing a very aggressive shot at the first delivery that he faces, looking to drive that out to the cover boundary, and misses by a fraction as he goes through to wicket-keeper Brooke Guest. That was an interesting first shot. First ball, certainly.
It's kind of calling into question the decision not to get Derbyshire back in and try and bowl out and finish the game off. But
They suddenly bowled out for 70.
yeah,
And Derbyshire
they
got
look a bit silly, aren't they?
2 days to make 200. Here's Connors in again. That one is pushed out into the offside by Ben McDermott. Does the fielding.
In all seriousness, the talk will be now. This is just, we need to just concentrate here and not be silly about this. They're obviously in a complete control in the game, but they've got to make sure they do get the runs that keeps them that way. And it's been a slightly sloppy-looking start, really, off the bat.
Put an extra slip in now for Milan. We've got 3 in there. Matt Critchley's gone to 3rd slip as Connors is in. And that's, he almost edged another one. It kept low and was taken well low down by Brooke Guest. But again, he's gone hard at the ball there, Milan.
Well, he'll be very relieved if and when he gets a run, because he's looking like a prime candidate for a pair here, Peter Milan. Out 3rd ball. Connor's got him out 3rd ball in the first innings.
We've already had a couple of overs since lunch in which we've had 2 wickets in and over. Can Sam Connors add his name to the list? He's in and bowls to Milan, who defends this one into the offside. There's no run. Still got one more chance. I'll swap my microphone over at the end of this over, and then you won't have any of those one-sided conversations if Clive takes up the commentary, which obviously he would do from the next over anyway. So,
Oh, I know.
Not be too onerous a task, I'm sure.
But it's not my over, though. You know.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Sorry,
I'm not doing that. Next delivery from Connors takes off and is taken head height to his right by Brooke Guest. It's a wicket maiden for Sam Connors. End of it. 4 for 1, Warwickshire, Milan and Yates yet to get off the mark.
So, Warwickshire just got to regroup a little bit here and lost Will Rhodes. Fortunate, really, not to lose Peter Milan that over. Rob Yates yet to score, 4 on the board. Starting with a lead of 153. So, I mean, look, if they get 150 this innings, they should, you'd think, be well on their way. Connor's getting some applause down below us, but they've got to get those runs yet. 250 would make the game absolutely safe, you would think. Cohen, left arm over, that's left by Yates, no run. And they certainly don't have to hurry, there's plenty of time left in the match.
Plenty of time left today.
Yes. Well, I think I said yesterday, I was just booking one night just to break up my journey.
Oh, that's a wise.
And I booked tonight knowing that I could cancel as long as I cancelled by 2 o'clock. And I didn't take that option beginning to think, crumbs. Well, it's a good job they didn't enforce the follow on, because then...
You could have had to have stayed in Derby. It's a very nice
nothing wrong with
city.
that,
No,
but
absolutely.
that one's left, there's no run. It's just, it would be a bit strange when I'm not coming to the game the following day. Anyway. 4 for 1 here, so this game certainly moving on apace as well at Cardiff, where Lancashire now. Their tails wagged a bit, but 164 for 9, Lee Glamorgan by 187. That one should be a thriller. Durham way in control. Whether they get maximum bonus points, though, now maybe a bit in doubt, because they're 342 for 8 now against Worcestershire. But a big lead there, 211 runs ahead. And Yates takes a late decision to leave that one from Cohen. This goes to the wicket-keeper, there's no run. Let's do the other scores while we're on to them. Still no play in the test match today. Ireland looks to be well on the way to victory over the Netherlands, 108 for 2. Chasing 158 to win. They're in the 31st over, 50 over game at Utrecht. Yorkshire 134 for 2 now against Sussex, replying to 313. I mentioned Durham score. No play today so far at Chelmsford or Canterbury. Haven't given up on either of them yet, but no play so far today. Cohen bowls, it's just on leg stump, and Yates works it away into the leg side and gets Warwickshire off the 4 and move on to 5 for 1. Yates is off the mark. I mentioned Lancashire actually now all out for 164, so Glamorgan will be chasing 188 to win. That won't go long into tomorrow. Hampshire 135 for 5, replying to Somerset's 360, so Somerset looking in control there. Gloucestershire 64 for 1, replying to Leicestershire's 451 at Leicester. Here, Warwickshire 5 for 1. Lead by 158. We'll have to do a lot of arithmetic, aren't we, now for the next...
No, I'm just going to write it down. I can't do that.
Are you still with us at the moment?
Yeah.
Hang on then.
It's still your over.
Oh, is it?
I think you're just finishing this over off, Clive. But
I was played a bit wicket for no runs. So.
Yeah. I saw you looking at me and thought, I wonder why he's looking at me like that. No, they're currently discussing the masked dancer, I think it is.
Oh,
now,
no.
Yeah.
I've not watched any of that, so it's always difficult when it's a programme you don't actually watch and everyone's talking enthusiastically about it.
Zoe Ball apparently unmasked
last
night.
Every now and then someone trends on Twitter, and it's usually because something to do with a masked dancer. Still me, isn't it? So here comes Cohen. The ball, that's going down the leg side. Is he caught? And Milan has gone for a pair. Very good catch, actually, by the wicketkeeper, diving to his left. But a miserable match for Peter Milan, who holds the blade of his bat as he walks off, out for a pair. And Warwickshire are now 5 for 2. And suddenly Derbyshire are thinking they might actually make Warwickshire really regret not enforcing the follow-on.
Cricket never ceases to amaze, does it?
No.
I'm going to do the update, so I'm going to disappear if that's all right.
So, oh dear, Peter Milan will be desperately disappointed. Very good catch from Guest, diving to his left to take it. And Warwickshire, well, how many overs left of the day? Are we in any danger of a 2-day finish? Probably not. 44 overs to go, but goodness me. So what have we had now? We've had 13 wickets today now. And we're only just over halfway through the day. Well, well, well. And that was the last ball of the over. That's the fourth time that's happened in the innings. There's been 8 first 8 wickets have gone the first ball of the over. Now 4 have gone to the last ball of the over. Well. 5 for 2, Warwickshire. 158 is their lead. So, new man in will be Sam Hain, who is frustrated that he's in one hand, he's obviously pleased he's getting runs this season, 5 half centuries this season, and he's Warwickshire's top run scorer. As Connors comes in, and that's flicked round his pads by Yates, because it's the new over, so Yates on strike. He gets a single, just double checking he got batted to that. In fact, he didn't. It's a leg by. So he remains on 1, Warwickshire 6 for 2. So yeah, Haynes got 428 runs in the season now, but 5 times he's reached 50, but yet to turn that into 100. I tell you now, if he turns this one into 100, then Warwickshire will win the game for sure. But started on 0, obviously. 77 in the first innings was his highest score this season so far, so it was the nearest he's got to going all the way to 3 figures. Now then, Hain again, as he invariably does, holding things up a little bit, stretching and looking at all around him. 3 slips in place. Connors comes into bowl to him, and Hain leaves that. It was fairly well wide. Warwickshire need a partnership just to steady things now and not allow Derbyshire back into this game. 6 for 2. And a match which is ticking along rather rapidly. BBC Radio Derby, BBC CWR, BBC WM. Live from Derby, the county ground, where we've seen quite an extraordinary day's cricket, really. Connors into bowl, and that's left, that's well wide. Wicketkeeper dives full stretch to his right to stop it. Probably could have left it to the slip, but makes it stopped as guessed. Durham have picked up at least a 4th batting point. They're 350 for 8. And they've got 10 overs, but obviously only 2 wickets to get 50 more runs and make it a maximum 4 batting points. Durham and Worcestershire both looked in contention going into this game. If Durham win that, which is looking likely from the position they're in, you would say that's what rules Worcestershire out, but certainly keeps Durham well in the equation for a top 2 place. That's pushed out to the offside for no run by Hain. And giving up for the day now at Canterbury. No play at all today between Northants and Kent, which would be particularly frustrating for Northants, who'd reached 362 for 5 on day 1. So, there we are.
James Taylor, the England selector's here. I can't imagine who on earth he's looking at, to be brutally honest with you. I think Matt Critchley might have been one of the players he came to have a look at. I think it must be somebody from Warwickshire.
I suppose it might have been a preliminary look at Rob Yates. I'm not suggesting that Rob Yates is knocking on the door yet, but he's obviously one that will be on the radar. Sam Hain is... Yeah. In and around certainly the white ball squad. He's making a few runs with the red ball.
They're bringing a new bat out here, incidentally, so there'll be a bit of a delay.
I guess they like to go to as many games as they can anyway, just to...
I've heard that the lunches were particularly good here.
It might be looking at Tim Bresnan. No. Yeah.
Prospect.
I mean, Danny Briggs hasn't given up on his international ambitions, I don't think. You never know, he might... not the sort of game where he's going to get much opportunity, I don't think. Didn't bowl in the Derbyshire innings, in fact.
No. Ken Beaumont agrees with you about the 3 paces that Mikey Cohen took before the umpire raised his finger. Stops and looks round in surprise. Scooby says, are there any silver linings? These batting performances are embarrassing. Are the players absorbing how badly they're being humiliated match after match this season? And Denise Aitchison is here. Just made it to Derbyshire for the first match live, sadly, to watch Ben walk in and then get out again. Mark Beck, as I said last weekend, when you're convinced it will be just as bad, it rightly is pessimism. Do not think Sunday will be necessary, or maybe just the half hour. Yeah.
What for Derbyshire to get the winning runs?
Well, yeah. And you've already read Barefaced Liar.
Yeah, this one is fairly wide and not played out by the batter.
This will be the first time that Denise Aitchison has managed to see her son play in first-class cricket, I would imagine. They weren't allowed in at all last year.
No.
I don't think, she certainly didn't say that she was here, but she's not a member, I don't think, so she wouldn't have been allowed in for the game against Durham either. So there's another byproduct of this life that we're leading at the moment. Parents can't get to see their kids playing first-class cricket.
Exactly, that's true in all sports, isn't it? This next one is played onto the onside. They're going to go through for one. They're going to have to be quick. They make it and get through for the single. And yes, I interviewed a young Charlie Atkinson, Wasps player, who's broke into the team this year, and not played in front of crowds, but also not really played in front of his family yet. He's played his first 15 games. That's really sad. That really. It's,
especially with the parents who've taken the kids
well,
to
exactly,
the junior, all through the junior ranks and driven them up and down the country. I know Ben was in the Lancashire system, and they play all sorts of games all over the country, don't they? So they'll have watched him come through the ranks. So. Another one here. Fury's ducking AJ. You've got to be careful how you say some of these handles, haven't you? Just got back from taking the dog for a walk. When I went, Derbyshire were 2 down. I get back, Warwickshire are batting again. They're 2 down. Then they said it was only gone for 2 hours. Yeah, I know. It's been that kind of afternoon. Imagine trying to squeeze everything that's happened into 30 seconds in the news. Oh, it's a tough life. Mikey Cohen's going to continue from the... It isn't. Going to continue from the city end, that's what I'm trying to say here, and he's bowling to Sam Hain, who clips this nicely into the leg side, but straight to Ben McDermott, who's fielding there at square leg, and there's no run. 7 for 2, which is a lead of 160. So Derbyshire can get them out for 47. I reckon they've got themselves a chance of winning this game. Ben Aitchison's warming up. See, I'm remaining positive against all the odds.
Well, anything less than 150 gives them some chance.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's the amount of time they'd have to do it. They wouldn't have to take any risks,
No.
would they? No. We saw what Leicestershire did last week. Cohen's in again, bowls, and that is a rather off-balance shot played by Hain, who almost runs straight into Yates as well as he takes the first run. The ball's going to be hauled in by Lewis Rees out in the distance, but they're going to come back for a third run. It just beat Alex Hughes, who's feeling quite close in at mid-wicket. And they do get 3. Hain moves on to 4, 10 for 2. They're quite loud and reasonably upbeat at this stage. Derbyshire, they can chip another one out here. And what have we got until tea? Well, another 9 overs after this one. So Warwickshire will be keen to get to tea, just 2 down, I'm sure. Yates on strike. Cohen bowls to him, pushed out into the offside. And McDermott does the fielding once again. This time he's at extra cover because Yates is a left-handed batsman. Yeah, keep all those messages coming. Yeah, Denise confirms it is the first time she's seen Ben play. Hope to see him bowl, she says. Well, she was hoping it wouldn't happen today necessarily. She is remaining optimistic. Yeah, good luck with that. Here's Mikey Cohen in again over the wicket and bowls. That one is off a leading edge out into the offside where Anuj Dal does the fielding. Ben Aitchison already started going through his warm-ups. There'll be about 5 overs for each of the opening bowlers. You would have thought that's generally the way Billy Godalman's gone about things this season, and it seems fairly sensible. And they've got plenty of options as well. Ben had a tough start yesterday with his first 2 overs, but came back nicely and picked up a wicket towards the close last night. He's standing at first slip next to Wayne Madsen, who's at second. He picked up 4 catches in the first innings. Cohen in, and that one's left alone outside the off stump by Yates. And it goes through to Brooke Guest. What we really should do is a quiet moment, and this isn't a quiet moment, is get some of the parents of the players to come up and once we can in COVID safe times, get them to spill the beans on them as kids. So I've got 1 or 2 bits of information from Ben and Ian, not from Ben, from Denise and Ian, his dad. As this next delivery from Cohen is a slower delivery, I think, and he was through the shot a bit quickly there. Was Rob Yates. He got away with it though as he played it up to mid-on, where it was fielded by Lewis Rees, end of the over. 1 run from it. 10 for 2, Warwickshire, second time around. They lead by 163.
Well, these two did share in a stand of biggest stand actually of the match so far, mustn't it? Yes, 77 for the third wicket.
On the law of averages, given Derbyshire's innings, it's the biggest stand of the match. I don't think there was a bigger one there. I didn't have to write any stands down, make a note of any of them. Oh dear.
Connors, ball to Hayne. Right arm over bowls. Hayne just gets about what they think about a run, goodness me. And of course there wasn't a run there, and eventually Yates races back and gets into his crease. Tend not to get a run when you hit the ball straight to a fielder close in at cover.
No. Everybody's getting jittery now. It's just the whole afternoon has been alarming in so many ways. It's been terrifically entertaining, but in a macabre sort of way as far as Derbyshire are concerned.
Connors bowls and good accurate delivery, and Hayne gets solid bat on it out to the offside for no run. So the lead, it's a relatively easy arithmetic when there's 10 on the board, so it's 163.
Taking no risks there, Clive. Yeah, Notts led by 151 in the game here and didn't enforce the follow-on. Then they went on to make 318 second time around.
Connors bowls, and that's quite a late-ish decision to leave it by Hayne, goes to the wicket-keeper for no run. Good crowd to the game. I'm not sure it's quite as many as were here yesterday. I might be wrong on that, but still a decent gathering of spectators. Connors comes in, leans forward as he bounds in, and that's a good leave by Hayne. That certainly seemed to keep low. The wicketkeeper took it in the end, with his deflected off his pads and chased it down. I have seen that throughout the match, some keeping low. I think there's only been one case I can think of where a batter's been out not offering a shot. It was Josh Eccles at the start of the Derbyshire innings. LBW. But I think it is a risk. Fielder's been dropped back on the square leg boundary.
Not Derbyshire's lowest total of the season either. 105 against Notts was their poorest effort.
Oh, Warwickshire can beat that. 87 for Warwickshire, the lowest total. That's left, nips back again, taken by the wicket-keeper.
No, never bowled out for less than 100. They pride themselves on that.
Yes, that was an enjoyable old game at Chester Street, that one.
I can imagine. Yeah, so in the last 5 games, they drew with Durham here in a game in which we saw 17 overs in the first 2 days. Notts had a lead of 151, didn't enforce the follow-on. Essex did enforce it and beat them by an innings. Worcestershire did enforce it and won by an innings in Warwickshire, 153 ahead and didn't enforce the follow-on.
Connors bowls and Hayne pushes out backward point for no run. Good accurate bowling from Connors, and Warwickshire still looking a little nervy out there. 10 for 2. You would think they'd be very relaxed, but just losing those 2 early wickets has just perhaps put a few little doubts in their minds.
I think what I'm trying to say is that they could have been forced to follow on in 4 of the last 5 matches they've played, which is no cause for optimism whatsoever. 10 for 2. Hayne has 4. Yates has 1. He's on strike. And Mikey Cohen, 3 overs, 1 for 5, will continue from the city end. Bowls to Yates, who pushes this up to mid-on, when it's fielded by Lewis Rees.
Taking tea at Lord's now. At least the rain isn't stopping them having a nice cup of tea and some scones. So they obviously still haven't given up on the day yet.
All the cakes will be out. Marvellous.
Sun out here again.
Well, it's been a very nice day, hasn't it? Very pleasant. Very pleasant indeed. Somebody was telling me that next week it's going to be 30 degrees, which is far too hot. Cohen bowls, and that's driven. He stops it and almost deflects the ball onto the stumps with the half stop. Bowlers do practice that.
Yeah.
And just for a split second, Sam Hayne would have had his heart in his mouth.
Well, Warwickshire have got one this season. Got Jack Haynes, poor chap, was heading for his maiden first-class century when he's run out that way for 87.
Well,
Worcestershire.
Interestingly, last week at New Road, Jack Haynes was on 97.
Yeah.
Matt Critchley bowled a rank delivery, and he played an awful shot. Looking to go to his 100 with a 6 as Cohen is in, bowls, and this is turned into the leg side by Yates. He'll get at least a couple of runs here, as Alex Hughes has plenty of ground to cover, which he does now, and throws the ball in. 12 for 2. Yates up to 3. It was a juicy long hop. It was just horrible from the leg spinner, and he swiveled and smacked it. And Justin Melton had walked in. It was a short boundary, and he'd walked in and saw this ball flying through the air and just leapt up and took an incredible catch to dismiss him for 97. Poor lad. Cohen is in. That one is clipped into the leg side, a little aerially out towards Alex Hughes. He doesn't have to move as he does the fielding on the second bounce, but Yates picks up another single. He joins Sam Hayne on 4, 13 for 2. So, yeah, everybody's feeling a little bit sorry for Jack Haynes, but not for long.
To how long we've been doing this. I was a bit shocked when I saw Jack Haynes. I looked him up. Surely not. That his dad. I mean, I remember Gavin when he was a kid playing cricket. Dear me.
It's not great, that. Not great. Alex Hughes has taken up a position as a shortish mid-wicket. 2 slips, 3 on the offside. Cohen bowls a bouncer. Hayne doesn't even have to duck, really, to avoid being hit with that one. Aitchison continues to warm up.
Yes.
First slip. Won't be long before we see him.
By Mum.
Sam Connors has bowled 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 3. I'm not entirely sure that it'll be ready to come off yet, but depends how much Billy Godleman decides to rotate his bowlers. We're going to get the second short mid-wicket, are we? No, we're going to get a square leg. Not sure why Matt Critchley went that way to go there, but he's gone in. He's in front of square. So they've got a square leg on the boundary, a long leg, and a square leg in front of square, close in, as well as a short mid-wicket as Cohen is in and bowls, and that's defended by Hayne. Up to mid-off, and survives that delivery without any alarm. It's the end of the over, 3 runs from it. Warwickshire 13 for 2. Hayne has 4, Yates has 4, 7 overs to go until tea. Which means we will finish later than we did last night, won't we?
Yeah.
Assuming we don't lose another 2 overs for another change of innings.
Extra half hour into the game.
Yeah, well, quite. I'm not sure that we managed to get the Sam Connors interview on air last night, but it was certainly with them in time after we'd done a little roundup at 25 past 6. I think it'll be later than that this evening.
But it's going to be Collins to continue. Bowling to Yates, both batters on 4, 13 for 2. 2 slips in place, and that's turned around to mid-wicket. There's no run. Billy Goldman's trying to make it as hard as possible for Warwickshire to score runs, just to keep them a little bit frustrated and slow them down.
Certainly proactive in his field placement because he's moved Critchley to short mid-wicket now. Or short, wide, mid-on, you know where I mean.
In the 9th over, only 13 runs on the board, but plenty of time for Warwickshire. It really isn't an issue. Connors to bowl, and Yates clips that nicely down to fine leg. Just one. He turns around thinking there might be a second, but it's not to be had. He's on to 5. It's 14 for 2.
Connors is going to continue for now, but Lewis Rees is doing his warm-ups as well, just down below us at mid-on. This will be Connors' 5th over. He's got 5 wickets in the match. Mikey Cohen has 3. Each of them have taken a wicket in this Warwickshire second innings, which is on 14 for 2.
So it's Connors to Hayne. And Hayne leans back. That's a good shot. Crashes out through the offside short. Just a little bit too much width from Connors there. And Hayne took full advantage, and he doubles his score. Takes it to 8 and 18 for 2. Bonus points, Warwickshire got 5 in the end. Derbyshire 3. Not too many batting points to be had in the game.
No. No, indeed. Warwickshire might look back and think 2 was a decent return. Come the final analysis.
Durham are still trying to get their last batting point. They need 33 off 5 overs, but they've only got 1 wicket left now. Against Worcestershire, Connors comes into bowl to Hayne, who leaves that and then goes down the pitch, does some prodding. Lewis Rees also see if he might be preparing to have a bowl. Maybe we'll get a double change before too long.
Yeah, I think so. I think 5's probably as many as Billy Godwin will allow his bowlers to get to.
Connors to Hayne. Hayne drops a bat on that, tries to find a gap on the leg side, but can't get it through. 18 for 2.
It's all calmed down.
It has, isn't it?
Yeah.
Calm after the storm. Warwick should be quite pleased about that. They just need to steady things a little bit, stop this nonsense. And,
It has been nonsense.
get back to the task of which they set themselves now of setting Derbyshire target, looking to bowl them out that way instead of doing what they could have done, trying to bowl them out following on. Connors to bowl. Goodness me, that was an interesting lead from Hayne. That kept very low and certainly wasn't going over the stumps. I'm not sure it went past them by too much, but it did go past them. End of the over, 18 for 2.
Yeah, good leave. We are going to see a change in the bowling. Lewis Rees is going to come on from the City end, replace Mikey Cohen, who bowled 4 overs, 1 for 8. Decent first spell. Updates coming up for both BBC WM and CWR, as well as BBC DER-BY in the next few minutes. Makes me chuckle anyway. I think that's all that matters.
There's a change of bowling at the City end.
Confirmation of change of bowling from John Brown. Lewis Rees, who picked up 2 wickets in the first innings. A helicopter going overhead somewhere. Rees is on his way in to bowl to Yates, who leaves the first delivery alone. I think it's a helicopter. it goes through to broadcast. I'm just trying to see where it might be, but nobody's looking to the sky out on the field. So, oh, there it is. Going off towards the south. Didn't even see a shadow of it. Matt Critchley's down at fine leg, or long leg, just down below us to the right. Here's Lewis Rees in and bowls. Bowled him! Lewis Rees picks up a wicket now. This is quite remarkable. Rob Yates goes for 5. Wickets are in a terrible mess. And Warwickshire are 18 for 3 now in their second innings, leading by 170 for 1. What on earth is going on? Absolutely remarkable. Coming up to 4 o'clock and they've lost another wicket. Rob Yates goes for 5. Of course, it's the smart speaker bulletin. Well, what on earth is going on out there? Sam Hain is not out on 8. But they've lost another wicket as Yates goes for a 21 ball 5. Wow. Carnage. So since lunch, it's 78 for 10. There you go. There was 61 for 2 Derbyshire at lunch in their first innings. And now, with 5 overs and 4 balls to go until the tea interval, Warwickshire are 18 for 3 in their second innings. Absolute madness. Warwickshire are in danger here of throwing away any advantage they may have gained from not enforcing the follow-on. And the decision, should they continue to lose wickets like this, will look very foolish indeed. Rees is into the new batsman who gets an edge on that one. It dribbles down towards third man and might get 4 runs. A chase on here by Wayne Madsen, who can't keep it in. Can't keep it in. He did a manful job down there to our right-hand side trying to keep it in, but he's off the mark straight away, is Matt Lamb. Wayne Madsen's okay. That's the good news. He got there before Anuj Dal, which is a triumph in itself, I think. Perhaps it's very, very difficult to bat out there. Everybody's certainly making it look very difficult to bat. Thank you, Mark. Who's inside the ground watching the game. Here comes Lewis Rees in and bowls. He takes a couple of steps down the track, Matt Lamb, and Rees stays at the end of his follow through and gives him a bit of a stare. I think it's now 83 for 10. Rees is in and bowls, and that one is driven, and that's going to be 4 runs as well. So he's got a couple of boundaries to get himself up and running. As Matt Lamb, he moves on to 8, joins Sam Hain on 8, and it's 26 for 3. So update coming up fairly shortly for listeners on BBC Radio Derby. See how many seconds it takes me to put all this stuff together. It's absolute carnage out there, Steve. It really is. Warwickshire in their second innings, having declined to enforce the follow-on, are 26 for 3, and it remains for 3 as an LBW appeal is turned down. It means that They currently, at the moment, have a lead of 179 because they bowled Derbyshire out for 121. 5 wickets for Craig Miles, 4 for Liam Norwell. And this afternoon, since lunch, 87 runs have been added and 10 wickets have gone down for either side. At the moment, Sam Hain is on 8, Matt Lamb's on 8 as well. A wicket apiece for Mikey Cohen, for Sam Connors and for Lewis Rees. And Warwickshire in their second innings are currently 26 for 3, leading by 179, and we still have 5 overs to go until tea.
Yes. Very bizarre. You done?
Yeah. Sorry, I twiddled the wrong knob there and lost you momentarily. Sorry, it was my fault entirely. It's absolute carnage.
Bizarre, isn't it? What's that, 14 wickets today? And we've only not even finished the second session.
I think since lunch, it's 87 for 10.
That's what Warwickshire bowled out for against Durham.
New over from Ben Aitchison from the racecourse end. First delivery strikes Hain a fearful blow on the... it looks like it's missed the pad and gone to the inner thigh, which is never pleasant. A good start from Ben Aitchison. Mark Crossland is in the ground. He says, I used to really enjoy commentary on medium wave on Radio Derby. Sadly, we no longer do that. He says, I'm at the ground having to listen through the BBC Sport app. The commentary is 1 to 2 balls behind, which is, I know, is slightly annoying. This is a real shame as it makes it pointless listening to me. Well, that's harsh. He says, Mono, whereas Aitchison is in again. Oh, and that's an inside edge that goes down a fine leg for 4 runs. He's a bit unfortunate there, is Ben Aitchison. In contrast, Sam Hain is very fortunate as he moves on to 12. It's 30 for 3. That could have gone absolutely anywhere, including into the stumps. He says, Mono, but keep up the great work and enjoy your stay at Twiggy's. Well, I will enjoy my stay at Twiggy's because he's a very good host indeed.
And just to say, it is the commentary that's behind. It's not the weird 2 balls behind when we're commentating.
Well, occasionally there may have been a ball or 2 behind it, indeed. But no, you're right. There must be the technology out there to try and get us in sync.
Well, we used to have a, I don't know if they still do it, they had a headset at Edgbaston which you could buy for not very much and listen to it that way.
It's got an FM loop, I think, isn't it?
Yeah.
Certainly be worth the counties considering there are people leaving the ground over on the far side. Aitchison's in again, bowls to Hain, who manages to keep this one out. I hope they sort those bails out after tea as well. I don't like orange bails at one end and white bails at the other. Come on, ground staff. Get it sorted. We've got blue stumps, which presumably is the blue of the sponsor. It's a sort of greeny blue. I don't mind that. But the bails have to match.
Yeah.
Or you put one of one colour at one end and one of one at each end, if you see what I mean, and mix them up. That might work. Hain waits. Aitchison bowls to him. He defends it up to Lewis Rees at mid-on.
It's a bit like a Sunday League football team, isn't it, with different coloured shorts or different coloured socks.
Yeah. These currently the wickets are the barbarians of cricket equipment. They all wear their own club socks, don't they? The Barbars, well, they certainly used to. I imagine it's still the same. Traditions disappearing left, right and centre. It's probably changed by now. Aitchison in again. Hain does well to keep this one down as it goes into the leg side. Aitchison actually falls over as he delivers that ball. And Billy Godleman comes across to make sure he's okay. I think he is. I've not seen him fall over before. It's the kind of thing that Mark Wood does on a regular basis, isn't it, at the end of his follow-through? But that's the first time I've seen that happen to Ben Aitchison. And the last time I saw him crash to the ground after bowling a ball was up at Durham when he was practising one lunchtime, slipped on a damp pitch and was out for the rest of the season with ankle ligament damage. He looks okay, though. That's the good news. He's just sent Alex Hughes out to the boundary. Short delivery on the way or bluff. Aitchison's in, bluff, and it takes the edge of the bat again, but it was controlled down to third man. Lamb picks up a single. He moves on to 9. Hain has 13 at the end of the over. Warwickshire are 33 for 3. That's a lead of 186. Maths. 186.
Umpire just looking possibly where Aitchison's following through with the delivery. I'm glad you said bluff though. It's, hobby horse of mine. People keep saying double bluff. I know. People keep saying double bluff. I think it's not a double bluff. It's a bluff.
It's only a single bluff.
Exactly.
The bluff is the bluff, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a double bluff if he ends up doing what. Anyway.
Absolutely. No, you're right, Clive. No, I'm with you there.
They've given up at Chelmsford for the day now as well, so no play today at Chelmsford or Canterbury, says it might have been down south. I still haven't started the test match, haven't given up for the day yet, but you'd have to think prospects don't look great at all. Durham need 20 more runs in 2.1 overs of 1 wicket left to get their 5th batting point.
They'll not do that.
It's a thriller there at New Road. Well, it's interesting here for sure.
The other one's wicket and pitch.
Yes.
Well, the wickets are the wooden things.
Yes.
You're playing on a pitch.
Indeed. We could go through a long list, couldn't we? That's played out of the ground. But it's interesting because there's all this kerfuffle. I mean, it was fairly absurd, although I think it was probably a marketing ploy, as Lawrence Booth pointed out, when the 100 put out that they were going to change wickets to outs. To make the terminology simpler, and lots of chuntering about that. But I did have to point out that actually the terminology does, for someone who's not, who's coming new to the sport, it is pretty confusing at times. That one is left by Lamb. There's no run, 32 for 3.
There'll be more from Pedant's Corner a little later on.
On Radio 4.
Just certain things.
Oh yes, I've got plenty of them.
Not a big fan of the phrase, we're going to try and.
No, that's another one.
Well, it's try to, isn't it?
I know.
Clearly. I need to speak the language.
In comes the bowler, Reese, that's played back to him. Shows how long these things stick with me. I remember reading a storybook to my children. It said try and. Oh, I'm not reading try and. I'm changing that. I think it might be Enid Blyton. Anyway, 32 for 3.
Quite right. 3 overs and 3 balls to go until tea. We can all calm down.
Reese to bowl. 2 slips in place. Wicketkeeper standing up. That's driven by Lamb. Nice looking job. He'll get nothing for it. Straight to a fielder.
Which means the 4:30 updates will come slap bang in the middle of the tea interval. How irritating is that?
Yes. Yeah. Try not to slurp our tea as we do it. And then a final session, a match which has really moved on rapidly. In comes Reese and Lamb pushes out to point. He'll be keen to get runs here, Lamb. Of course, last championship match of this block. He's had his moments this season. He has made some runs, but you sort of feel he's a little bit vulnerable for his place. He was the one who dropped out when Dom Sibley came into the side. And got out to a pretty disappointing shot in the first innings. So here's an opportunity with the Warwickshire slightly up against it for him to perhaps make a name for himself. And he's flicked that one round to a square leg. And he's going to get 2. You have to sprint the second, but he will get it comfortably. Throws a little wild, and it's 2 runs slam. I think they've gone on already, so he's on to 9, I think. 32 for 3. No, he's not. He's on 11, 34 for 3. Fooled me again. Well done. I bet he was listening there, just waiting for me to say, and then press the button.
Occasionally it's really, really quick, and occasionally it's exceptionally slow. You don't mind if it's quick or slow, as long as it's consistent, I always think. But Aitchison, who did the fielding there, has just run back to his position at the long leg to throw his cap off the field. And if umpires will ever hold bits of players' clothing ever again, probably not.
Probably quite relieved to got rid of that task.
Sam Hain on strike now as Aitchison begins a new over, and that's a good shot, and it's a good stop as well, a half stop really from Anuj Dal diving away to his left-hand side at backward point, keeps him down to a single. Lefty's bat at a rate of knots. And I'm sure he was delighted to see that the fielder in place was Anuj Dal. 36 6 for 3, now 35 for 3. Hayne on to 14. This partnership is,
and he thought he's just struck a chord with me now. Oh, I bet it's gone. He's another one of my hobby horses. Well done, Andy. I'll make that in a second.
excellent, well done, Andy. Here's Aitchison in, bowls, and Lamb pushes this one out into the offside. There's no run.
Can I also add misuse of the word literally to Pedant's Corner?
Yeah.
You absolutely can. And
I was literally just thinking that. Well, I actually was, so
that's fair
okay.
enough then.
Yeah.
He literally shaved the post.
Yes.
Vicious and oh, we'll enjoy this.
That's a belter. I like that. 35 for 3. Aitchison's in. Lamb leaves alone outside the off stump. It comes back down the leg side towards before Guest takes it. Yeah, literally shaved the post.
And he's also asking if we can do a rain dance or something as he's coming tomorrow.
Oh, you'll be all right.
You'll get something tomorrow.
Get something, yeah, absolutely. Nobody wants any rain, though. No, I know you don't either, Andy. It's merely a selfish request. But, yeah, I don't think it'll rain. Aitchison on his way in again. Lamb this time drives, and he's going to get runs here. He might get 4 of them, although Anashdal's after it, so he probably won't. Anashdal reaches it now, and he's going to hurl the ball back in. They're coming back for the third. It was always on. It was a decent throw from Dahl. In the end, Lamb moves on to 14, joins Hayne on 14, 38 for 3.
Well, context of the game, I don't know if this counts as a recovery from 5 for 2, 18 for 3, 38 for 3.
Yeah,
It's the biggest partnership for a while, I would think.
yes, since lunch, certainly. Biggest partnership of the afternoon. 20 runs off 20 balls. Aitchison's in, and it's left alone outside the off stump by Sam Hayne.
In fairness, 22 are added by Madsen and whoever he was with at the time between the second and third wicket.
But only 15 of those were added this afternoon. In my defence.
Yeah, you're right.
Honor.
You're right.
But you're right, that was a larger partnership. This one's worth 20. 38 for 3. He's in and bowls. He's Aitchison and beats him outside the off stump. He played a defensive shot at that and holds the pose. And you can tell when Hayne's been beaten because he does that. Every time he's beaten, or each time he's beaten, which makes it sound like it's all the time, but each time he's beaten, he holds that pose, knowing that he's not got away with one, but he was beaten. And it's a good way to finish the over for Ben Aitchison. 4 from it. Hayne has 14, so does Lamb. And they're 38 for 3 now, Warwickshire, which means they lead by 191. So you're right, if they can, well, if, it's a big if, but if they can dismiss them for 140, 150, Derbyshire would just about be in this game.
Yeah.
Just about. Although it clearly isn't easy to bat out there. Having said that, we've seen 2 batsmen get 70 odds on the first day.
Rees comes into bowl. And that's left. I suppose it might have been another. Again, not saying I agree with it, but it might have been another thinking of Warwickshire that they might have concluded that it's not going to get any easier to bat out there. So,
and if they did have to go and chase 120 by some miracle, then it might be tricky. Do you know the conditions regarding the rollers? Is it once a game or once an innings? Because I don't know. I should.
Yeah, I should as well. I'm not 100% certain.
Because both sides have used the heavy roller in the first innings.
I think it is once a game.
So I think you're right. That was always my impression. So it means that we can't see any heavy rollers ever again. So the pitch isn't going to get any flatter in that regard. Certainly not by any artificial means, unless the sun bakes it flatter.
Rees bowls, and that's pushed to mid-on for no run by Matt Lamb.
Mikey Cohen's enjoying himself down at third man, down to our right, because he's got a crowd to talk to. He does like a chat, Mikey. The gentleman in red trousers over on the far side by the car park.
Yes.
Dear, oh dear. Only at the cricket. Or on Chris Burke's legs.
It's pushed onto the offside for no run by Matt Lamb.
He was wearing red trousers the other day. He's our breakfast reporter. Goes out and about in the Verb. Yeah, he was, when I was in the office on Wednesday, I think it was, he was wearing a pair of very, very bright red trousers, although in his defence they did come from a charity shop.
Is that a defence?
I think, well, not really, no, I was trying to be kind to him.
Reese bowls, and that's clipped by Lamb, but straight to a fielder, so no runs. And he's got quite a big gap, though. A bit frustrated that he found the one fielder at mid-wicket, because there's a big gap. Certainly this side of him. Goes on walkabout Lamb. He's on 14, so he's made a start.
That's Mikey. Very sociable.
Reese bowls, and he leans back Lamb, and again he's found the field after playing a nice looking shot to mid-off. 38 for 3.
I think Mikey Cohen would be up there in the list of potential interviewees at the close of play, not only because he's a chatty man, but because he made it double figures and he's picked up a wicket in each innings today. That hasn't happened very often in his career.
This next one, Lamb works onto the leg side. Just a little late on that. Reese holds his hand up in a gesture to say, well, nearly had him there. End of the over, 38 for 3. Add 153 to that. Just a lazy way of me.
Yeah, just do it yourselves at home.
Yeah, 191 is the lead.
I think we're supposed to be here to add to the enjoyment, not set maths tests. There's an 8 and a 3 involved.
You're right, Durham didn't do it. Bowled out for 381, so they... if they win the game, they've got a first innings lead of 250. Will end up with 23 points from that match.
Derbyshire have drawn twice with them. In fact, Derbyshire, the only side this season who had a first innings lead over Durham. Here's Aitchison beginning the final over before tea. It's a full length delivery and it's clipped away down fine for 4 runs, down to fine leg. It was over pitched. He was looking for the Yorker, but he's straight onto and beyond leg stump down the leg side. And 4 more to the total.
It'd be fair to say Warwickshire didn't quite manage that. All out for 87 against 400 odd. David Bedingham again in the runs for Durham, made 121.
Yeah, 200 and goodness knows how many against Derbyshire.
Half centuries for Michael Jones and Alex Lees. Lees batted well against Warwickshire.
He must be the leading run scorer in the country, isn't he, Bedingham?
I waited a very long time to put in my very obvious line, which, again, most people were even that, so they were too young to respond to. But when Will Young was eventually out, that is, so the Warwickshire fielders should have taken the opportunity to say he must leave right now.
Just some bowls and beats. Sam Hain outside the Ostermark.
Got blank looks when I said it.
I'm with you. I'm with you. 42 for 3 it remains, 18 to Hain, 14 to Lamb. 3 deliveries until the tea interval.
Well, it's been a fascinating session.
Bizarre.
Yeah. It all looked relatively calm at lunch, didn't it?
You know, Derbyshire lost 60 for 7 wickets for 60. This afternoon, as Aitchison is in again, and that's defended by Hain. So if we add the 42, it's 102 for 10.
I mean, there was a bit of needle before lunch. An incident when
Yes.
Billy Goldman refused to walk for what Warwickshire felt was a low catch at second slip by Sam Hain. So the umpires decided that it wasn't out, but didn't. The arguments didn't last very long because he was out a few balls later, which was the start of the carnage, really.
It was. Aitchison's in again. Hain pushes this out into the offside, straight to Matt Critchley. And there's no run. 42 for 3 it remains. That wind is, which got up just after lunch, is still blowing the flag, the Derbyshire flag, to the left-hand side of the members' pavilion. I always think it's a shame there's no visitors flag these days, because there are no visitors scorers, and generally it's the scorer who carries the flag around the country.
I wonder when they'll allow the scorers to return.
Soon, I believe. This
Good.
next delivery is turned into the leg side, down towards long leg by Sam Haney. Gets off strike, moves on to 19. Warwickshire 43 for 3, which is a decent recovery from 18 for 3. I think this next delivery, oh no, might be 2 left. Might be 2 left. In fact, this delivery is the last delivery of the session. 103 runs added since lunch between Derbyshire and Warwickshire for the loss of 10 wickets. As Aitchison is in, balls, that one is down the leg side, taken by Brooke Guest, and that will be tea, with Warwickshire on 43 for 3, which is quite a recovery from 18 for 3. Sam Hain has 19, and Matt Lamb has 14. Is it not tea? Well, it should be tea. There's 32 overs.
Yeah.
Well, it says
but
no, that hasn't. That usually is an over behind. But my computer says 32 overs remaining in the day.
And the umpire, one of the umpires is on his radio.
I think something bizarre happening here. I think they're going to carry on. So it's not tea. My apologies.
Switch your kettles off, everybody.
Yeah.
Another 5 minutes yet. That is a puzzle. I don't understand that.
My
It's still.
computer says 32 overs remaining.
Yeah. Well,
What's going on here?
well, anyway, we're going to
have another over. Let's carry on.
Yeah.
I'm taking the extra half hour already.
It's 25 past 4. It's time for tea. Anyway,
Might as well have it.
Reese comes in the bowl to Hain, who just pushes that to the offside. There's no run.
I'm hoping for a maiden here, as I'm going to have to do some crossing out. Who'd have thought?
Well, Hain goes on walkabout. It's a decent effort from these two. They've got to get it to tea now and get things back on track. That's a bouncer which Hain can ignore completely. Bit of a tennis ball bounce to the wicket keeper. Derbyshire field is encouraging. The problem they've got with it, that first innings deficit, they know even a moderate partnership puts them well behind again. They've got excited at 18 for 3, and if they can get another quick 3 wickets now, they still would be, but it's just beginning to pull away from them again. Reese bowls, that's left by Hain. Taken low by the wicketkeeper Guest.
Good man, Hain. You keep leaving those.
Yeah. A bit late one tonight then. Light's not going to be an issue, I don't think, unless the weather changes sharply. And relatively early finish yesterday, but of course we did see quite a lot of spin yesterday from Matt Critchley. Seen very little today. In fact, I'm not sure if we've seen any. That one is pushed out to a point for no run.
No, don't think we have.
No, Critchley didn't bowl on the... No.
No, it was just the 2 quicks, wasn't it, this morning, Cohen and Connors.
Danny Briggs didn't get a bowl in the first Derbyshire innings.
The art of spinning the ball is dying if they're not going to get a chance. Come on, lads. Madsen on at one end, Critchley at the other.
Wicketkeeper is now coming up to the stumps.
Two balls to go, potentially, until tea.
Yep. And, Hain's beaten outside off stump. Good take from Guest by the stumps, but forward defensive by Hain, and he misses it, as you say, and does the pose. So I wouldn't say Hain's looked comfortable, but he's doing a job here. He's got to 19, having top scored in the first innings. Adding, what is it,
25.
25 so far. Gosh, doesn't sound much, does it? But in the context of the innings is quite important. That one he pushes out to the offside to mid-off for no run. And that is, this time, T. With Warwickshire 43 for 3, leading by 196.
And we will return in around about 20 minutes' time. We'll have to do an update first, but that's no concern to anybody apart from us. And we'll be back after the tea interval for the final 32 overs of the day, if indeed it is 32 overs. I'm going to query that.
That's the spot. Gone! The breakthrough. All gone. Bowled him off stump. Straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. Is that going to go all the way? 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day. The spot. Gone! The breakthrough! All gone. Bowled him off stump. Straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. Is that going to go all the way? 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day.
Welcome back to the Incora County Ground in Derby for the final session of day 2. Would you believe? Warwickshire are batting and they're already 43 for 3 in their second innings. It does, however, mean they lead by 196. Sam Hain has 19. Matt Lamb has 14. Derbyshire dismissed. I misrepresented it. It was 103 for 11 in the afternoon session. Sam Connors beginning the new session, bowls wide of the off stump. Lamb allows it to go through to the keeper.
I mean, you do wonder what would happen if Warwickshire hadn't forced a follow-on. You might really have looking at. I'm not casting any aspersions on Derbyshire, but we might well have been looking at a 2-day finish.
In their defeats this season, their average innings has lasted 61 overs.
I don't know if you've mentioned it yet, but they have given up for the day at Lords.
Oh, I hadn't. No.
No play today, sadly. Highlights will be good tonight.
Corner's in again. Lamb leaves alone outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. Yes. I won't have to stay in for them then.
It's funny how the weather's been then. Obviously, it's been very bad. Sort of Canterbury, Chelmsford and London, and not a single interruption as far as I can see anywhere else.
No.
Glamorgan are going well, chasing 188 to beat Lancashire, the 43 without loss.
That'd be a good win, wouldn't it?
Would.
Bit of a surprise win, but they've been half decent this season, Glamorgan. Connors in again, 2 slips in place, balls to Lamb, who crashes him away for 4 runs. Out to the extra cover boundary. Critchley and Godalming giving chase, but the ball was always going to win that one. 47 for 3.
Comfortable win for Ireland over the Netherlands, despite William Porterfield being out for a duck. Paul Sterling got 52, and the Burnley 63. They reached their target of 158 with 7 overs to spare to win by 8 wickets against the Netherlands.
Logan will be in a particularly good mood tomorrow morning.
Well, 1 for 34 off his 7 overs.
That's not bad.
No. Blame it on the batters.
Absolutely.
Especially since he finished 14 not out.
Next delivery is pushed into the offside by Lamb, fielded by Matt Critchley. Sun's still out in Derby, plenty of blue sky up above now. It's a little bit cloudier away to the east. But the light is brilliant with the shadows being cast by the sun. Not seen the lights on today, which is good news. 47 for 3 Warwickshire, leading by 200. Connors is in and bowls, and that one is pushed to backward point where Anish Dahl does the fielding. Exactly 200. Probably got enough now. And with 31 overs to go, they could declare and win it today. That would be that would just put the tin hat on it, wouldn't it? Really. I'm not suggesting for a moment.
Might be accused of taking the mick a little bit.
Yeah,
Mike.
I'm not suggesting for a minute anybody's contemplating that, by the way. But the draw's out of the equation, you would have thought. Even at this stage, I mean, if they bat till tomorrow tea time, it might be back in. This next delivery is defended by Lamb, up to Billy Godalming at mid-off. No hints yet as to who we might be speaking to at the close of play. Somebody might need to take a hat-trick to be kicked out of the changing room early.
I suppose we'll get Craig Miles, I would imagine.
Yes. Yeah. The latest in the production line of players getting fifers against Derbyshire for Warwickshire. I might just interview him. What weaknesses did you spot, Craig? Well, the fact that we're holding a bat didn't help.
It was notable that there were 9 wickets down, he had 4, and I don't know how strongly he lobbied his case to come into the bowling at the end and have a go at taking his fifer.
You'd hope it was quite strong, wouldn't you?
Yeah, anyway, it worked. Just trying to see, it will be as Reese bowls to Hain, plays it back to him as no run. Now, have they updated this yet? That's probably not, so I think that will be his 15th fifer of his first-class career.
Decent.
Yeah, it's not far off 300 first-class wickets now, actually. think he will be about 7 off that now. Reese bowls, and that goes past the outside edge of Hayne. Again, good wicket keeping from Guest. Takes it sharply just behind the stumps. Knocks a bail over just to point out he's taking it well.
They didn't change the bails, I'm afraid, at tea time. So we have an orange set and a white set.
I can see the appeal forms being made now for Derbyshire if they lose this game, to argue that it should be declared null and void. That one's clipped by Hayne straight to mid-on for no run. Hayne on 19, so he's having a decent game with the bat. Lamb's on 18.
No appeal if they win it, though.
Game going through a relatively calm period after the shenanigans earlier. Reese to Hayne. Comes out fairly centrally off the bat. There was just a little hint of it being towards the outside of the bat, but hit down into the ground, going fairly straight. Blue sky back. It's a beautiful day. Certainly the weather's been kind to this game.
The crowd's thinned out a bit, though, hasn't it?
Yes.
Presumably Derbyshire fans have seen enough.
That one from Hayne just turned round to back of square leg. Slightly late on it, but decent enough shot. Moves on to 20. 48 for 3.
Somebody from the Derbyshire changing room over on the far side. Is it? It might be Lewis Deploy. I'll have to walk further around though for me to be able to see him properly. Over in front of the players. The old players' pavilion, the members' pavilion near the. I can't make him out, but that's who it would be.
That's it uppishly, but safe enough by Lamb to mid off. End of the over. Warwickshire 48 for 3. Lead by 201, I think. No. Yes. I shouldn't have corrected myself.
Never doubt you.
No.
Maths. Never doubt you. Maths.
201's the lead.
And 30 overs left, despite my computer telling me it's 29. And it will always be one more knocked off the tally of overs. So Sam Connors bowled 6 overs, 5 overs before tea. Continue from the racecourse end, because he's already bowled one since tea. He's on his way in now to bowl to Sam Hayne. He's still got 2 slips, and he bowls, and that's a play and a miss. Quite an aggressive shot from Sam Hayne. That just G's up the Derbyshire fielders a touch. They're in desperate need of wickets here, just to stay in with a sniff. Derbyshire trailing as they do by 201. That chap who's in the Derbyshire kit is now standing right behind the pitch at the far end as Connors bowls. Good leave. Sam Hayne as the ball again comes back and goes down the leg side when it's taken by Brooke Guest. Connors, when we were speaking to him last night, suggested when the sun's out, the pitch flattens out. There's no real sign of that.
Oh, we get plenty of sunshine now. Who knows what Derbyshire might achieve? Yeah. There have been some remarkable run chases this season. I mean, Warwickshire have managed 2 pretty good ones.
Leicestershire.
Yeah, that's astonishing.
In again, and that one is left alone outside the off stump. This time it holds its line as it goes through the broadcast.
Yes, Leicestershire's run chase 378, the highest this season, but there have been 4 of 300 or more successful run chases this season.
So they won't be declaring anytime soon.
No.
For Fear of a repetition.
And they've all been chased down relatively comfortably. I mean, Warwickshire lost 7 wickets on the way to chasing 3-3-3 against Notts.
Connor's in again, bowls. That one is edged, and it's a genuine edge, down to a very fine third man. It would have been caught possibly by a fourth slip. There isn't one. And the half century, the 50 is up for Warwickshire. 52 for 3. Hayne moves on to 24.
Northhouse lost just 3 wickets, chasing 355 to beat Glamorgan. And Leicestershire, that 378, they lost only 5 wickets.
They lost 2 late-ish.
Yes, they
well,
did.
didn't they?
Yeah. Kevin Ham was getting very excited. He thought it was going to be a draw at that point.
Poor old Kevin. The Middlesex powerhouse not firing. Hayne waits and defends this next delivery from Connors back to the bowler.
Over 8's down as -2. Insult to injury. I can't believe that.
No, +2. Yeah.
Oh, is that a plus?
No, well, you see, there isn't a plus. So if it's -2, the minus sign's closer to the 2. And when it's over there, it means it's +2.
That's not confusing. Well, I'm going to have to do my report now.
Well, that's how things are. That's how we roll here in Derby. It's Connors. Hayne and balls to Hayne, who drives very pleasantly. It's gone beyond Billy Godalman. That's going to go all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. 56 for 3. Hayne moves on to 28. 3 overs gone since the tea interval. There will be an update fairly shortly as Wayne Madsen has a long conversation with Lewis Rees, who's going to be bowling the next over from the City end. Lewis Rees on his way in then from the City end, bowls to Matt Lamb, who drives him straight down the ground for 4 runs. Moved on to 260 for 3. They lead by 213. In comes Rees again, bowls to Matt Lamb, who defends this up to mid-on. Next delivery is turned into the leg side by Lamb, who picks up a single. Well, in the afternoon session, we had 11 wickets fall for the addition of 103 runs, but Warwickshire are still firmly in the driving seat here because they're 61 for 3. It means that they lead by 214 runs. In the afternoon session, Derbyshire lost 8 wickets for 45, including a couple of ducks, one for Ben Aitchison first ball and one for Anuj Dal. But Warwickshire making batting look a lot easier in the post-tea session. Just seen another 4 from Sam Hayne, who's moved on to 32. Matt Lamb has 23, and Warwickshire now 65 for 3 in their second innings, leading by 218. sure that maths was entirely accurate, if I'm entirely honest with you. I don't think there'd be anybody checking it though. The 4 runs there to Sam Hain, who crushed the ball out to the extra cover boundary. 65 for 3. Brooke Guest no longer standing up to the stumps to Lewis Rees. He's waiting now. It's Rees coming in around the wicket to Hain, who leaves this alone outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper, no run. Yeah, 65 for 3 is a lead of 218, so there we are. I was right with the lead, if not with the total. Hain has 32, Lamb has 23. These two have added 47. Derbyshire didn't have a single half-century stand in their innings. It only lasted 39 overs and 4 balls as they were dismissed for 121. Mikey Cohen, the last man out. Next delivery is defended by Sam Hain, and it's the end of the over. 65 for 3, Hain 32, Lamb 23. Outplay Sport, if you want to get in touch with me for any reason. Perfectly understandable if you didn't. As Lewis Rees is brought his cap by the 12th man. Unknown 12th man, I'm afraid. And we're going to see Sam Connors continue from the City end. Still 28 overs to go today. So bags of time for Warwickshire to build on what is an already impressive lead of 218. Connors is in, balls to Lamb, turns it into the leg side. Fielded by Alex Hughes there. And Mike, is it Hughes or Mikey Cohen? He threatened to throw it with his right hand. It is Hughes, yeah. I didn't think it would be Cohen threatening to throw the ball with his right hand. Although, having said that, worth a go. There was no run, as it turned out. Lamb waits as Connors sets off again. He's in and gets one to lift, and Lamb deals with it really nicely as he gets high on his toes and plays it straight into the ground. Might have trouble. It was almost a slower ball bounce because it didn't come off the bat at any kind of speed at all. Still plenty of cars in the car park, so not too many people have left who park their cars in the main car park away to our left-hand side in front of the flats. As Connors is in once again, 2 slips in place, and Lamb pushes it out into the offside where it's fielded by Matt Critchley, who threatens to throw it to the wicket-keeper, then realises what an absolute folly that would have been, and instead gives it to Lewis Rees, who gives it a bit of a polish. Ben Aitchison warming up at first slip. Looking for Mikey Cohen, down there at long leg, now chatting to the person who I believe to be Leas Deploy, who have returned from Durham after that T20 match this morning that he played in. I'm sure it's him. They might throw him out to talk to us as Sam Connors is in. Short delivery and cut away for 4 runs. Backward of the man at point, Anuj Dal. It was short. It sat up really nicely for Matt Lamb, and he took full advantage. He moves on to 27, and Warwickshire to 69 for 3.
Suddenly looking easy now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Comparatively, 50 partnership.
Indeed.
Well, the second between these two in the match, which, given there've only been 3 in the whole game between all the players, a decent effort.
And from just 68 balls as well. Lamb on strike as Connors bowls, and he forces this off the back foot into the offside, where again it's fielded by Matt Critchley. Yes, it is a fairly bizarre game, cricket, isn't it? But this afternoon was absolutely ridiculous. So the panic that had set into the Derbyshire batting just continued into the Warwickshire batting to start with. But Sam Hayne and Matt Lamb have calmed things right down. Both got themselves in.
Matt Lamb discovered some rubbish near the pitch, which he's now throwing a bit further away. He did offer to give it to the umpires, but I suppose they're not allowed to take it off him.
No, can't take anything off a player. You can talk to them face to face, but Connors is in, and that one is pushed into the onside. Connors does the fielding off his own bowling, and he's quite an angry young man at the moment, and I can understand why. His 8th over comes to an end. 1 for 24, his figures. Hayne has 32, Lamb has 27, Warwickshire 69 for 3 now. That's a lead of 222. And if it gets beyond 300, which at the moment you would suggest it's likely to do, given how easy these two have made batting look, then Derbyshire will be out of the game, and they would have to bat for twice as long. No, not quite twice as long, but longer than they've managed in any of their recent defeats. The average length of an innings has been 60 overs. As somebody pointed out, back in the day, they used to play 65 overs a side in a day.
Yes.
The Benson and Hedges. Was it the Gillette Cup? Gillette Cup it would have been, I think.
Yeah, well, a few names, wasn't it, over the years. It's round the wicket, it's pushed by Hayne. It's a good-looking shot, and it's been chased inevitably by Dahl, but he so nearly gets there, but not quite. Tumbling, committed effort in the context of the game, but unsuccessful one ultimately.
Just made the pitch slightly.
He's pushed the boundary rope back a bit to. Well, they're not putting him back. If I was Dahl, just leave it there.
Potentially Leas Deploy who's doing that. I'll get a good view of him at some point because he will walk around underneath us. He's actually left a little gap there. That'd be great, wouldn't it? If you can get the ball through that gap, you get an extra run.
Get a car. And it's 73 for 3. As next one, almost squeezed through for a single. Was at Hove. If you hit the egg cup, you used to get a prize. It's big egg cups around the ground.
It's not Leas Deploy, incidentally.
Okay.
Nothing like Leas Deploy that. There was a game at Lord's. I forget the exact number. I think it was 10 off one ball Derbyshire managed to get because they experimented one season with a net around the boundary's edge, and if you got the ball into the net, you got so many runs, and then the fielder went out there and the ball went into the net, and he then got tangled up in the net. And the Derbyshire batsman kept running, and it's in the record books as the most runs from a single delivery.
And what was left by Lamb is no run, 74 for 3. I recall a game Warwickshire played against Leicestershire. I think it might have been an outground. Anyway, it was a bit naughty Warwickshire, really, but Phil de Freitas ran a long way and managed to stop the ball just inside the boundary, but then he tweaked something, so he fell to the ground, couldn't get up. The batters were just running backwards and forwards. The umpires got quite cross with them and signalled 4, even though it hadn't gone over the rope. But in theory, they could have run quite a few there. Lamb drives that into the offside. There's no run, 74 for 3. That was a World Cup match, wasn't it? The very early days of the World Cup, when the crowd invaded the pitch thinking the match was over, when a catch was taken off a no ball. I think it was West Indies batting at the time. Oh no, it was Australia batting at the time. West Indies fans thought they'd won the game and all invaded the pitch, and in the chaos, I think they ran something like 7.
Trying to find that record now.
74 for 3 here. 2 slips in place. Rees round the wicket to Lamb, drives that. Good stop by Rees. Just stuck a hand down and deflected the ball to mid-off when it looked like it was going to go through and probably all the way. So no run, 74 for 3.
Seven runs in a single over I've come up with. That's not a good over, is it? Dear, oh dear.
This next one is pushed back to the bowler. There's no run. I knew it'd be the presenter's fault. WM News didn't come to me. I could hear the news still being read, and I thought I was 3 minutes past. I've got to start because CWR will be coming. I just had the text of the newsreader explaining the presenter came to him late, so couldn't fit the bulletin in. Has to be the presenter's fault.
I'd have thought so. Usually it is, isn't it? Yeah.
74 for 3.
It's usually the presenter. I like to blame them. Except when I'm presenting, when it's clearly not my fault. It has to be somebody else's.
Well done, what all the fuss was about earlier. This game's got quite quiet now, isn't
Yeah,
it?
very quiet. Very quiet indeed. Which is a little bit sad, really, for Derbyshire. Because it was all exciting at 18 for 3, Warwickshire in their second innings, where the lead was only 171. These two have taken it on very nicely. 74 for 3 now. Warwickshire in their second innings, having decided against enforcing the follow-on. They lead by 227, and Ben Aitchison is back into the attack from the racecourse end. He's bowling to Sam Hain, who defends the first one up towards mid-on. There is a substitute fielder on. No idea who it is. I think the best, to be honest.
Absolutely.
Could be Connor Marshall. He's the designated 12th man. Might not be. He's on for Lewis Rees, I know that, because he's in Lewis Rees's mid-on position. You can box that off straight away. So Aitchison winds himself up, he's in again, bowls, that's turned to the leg side by Hain for a single. He moves to 38, 75, 4-3. I think the balloon has been punctured as far as Derbyshire are concerned.
Yeah.
It would appear
So.
they've gone a little quieter. The sun is shining brightly. There's plenty of blue sky up above. Sam Hain and Matt Lamb are making batting look as easy as it's looked in this game. Maybe they did in the first innings as well, to be fair. Lamb on strike now as Aitchison is in once again, and he pushes this out into the offside. Dahl does the fielding. Tumbles, of course. And there is no run. But Critchley's tossing himself a catch as he walks towards Billy Godleman, spinning the ball in from one hand, from right hand to left. Aitchison again. Runs away from us, bowls to Lamb, who defends that, and the 12th man
He's
keen.
eager.
Very keen there, Connor Marshall. Races in. I don't think they had any intention of taking a run. Then he throws the ball to Billy Godleman and it reaches him on the bounce, and he had to throw it 25 yards. I'm not sure whether Godleman would have appreciated that. Gives it a cursory polish and sends Aitchison on his way. It's only 22 overs old, this ball, and that's a nice looking drive, and it might be 4 more runs. Godleman's giving chase. Lamb has taken 2. Godleman reaches it now. Will they come back for the third? Lamb fancies it. He's on his way back now, and they get there very comfortably indeed for 3 more. Lamb moves to 30, 78 for 3. Try and sound more excited next time there's something of note happening.
Yeah, it's just that phase of the game now. I suppose Warwickshire probably, if they're still back at the end of the day, would have a lead of about 300 by then.
Just some balls, a bouncer, and it's ducked under by Sam Hain. It was the final ball of the over. There's going to be a hand sanitisation break, I fancy, because umpire Billy Taylor's already done his. You can see him rubbing his hands together, and I'm sure it wasn't in glee. 78 for 3. There are 25 overs to go in the day's play. Hain has 38, Lamb has 30. They've added 60 so far for the fourth wicket, and Warwickshire's lead is 231.
So I suppose if they're not bowled out by lunch tomorrow, you'll be looking at getting close to 400. So Warwickshire
Should be enough.
Yeah, probably the way things go, they'll probably bat another half hour after lunch and then give themselves
Keep going till tea.
4 to lunch for the final day, make it absolutely safe.
Critchley's coming up. Might hasten the close of play, certainly.
Yeah, it's
There's
going to
nothing
be
else.
awful. Well, we've got still 25 overs left today.
Coming on to ball.
It's going to be 10 to 7 at the very earliest, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
What else to do on a Friday night, of course.
Well, the clubs will open late for you, Dave, anyway, won't they?
The clubs. Last time I went in a club, blimey. Might nip out for a couple later on. I think my host is out this evening, so.
So Critchley in to bowl, Lamb forward, pushes out to the onside for no run. So quite an important innings for Matt Lamb, you feel this one? It's, going well so far. That was given a bit of air by Critchley, hit into the ground, back to the bowler by Lamb.
Adams has been unveiled as the Bradford City manager today. There's a bizarre quote on this tweet, which I'll read to you in a minute.
This next one, Lamb plays forward, defensive too. He's got 3 half centuries this season, Lamb, so far, including in the last match against Notts. Pushes forward, that one to the offside for no run.
Bearing in mind that Bradford City are in League Two, his quote is, "My aim is to take us beyond this division and into League One." Excellent. Good ambition.
Played on the onside for no run, 78 for 3.
This isn't saying to the National League, which is the only other way you can get out of League Two.
Critchley. Tom Overs pushed out to long off for a single. $78 for 3. Warwickshire. 131, the lead. I should say it with a bit more conviction, shouldn't I? I think that's right.
231.
200, yeah.
I knew you
I was
meant,
close.
You meant that. No, I know you
One
meant.
digit out. 231, the lead.
It would have been better if you'd have said 232. That would have been slightly less frightening for the Warwickshire supporters. I knew what you meant. Yeah, all that enthusiasm there was when it was 18 for 3 is completely disappeared. That was at 4 o'clock, now an hour and a half nearly on. And now a couple of sniffs, but not too many. As Lamb waits, he's on 31. Aitchison in and bowls, too many beats him. Good delivery by Ben Aitchison. But every time the ball beats the bat, the Derbyshire batsman will be thinking, we've got a bat on this.
Yeah, and you felt that they needed to bat to bowl Warwickshire out for 100 or maybe 120 at the very most. And at 18 for 3, I must have thought, well, that could happen, but 79 for 3 is not looking very likely now.
No, they desperately need a wicket here. Can Ben Aitchison provide one? And that one is turned into the leg side by Matt Lamb. No run, Mikey. No, not Mikey Cohen. The substitute field. It is Mikey Cohen. Polishing the ball, left-handed with the gorse on his arm. I think it is. Looks like him. He's found himself at mid-on now. Yeah, it is him. Aitchison runs away from us. Bowls and a short delivery. He ducks underneath it. Lamb didn't really have to because it was misdirected, and it went a long way past the off stump. But he put the little duck and the slight backward lean in, just to be on the safe side.
Apparently, according to the BBC Twitter feed, the better weather forecast for Saturday and Sunday at Lords.
Well, that's good that it's not worse.
Yeah, well, indeed. No play at all today there.
It's disappointing, isn't it? Very disappointing. Pitches and Ian Lamb leaves. Allows it to go through to Brooke Guest. A ripple of applause from somewhere. Good to hear the applause. We didn't have to worry about applause for the thick end of 12 months watching cricket. So even now it sounds a little strange to my ears, certainly, but it is good to hear. Aitchison sets off again. He's up to the crease now. He's pulled around the corner, pulled square, in fact, by Lamb out to Alex Hughes, who's on the square leg boundary. No, it's not Alex Hughes, it's the substitute fielder. Hughes is at cover. There's an awful lot of players out there who are a similar size. I'm assuming that that's Connor Marshall still, unless otherwise advised.
He looks like the same chap as yesterday.
Yeah. It was a different 12th man who brought on the cab for the last bowler. Aitchison's in again. Oh, that beats Hayne. Played a little push shot. Goes flying through to Brooke Guest. The ball is still getting past the bat, despite the fact that Warwickshire are 80 for 3 and have a lead, a considerable lead of 233 runs. But Haynes still are on 38. Lamb has 32, and they've added 62 so far for the 4th wicket. The bowlers are still bringing out the odd decent delivery.
Durham now potentially 9 wickets away from victory. They've got Worcestershire 38 for 1, still 212 behind. Glamorgan still going well, 68 without loss, chasing 188 to beat Lancashire. No one above 173 in that match so far. This one's a 4 defensive by Lamb, because of inside edge to back of square leg. Matt Critchley continuing the bowling. Lamb remains on 32, 80 for 3. Warwickshire leading by 233. Lamb plays back to that one, back to the bowler. So there's the dark brown towel hanging over the back of his trousers. Got told off for calling them flannels in the last game.
Yeah, they're not. They're like tracksuit bottoms, aren't they, really?
4 defensive keeper collectors, no run.
If Glamorgan were to win that game, it propels them into contention, doesn't it? It's also good news for Yorkshire and Northamptonshire. I think we can safely.
Critchley gives out a bit of air. It's played by Lamb into the deep where there's a fielder, so he gets a single. He's 33, 81 for 3.
We can safely say that Derbyshire will be playing Sussex and Kent and Middlesex.
Got some nice trips there. I mean, only 2 of the games will be away, of course. But
And the other potential is that it's a toss-up between Leicestershire and Hampshire, but you think Leicestershire possibly, despite their upturning fortunes.
this next one, it's I think a full toss in the end. It's hit by Hayne, but it's cut off, so they only get 1 run. It'll be very interesting to see how the sort of 2nd and 3rd divisions go, and what the cricket is like, and how up for it the players are.
Well, I put it to Dave Houghton after the game down at New Road, with Derbyshire 30 points adrift at the bottom of the table.
Critchley bowls, and Lamb plays forward to that to the onside.
That they would finish in the bottom 2, almost certainly, and he agreed that that was potentially the case. And I said that's disappointing because it's clearly not where you wanted to be, which he agreed. He said, but if we can then win that bottom group, we'd finish 13th in the county championship, which is a decent finishing
point.
position for Derbyshire, which is one way of looking at it.
Yeah.
Couple of minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes away from an update. Clive's had enough. Can't say I blame him. Oh, you were half-past man as well? Yeah. A 5:30 report coming up for either WM or CWR or both. As Aitchison begins a new over from the racecourse and he's in and bowls to Hayne, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper, Brookcast, and there's no run. So yeah, they're the potential opposition for Derbyshire in the second round of matches. They're likely to fall further behind in Group 1 if their position at the bottom of the table wasn't already confirmed. It will be at some point in the near future. With Essex and Notts still to play. Could get very messy towards the end of the season as this one is turned down square backward by Hayne for a single. Hayne moves on to 40 now, 83 for 3. Lead 236. After the carnage of 11 wickets falling for 103 runs in the afternoon session, we haven't seen a single solitary wicket since tea. And we're approaching 11 overs as Aitchison is in again off the back foot, pushed into the offside by Lamb. Aitchison walking purposefully back to his mark. Aitchison on his way in again. In and bowls, defended by Lamb out into the offside, up towards Billy Godleman at mid-off. There's a third man and a fine leg. The fine leg is Sam Connors. The third man is Matt Critchley. Anuj Dal's at point. Alex Hughes is at cover. Billy Godleman at mid-off. Mikey Cohen at mid-on. Two slips, Ben McDermott and Wayne Madsen. And Connor Marshall, the substitute fielder, out on the leg side boundary as this one is left alone by Matt Lamb to go through to Brooke Guest. These two have added 65. For the fourth wicket. Having been in a bit of a hole themselves, Warwickshire at 18 for 3. Aitchison in again, balls, and that's a good delivery, but it's kept out comfortably enough in the end by Lamb. End of the over, 83 for 3, just the one.
When you're moving around the ground, would you please wear a face mask until you're
83 for 3 is a lead of 236.
So please wear your face masks when you're moving around the ground. Thank you.
7 wickets in hand. Waiting for the, might wait a while, but waiting for the declaration. That won't come until tomorrow, I'm sure. By which time Derbyshire will have been batted out of the game, you feel. Relatively dispiriting for the bowlers at the moment who know what's coming, and for the batsmen who know what's coming as well. Critchley to continue from the city end, bowls outside the off stump, allowed to go through by Sam Hayne to the keeper. Next delivery from Critchley. Hayne turns this into the leg side, fielded by Mikey Cohen at square leg. 6 successive dot balls. As Critchley is in again, and Hayne just pushes it out into the offside. Lamb sets off for a potential single, but the ball's gone straight to Ben McDermott, so they decide against it. Next delivery is a dot ball. In comes Critchley again, and that one is pushed up by Hayne off the toe end of his bat to mid-on, Mikey Cohen. 20 overs and 2 balls remain in the day's play. Next delivery is crunched into the offside, and now it's Dahl with a fine piece of fielding, moving away to his right-hand side, gets it in both hands. Stays on one knee, and then he's tossed the ball back by Critchley to give it a bit of a polish. So, update for BBC Radio Derby listeners coming fairly shortly into the sports news. Here we go. Ben Aitchison's going to continue from the racecourse end. 2:36. The Warwickshire lead, 65. The partnership. I'll repeat all that again in a minute. I've seen a few weird ones as well, Steve, I have to say. Yeah, the afternoon session was absolutely bizarre. Derbyshire lost their last 8 wickets for 45 runs in that session. And then, at one point, Warwickshire were 18 for 3, having decided not to enforce the follow-on. But they're rescuing it now. In fact, Sam Hayne and Matt Lamb have added 66 so far for the 4th wicket, and the lead is up to 237 and becoming almost alarming for Derbyshire, who polished off the final wicket they needed this morning for the addition of just 2 runs. Warwickshire all out for 274, and at lunch, when Derbyshire was 61 for 2, all the talk around the media centre was of it being a very even contest. Well, all that changed in that bizarre afternoon session, which saw Craig Miles pick up 4 more wickets to finish with a 5 and 4 for Liam Norwell as well. Derbyshire dismissed for 121, no follow-on though, despite the lead being 153. And when they were 18 for 3 Warwickshire, they might have been regretting it, as wickets fell to Sam Connors, Mikey Cohen and Lewis Rees. But they got to 43 for 3 at tea, and since tea they've taken it on. 84 for 3 now they are. Sam Hayne has 40, Matt Lamb has 34, and the Warwickshire lead, and remember this is only going towards the end of day 2, is 237. Next delivery is turned into the leg side for a single.
You have to tell us what weird ones you've seen now, then.
I know. I think it is the weirdest session of cricket I've seen this season, but I have seen some strange ones where Derbyshire have collapsed. And yeah, sorry, that's another one-sided conversation. Yeah,
I was just thinking it is often what happens when a team is struggling a bit. It's often just one session in a match.
Yeah. Certainly made a big dint in this game, didn't it? As this one is a short delivery. Now it's up in the air. Is it going to be caught out in the deep? It is. It's a terrific catch by Mikey Cohen, who tumbles as he takes it. And Derbyshire have a breakthrough of sorts. Matt Lamb goes for 34, and Warwickshire are 85 for 4.
Well, Matt Lamb can't believe that he's done that. No real need for it. He's done a decent job, but not gone on to a big score that might have got noticed. And you'll feel he's giving it away a little cheaply. Because, there's a man out there, and it's a long boundary. Trying to clear him would have been ambitious. So, yeah, I wish he had a chance to try that shot again. So again, with no century partnership, we still haven't had one in this match. Not even all that close to one.
No, absolutely. The lead at 238. And, they don't want to give Derbyshire any kind of in, do they? And they've just got a little in here. with Michael Burgess coming on. He batted nicely in the first innings, didn't he? Made 70 odd. So it was a good catch by Mikey Cohen. It was in the air for a long time, and in the end he had to dive forward and tumble to take the catch. So well done him out there in the deep on the mid-wicket boundary. It may just be a moment's excitement for Derbyshire, but it's a moment of excitement that we have to grab.
I expect Ben's mum will be excited.
Yes, indeed. That's the first-class wicket she's seen him take. I think he'd have preferred it if it had been nicked off to the slips, but a catch on the mid-wicket boundary will do just as nicely.
Fell for the trap,
Yeah.
you'll say.
It won't say anywhere on any of the records where Mikey Cohen was standing, but I've never seen him in the slips, so we can have a guess. New batsman is indeed Michael Burgess, who made, don't tell me, 71 in the first innings.
Last two innings have been 80 and 71.
He's due a failure then.
Yeah.
85 for 4 is a lead of 238. So I may already have said, just reinforcing it in my own mind. They've gone massively more attacking for the new batsman, it has to be said. Still just the two slips as Aitchison is in. Bowls to Burgess, who pushes this out into the offside, but it's just given the Derbyshire fielders a little bit of a lift, which is always nice, isn't it?
It is, and you say it's not quite what it should just, again, just got to be careful. They've got to keep switched on here. So often in the game, teams make a mess of things in the third innings.
I don't know how far behind Denise is listening, but she is giddy as a kipper, apparently. Excellent.
Wonderful.
Good to hear. Good to hear. Logan Van Beek's been in touch as well. I said it's been a tough day today. 9 a.m. tomorrow morning works, and I'm hoping he realises it's 9 a.m. our time rather than his time in Holland, which would be 10 o'clock, but I'll do my best. Here's Ben Aitchison into Burgess, who's yet to get off the mark. Oh, plays and misses at that one, and again he goes hard at it. And when you go hard at the ball, all sorts of things can happen, and that's been a problem for a lot of batsmen. They've either nicked it, got away with it, got an inside or an outside edge, or they've been dismissed in the case of Ben McDermott, who went hard at one and was unable to keep it down, and it flew to the slip cordon. That was not the greatest shot that Michael Burgess has played in recent times, and he's a little fortunate to still be there. Mikey Cohen's coming back now from the city end. At this is exactly what you shouldn't do on the radio, but at 25 to 7, I'm going to swap the things over later on, because that's when my the wires. That's when my end of play, which it won't be the end of play, of course. When my final roundup with Chris Coles will be taking place, and I don't want to subject the listeners online or on the stream to the one-way conversation.
So, what I should say, just keep their concentration. Once they get 300 ahead, then they can start being a little bit more blasé potentially, but they've got to make sure they get there.
I think Derbyshire could chase 270.
Well, I mean, they'd have a chance, certainly. I would have take that now, wouldn't they?
Oh, I don't think they'd have snapped your hand off at the very start. Absolutely.
I know we've seen 300, 350 could be chased, although in this pitch it would be a remarkable effort. But you never know, and that's the beauty of cricket, isn't it? If two players manage to get in and play blinders.
Yeah, indeed.
So, which pretty much happened with Leicestershire, didn't they, in their run chase? Two players played huge innings. Just spending some time working out the field. There's a helmet coming on, so I think someone's going to field in close. Someone's gone out on the square leg boundary.
Yeah, Ben McDermott's going to go under the lid.
Ben McDermott will come in his short leg. Cohen coming back into the attack.
Yeah, it is.
Placing Max Critchley. One of the slips is going back to third man. So only one slip now in place. And Just in case there was an outside danger of us finishing a bit earlier.
No, well, it's because it's +2 on the board, so they don't
can
really
get
have
away
to
with
rush,
it.
do
Yeah. Anyway, in comes Cohen to bowl. He beats the outside edge of Sam Hain. Still, Voldy's doing a bit. It's not looking easy out there. Warwickshire 85 for 4. And what a game really Hain's having. He might not have got that century he wanted. Could still get it, of course, but even if he doesn't, in the context of the game, 77 and now 41 not out is pretty impressive.
Double checking on the 9 a.m.
Left arm over, that's a bouncer. It's taken by the wicketkeeper. I thought they were not going to go on that long, surely, but that's what you're talking about.
Sorry, yes, I want to speak to you.
85 for 4 Warwickshire, so we've that fourth wicket to fall is the 15th today. Plenty of time for a few more to be added to that. Cohen will try and snaffle the 16th now as he comes into bowl, and Hain turns it around nicely down to his back of square leg for an easy single to move on to 42. It's 86 for 4 now for the new batter. Third man comes back to slip.
Yeah. Critchley's gone into first slip. Mainly because Ben Aitchison's bowling and Ben McDermott's at short leg. So he's the third cab off the rank.
4 catches in the first innings for Wayne Madsen. He's poised. Comes Cohen, and Burgess plays that back to him. There's no run. Cohen.
Gives him a glare.
He did, didn't he? An angry glare.
Proper glare. he's a real character, Mikey. Be even more of a character if he wasn't facing a 239-run deficit, I bet. If he was trying to win a game, I'd like to see that.
Hardly a cloud in the sky now. Best bit of unbroken sunshine we've had so far. Short delivery there from Cohen, which Burgess keeps his bat below the ball. That situation again where we got 16 at one end and 61 at the other end. As if there was a surfeit of 1s and 6s in the transfer room when they were doing the shirts.
When Madsen took all the 7s.
Yes. In comes Cohen. Left arm over, and that's just nicely placed that by Burgess. It's a really good shot. He opened the face of the bat, just got it past point, and it races away for 4. Great way to get off the mark, 90 for 4. Is there a significance in the 77s? A particular reason why he has that number? Is it because he wanted 7 and someone else had it? Or?
Exactly the reason. He wanted 7 because he wore 7 when he played international hockey for South Africa. That was his number in the international team.
Right.
And he wanted 7, but there was already a 7 here apparently, and then he wore 77, and he's been wearing it ever since for 10 years or however long he's been here, possibly more than that now. Wayne Madsen. Must be longer than that.
So it's not like Peter Milan and he's chosen his age then. It's not 77 then.
Well, no, he's getting there. No, he's not. He's not. I think he's 38 now, Wayne Madsen, but fit as a flea. Be a big part of the T20 side. Be a big part of the red ball side too. Ben Aitchison begins a new over from the racecourse end. Strikes the pad. Stifled appeals.
Elsewhere, where there's been play, Yorkshire are going well. Milan 83, Gary Balance 58, both still at the crease, 235 for 2, and Blighter Sussex is 313. Worcestershire 65 for 1 in their second innings, is still 185 behind Durham though.
Again, the ball to Sam Hain, who turns this into the leg side. There's a big gap there as well as Lewis Rees goes around to do the fielding. It looked like he was running through sand there for a moment, trying to get his knee working. He eventually gets there. They go through for a single. Hain moves to 43.91 for 4.
Glamorgan have lost a second wicket, but they've made a good start. 95 for 2. Almost halfway to their target of 188. No, they're more than halfway, aren't they? Slightly over halfway.
Are they? What are they on?
They're on 95. They're chasing 188.
95, yeah. Next delivery is pulled into the leg side quite violently. It was in the air for a while. It's fielded out there in the deep by Ben McDermott, who for one over is fielding at short leg, and for the next over is fielding on the mid-wicket boundary, the square leg boundary. So he's got a fair old distance to cover.
Hampshire 242 for 7, replying to Somerset's 360 at Taunton. Half centuries for Sam Northeast, Lewis McManus, who's still there.
Richardson sets off again. Hain leaves this alone outside the off stump. 92 for 4 it remains.
And Gloucestershire just been bowled out for 158 by Leicestershire. Now, if they don't force a follow on there, then cricket really will have gone mad. Well, they've 293 behind Leicestershire's first innings total.
I thought we'd established that this afternoon. But
Miles Hammond made 67 at the top of the order, but everyone else pretty much failed. 5 for Callum Parkinson, 5 for 45.
played here on loan. He was going to sign for Derbyshire, decided against it and went to Leicestershire. Richardson bowls, and this one's turned into the leg side by Hain out to Ben McDermott once again, this time along the floor. And they go through for a comfortable single. Hain to 44.93 for 4. I'd love to tell you what year that was, but they all merge into one after a while. 17, 18, sometime around then. Did okay, I'm sure there was an agreement in place, but just never materialised in the end as he went off to Leicestershire. He captained them recently. This next delivery is clipped away. You could hear the little off the bat beautiful sound, and they're going to come back for a second as the ball goes down to the backward point boundary. So 2 to Burgess, he moves to 7. 95 for 4 at the end of the over. 44 to Sam Hain, and the lead is 248. Just for a split second there, as he removed his cap, I thought we were going to see Ben McDermott bowl. And as he's a wicket-keeper by trade as well as a batsman, I thought that was quite alarming. But he was merely removing his cap to put his helmet on, because he's going to field at short leg, and Mikey Cohen's going to continue. Alex Hughes is warming up though, which is no bad thing. That'll be the fun.
Yes, again. Definitely not ours.
No. Well, I miss calls because mine's constantly on silent.
Yeah. Cohen to bowl with a short leg and a slip. Bowling to Hain. He just turns that round his pads. Oohs and ahs. It almost squeezes through. But he's got a run down to a fine leg. To move on to 45.
I also miss calls because I ignore them. But
96 for 4, Warwickshire. 249 the lead. Warwickshire looking for their 4th championship win of the season, the 2nd in a row. I think the last 2 came back to back as well, if memory serves. Not that they've won this one yet, as in comes Cohen. It's short, and it's pulled by Burgess. Short legs, life flashed through his eyes as Burgess pulled the ball over his head for 4 runs. He moves on to 15. And brings 100 up for Warwickshire.
yeah, the last thing Derbyshire want is for an injury to Ben McDermott, in all honesty.
Cohen in. Burgess plays it to mid-off for no run. $100 for 4. Best of the lead. Well, it's easy to work out then. 253.
You get the over in which that crops up. Marvellous.
And now it's going back onto the. Is he going to go all the way back to the square leg boundary or just part of the way back? He's walking backwards.
McDermott's going to slip rather than short
Yeah.
leg, which I think makes sense.
I mean, bet he was pleased with the captain there.
He's insisted.
Yes. Thank goodness for that, he'd be thinking. Going into Boulder Burgess. Plays it back to the bowler for no run.
Yeah, this ball's only 31 overs all. I say only, but it should still be hardish. But just that one wicket since T-Matt Lamb for 34 gave it away a bit, really.
Yeah. Yes, he'll be very disappointed, I think. Cohen bowls, that's wide. There's no run. You might have figured that Warwickshire in a commanding position could afford to take risks maybe, but given there was a fielder out and the deep in that position, did it straight to him. Have to question that.
You might have been optimistic at 7:15, because we've still got 16 overs after this one, which is generally around about an hour's play.
That one plays the open face of the bat, runs it down to wide third man. They think about a second, and indeed they will get a second.
We're going to see Alex Hughes. He's removed his cap. So Ben Aitchison, bowling 5 overs, 1 for 13, is replaced. And is replaced by another of the first innings wicket takers, Alex Hughes, who is waiting for the 12th man to come and collect his cap for him. Also a helmet brought out for Brooke Guest, who's going to stand up by the look of it, to Alex Hughes' medium pace.
100 came in 186 balls, which means the second 50 came in just 74. Just lost Matt Lamb in that 50.
Alex Hughes.
Alex Hughes fan club's in. It remains +2 the over rate, so they're in no hurry to sort this field out. They will eventually. We've got men close in on either side of the pitch. Ben McDermott on the leg side, Ben Aitchison on the off side. Mid on and mid off. Standard, Rees and Godalman. There's a man out on the cover boundary and a man down at deep backward square leg as Hughes is in, and that one is defended by Sam Hain. Ben McDermott does the fielding. Ben McDermott told me last week at New Road that 4-day cricket was his favourite sort of cricket.
Good.
I wonder if he still thinks that now.
Yes. Yeah.
Cricket is contractually obliged to say whatever they're playing at the time is their favourite
Yes, that's true.
form of cricket, but he might have changed his mind as Hughes is in, and that one is defended by Hain. Alex Hughes' right arm comes up in. So he was going to unleash an appeal. For what? I've no idea. He trudges back in a way only Alex Hughes can, or Kevin the teenager. And his way in again now. That was left alone and not taken cleanly by Brooke Guest behind the stumps. Push that one through a little quicker there, Hughes. left alone by Hen. He's just bringing out his left hand. Occupational hazard for wicket keepers, of course, with the worst hands you've ever seen. Unsurprisingly. There goes Hughes again. This time it's pushed into the offside. Ben Aitchison does the fielding. He's fielding staring straight into the sun there. I know the ball isn't going to get as high as the sun, but it's still going to be a bit irritating, you would have thought. If the sun is irritating, I mean, you may love staring at the sun. Shadow from the middle of the three floodlight pylons to the right is starting to creep across the square as Hughes is in. Again, it's pushed out by Hayne to Ben Aitchison, who again, well, this time not the small of his back yesterday, wasn't it? This time it's the back of his head that he's taking the sweat from. Gotta get it from somewhere.
Sam Hayne, quite a circumspect form. He might already be thinking, can I go all the way this time rather than just make a decent contribution?
Hayne drives it up to Billy Godleman at mid-off. And that's the end of a maiden over from Alex Hughes. First up, brakes applied. Hughes gets to the end of his first over without conceding a run. Decides against wearing his cap, I think, although the 12th man's bringing it on. Hughes is walking away from him. Does he want it? Does he not? We'll soon find out. And Dahl has a quiet word with him. He takes his cap. He'll come down to third man down below us for the next over, which I assume, as Mikey Cohen's only bowled 2 so far, will be bowled by Mikey Cohen. Hughes is in place just down below us to our right. I was looking at them preparing the first couple of pitches, it appears to me, for the T20, and we're going to get cracking views from the commentary box because they're right in front of us. First game here a week on Sunday against the Birmingham Bears. 1 or 2 more people leave the permanent temporary stand as we approach the scheduled close of play. Cohen is in, and that one is cracked away for 4 runs by Michael Burgess. He moves up to 17 and 106 for 4. The lead moves up to 259. Update coming up. If only it were approaching Stumps Hyder. We've still got 15 overs to go today. We won't be finished until 7 o'clock, I wouldn't have thought. And Derbyshire could do with getting off the field as quickly as possible because Warwickshire are 106 for 4 now. It means they have a lead of 259. This after Derbyshire were bowled out for 121 earlier on this afternoon. They lost their last 8 wickets for 45 runs. Alex Hughes has been brought on to try and stem the flow of runs. Sam Hayne is leading the way for Warwickshire. He's on 45. They're 106 for 4, leading by 259. Then comes Mikey Cohen again from the city end. He's bowling to Michael Burgess, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump. Gets a little bit of a round of applause from his batting partner Sam Hayne. $106 for 4. Cohen is on his way in again. Up to the stumps now. Bowls, and there's a play and a miss outside the off stump from Burgess. Quite an expansive looking shot that. Went past the inside edge, I fancy. There's a bit more encouragement for Mikey Cohen. He's going to come. Is he going to? No, he isn't. I thought he was going to come around the wicket for a moment there, but it's just Sam Hain remarking his guard at the non-striker's end. Fooled me for a moment. Didn't take a lot. These two have already added 21. Cohen on his way in again. Bowls, and that one is through to the keeper. Sam Hain wants something. What does he want? Gloves, a drink? I don't know yet, because he hasn't managed to signal. He hasn't managed to find anybody who will acknowledge his waving to the drink. That's what he wants. Somebody's acknowledged him. He wants a drink. I'm not surprised. It's a warm evening here at the county ground. I hope that this kind of weather stays for the T20. It'll be terrific if it does. Cohen in again. Burgess leaves outside the off stump. Ball goes through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. Alex Hughes takes off his cap and his glasses, throws them over the boundary down below us, and he will continue from the racecourse end. Oh, it's a hand sanitisation break though, so we'll just have a quick look at the scores elsewhere. Yorkshire 258 for 2 trail Sussex by 55 at Headingley. Worcestershire 77 for 2 now, trailing Durham by 173. No play today at Chelmsford. No play today at Canterbury either. Glamorgan have lost a third wicket. They're 106 for 3. They need a further 82 runs to beat Lancashire. In Cardiff, Gloucestershire are following on. 3 without loss against Leicestershire in their second innings, trailing by 290. Hampshire 264 for 7, trail Somerset by 96 in Taunton. So you bang up today. Glamorgan going nicely though. Chance of a win there. Leicestershire will be looking to force victory over Gloucestershire, who've been playing well this season. Sussex and Yorkshire, well, not sure that game's going anywhere anytime soon. Yorkshire will be looking to build a first innings lead, but they've got to overturn the remaining 53 runs of the deficit. And if you haven't heard, no play at the test today. 106 for 4 here, Warwickshire, which means they have a lead of 259. Alex Hughes to continue from the racecourse end. In and bowls to Hain outside the off stump. Not claimed cleanly by Brooke Guest, but stopped brilliantly by the only man at slip, Wayne Madsen, diving away to his right hand side. Otherwise that one might have gone away for byes. A bit of work from Madsen. He's just stretching his neck a little bit out there. Perhaps jarred it when he put in the dive. Here's Hughes again. In. Full delivery, nicely dug out by Hain, out to Anuj Dahl at extra cover. Two more people have left now, but there's a fair sprinkling who are determined to sit it out to the bitter end. My last news bulletin said they're approaching the end of play. So I don't like contradicting intros, but I said there are 15 overs to go here, and we'll all get finished till 7. That is approaching. There's Hughes in again, and that one's left alone outside the off stump by Hain. Yet to concede a run, Alex Hughes.
Not quite bad. I quite like contradicting intros.
Oh dear. Oh.
Too clever by half, some of these.
Yeah.
No, not really.
Yeah.
But,
well, more often than not, the person who's reading the news doesn't, well, they don't know what's happening here, clearly. They're just passing to us, but they like to say something different every time. So.
Of course.
Bless them. Hughes is in. That one's left alone again outside the off stump. Goes Goes through to Brookguest. Takes it nicely this time, because it was a little bit of an extra bounce to that delivery. 106 for 4, the score remains. Hughes turns. It's all calmed down again now as he bowls, and Hayne pushes it out to the offside. Dahl can't get there, which is incredible. And they go through for a single. Hayne moves on to 46, 107 for 4. Ball has been returned to Alex Hughes. He's on his way in now to bowl to Michael Burgess. He's got 17. He still has 17 as he pushes the final delivery of the Hughes over out to Dahl at mid-wicket. 107 for 4. Now Warwickshire in their second innings leading by 260.
Good to see the game hasn't gone completely mad then, as she did in
Yes,
fourth.
they did. Thought you'd be pleased. Morgan had lost a third wicket, but they're still...
I just checked, actually. They're not going to finish today. They've only got 7 overs to go, so that's going to be quite a nervy night in the morning session tomorrow.
Even if they took the extra 8?
I thought, but actually it can be 10 these days. I think but still 17 overs. They're only going about 3 and over at the moment, so I think it's unlikely. So
they might let everybody in for nothing tomorrow.
Yeah, it'd be interesting one anyway. Anyway, 107 for 4 here. Not quite at the denouement of this match yet, as Cohen comes in to bowl to Hayne, who leaves that one. The keeper takes it. Hayne looking for his 6th 50-plus score of the season. He started this innings needing, I'm going to double check there, but from memory I think it was 72 by my reckoning to reach 500 for the season. Just over halfway, so he's in with a chance perhaps of finishing on the 1,000, but he may be out. Here he is, and he's out not playing a shot. Lifted his bat and padded up to it, and never seemed to be much doubt. And obviously didn't get up as much as he expected. And Hayne goes for 46, so he won't get his 6th half century. He's batted well in this match, but the 5th wicket falls, the 16th wicket of the day. And, well, the lead's not decisive necessarily, 260.
Sam Hayne was LBW to Mikey Cohen for 46.
Cohen gets the wicket. That's the 2nd wicket of the match, I think, that's fallen to a batter not offering a shot.
That was always going to happen, wasn't it, once I'd nipped out?
And so they added 22 in 8 overs. Watch will still be confident they'll be okay in this game, but they have made heavy weather of it. Again, somewhat calls into question the decision to bat when they could have been forced to follow on.
Yeah, 260 lead. If they could, if they
get
could,
under 300,
if they could,
yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There's so much time in the game. That's the problem, isn't it? That's the dilemma that Warwickshire would have had. But for me, it's not been a dilemma. As Alex Hughes, one of my fiercest critics, did send me a series of messages when Derbyshire beat Nottinghamshire last year. He wasn't playing in the match. He thought I was being negative. I think he chased down about 380 and all the way through the day's play. Even when they were, I think, 6 or 7 down, I said, no, they're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. They did it.
Well, still Warwickshire have to be careful. Tim Bresnan Got a pair in the last match, but has got some runs this season. He plays that a bit on. I probably should add to my list bagging a pair, because he did it at the last match, and Peter Milan, alas, has done it in this game. Seems a slightly mean stat to keep, but
Yes.
I'd have to start thinking about adding that to my list.
There's 4 wickets in the match for Mikey Cohen, and he came into the match with a couple. So it's been a decent game for him.
And he's bowling to Bresnan. So there's 2 slips in place. Bresnan blocks that back to the bowler. Will Warwickshire still be batting tonight, or will they be dismissed? There's still 12 overs to go after this one. I would hope to be still batting tonight, but you just don't know. And the way this game's gone.
Just watching the replay of that LBW, you don't see many batsmen walk, do you? He walked.
Yeah.
You knew he was out.
He clearly expected it to bounce.
Yeah.
And it just didn't.
Yeah.
Cohen to bowl. And that's gone past the outside edge of Bresnan to the wicket keeper. They'll be anxious. They have at least another 100 runs to feel really pretty safe.
Started to think how I'm going to pitch the 25 minutes before the close of play, end of play report. Because it won't be, well, I doubt that they'll be 300 ahead by then. If they've lost a couple more wickets in the next 20 minutes, it could be interesting.
Good. 16 wickets now in the day. Cohen bowls, and that's left. There's no run. And the end of the over, 107 for 5. 12 overs to go today, plus another potentially, what is it? Well, 192, I think. After this one, Warwickshire's lead is 260.
Today, so it's 230 runs for 16. It's mad. We had 9 yesterday.
Well, I hope James Taylor didn't come here to watch batting then.
Yeah, he's been very disappointed on his journey back to Leicester, one of the posher parts, I would imagine.
Nearly ended up here, James Taylor, but Warwickshire couldn't quite snaffle him from knots.
Hughes begins a new over, and first delivery is defended by Burgess out into the offside.
I say here, I mean it's Edgeworth, obviously.
Yeah, I don't think he was ever coming here. Sadly. Fine batsman. Good to see him still involved in the game.
Yeah.
0 for 1, Alex Hughes, from his 2.1 overs.
Tidy.
Miserly. And he's in again and bowls to Burgess, pushes it out into the offside. Anuj Dal swoops. As only Anuj Dal can. And then throws the ball to Lewis Rees. About 40 yards, possibly something like that. And Rees didn't have to move an inch. It's quite an art, that. Al. I've never heard him called Al. Alex Hughes is in again. Again, it's the 3 players playing at the moment.
You can call me Al.
Yes, yeah. That one is pushed out to Anuj Dal again by Michael Burgess. He's got 17. Tim Bresnan's only faced 4 deliveries and he's yet to get off the mark. 107 for 5. Lead of 260. Hughes is in again, and that one is defended by Burgess. Ben McDermott runs past the ball, allows it to go through to Lewis Rees, because even if he'd picked it up, he would have thrown it to Rees, because he's the polisher in chief. So it would have been pointless bending down. Here's Hughes again. Just the one slip. Balls, and that one is driven out to Anuj Dal. Straight to him. Pattern developing in this over. Hughes has been bowling. Burgess has been playing the ball into the offside, and Dal has been fielding it. quite what Sam Connors, who's a deep backward square leg, thinks of all this, because he's very much out of the action at the moment. Hughes is in again, and this one pops a little bit. And Burgess deals with it very nicely. Full face of the bat, down towards a short third man, where Matt Critchley does the fielding and ruins a maiden over. He's conceded 2 runs from his 3 overs now as Alex Hughes.
I have to think about taking them off. It's getting expensive.
108 for 5, lead of 261.
Close of play at Headingley. Slightly more civilised time than here. 272 for 2, Yorkshire. So looked to be in a very good position. They're just 41 runs behind Sussex. Dawud Malan completed his century just before the close. 103. Not out. And close of play also. Leicester, I don't know if you mentioned that, but Gloucestershire 5 for 1, following on till 288 behind Leicestershire.
They've been playing some decent cricket this year, Gloucestershire, haven't they?
Yeah, that is a bit of a turnaround.
No James Bracey, of course.
So, Cohen to Burgess. Left arm over. One nips back at Burgess, he hits it into the ground. It's fielded at backward point by Dahl.
He's probably the quickest bowler on show, isn't he, Mikey Cohen, I think, in this match. I think he's bowled as well in this game as he has for Derbyshire in the last couple of seasons.
Yes, Derbyshire looking for positives. They might turn this game around yet, but they're looking for positives. Some of the young players, young bowlers have looked, particularly Cohen and Connors, has looked to have something about them. Cohen in, and that's played back to him.
Yeah, Cohen's 22, Connors and Aitchison 21. And you get from them what you get from 21 and 22-year-olds. 1 week it's a 5, for the next week it's not so much. And as long as they stick with them and don't suddenly discard them and bring another raft of 21-year-olds in, then that would be more of a plan for me than we've seen in recent years, certainly with the young bowlers that Derbyshire have had.
Yes, could grow up to be a decent team together, couldn't they? Cohen comes in the ball, it's short, and it's pulled by Burgess right down to a fine leg.
Well, Dave Houghton was rather interestingly quoted in the cricket paper, a piece written by John Curtis, so I have no reason to doubt the validity of the quote, suggesting that it is a young bowling attack, but when they all grow up together, they will have an attack capable of winning, and I quote, championships, plural.
No pressure then, not just one championship. Well,
Going to go on and dominate English cricket for years.
they've got a long way to go, obviously, but I can see where he's coming from what I've seen. Sometimes you've got to look at the...
Probably need to find a batter or two. Though.
Yeah, yes, I was talking about the bowling attack. In comes Cohen to bowl. That's played to mid-off for no run. It was a single before to Burgess is now on to 19, so Preston's now on strike. 109 for 5.
I just keep having to listen in just to see what they're talking about. I've been called in to do the show on Tuesday.
Well,
I usually play all the records that are available to me, though.
comes in now to Cohen, left arm over, pitched up. It's driven by Breslin straight to a fielder. Breslin still yet to score. 109 for 5. How many balls does he face now, Breslin? He's possibly not had too much of the strike. Yeah, no, he hasn't. It's only his 6th ball.
Critchley's warming up.
Comes again. And Cohen beats the outside edge of Breslin. He thought about going up, but it just didn't hit anything. Goes to the wicketkeeper. Good ball though from Cohen. End of the over, 109 for 5.
Just want to find out what the most Derbyshire have chased against Warwickshire in the past successfully. out what I was looking for. I'll be able to let you know. Go for his 4th innings total, but that's not going to help me. Matt Critchley's going to come back from the race course end. He did score 319 for 9 at Edgbaston against Warwickshire in 1974. Not sure how relevant that is. Probably not very. 109 for 5 at the moment. 262 is the lead, so at the moment they'd need 263 if Matt Critchley comes and rips through the final 5.
Indeed, that would be quite a match tomorrow, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Potentially.
Yeah. I'm not sure where my money would be. Heart and head probably say different things. Critchley tosses himself a catch. He comes in and bowls to Burgess, who very comfortably goes back into his crease and forces the ball out towards the cover boundary, where it's fielded by Sam Connors. 110 for 5. Burgess wants something from the changing rooms. Nobody's looking though. Carries on waving like that, he'll put Tim Bresnan off. So he settles on his bat. Bresnan's ready to get off the mark, and he defends the first ball he faces from Matt Critchley to Alex Hughes in the onside. We come to the point where batsmen are going to have to carry little radios around with them so they can alert the pavilion. This next delivery's outside the off stump, and Bresnan leaves it alone as we go through to Brooke Guest. Ten overs, including this one, still to be bowled. As Bresnan goes back into his crease, pushes it out to the offside. Dahl picks up and throws it in, but he was off balance, badly off balance when he threw the ball. Did well to pick it up in the first place. And he's a little bit angry with himself. High standards. Looks to the skies. They scamper through for the first run for Tim Bresnan. Nelson on the board, 111 for 5. Critchley's in to Burgess, who rather agriculturally pulls him out towards the mid-wicket boundary, where Ben McDermott's patrolling. 112 for 5, Burgess on to 21.
Fairly cautious stuff now from Warwickshire. You know, they need to just make sure they answer a few more runs.
Critchley's in. Always dangerous to go back into your stumps to a leg spinner. But Bresnan trusted his hand-eye coordination, got bat on ball, put it into the leg side. And the over ends with a dot ball. 3 runs from that over from Matt Critchley. Bresnan 1, Burgess 20, 112. 4, 5, 265 the lead. And we're going to see a change of bowling from the City end with Ben Aitchison replacing Mikey Cohen, who's just bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 17. Good effort from him.
Still 9 overs left in the day. Well,
7 o'clock might have been slightly optimistic.
not the only ones running late, actually. A lot of games, although as well as being played, still going on. So, as the announcer says, Ben Aitchison into the attack, 2 slips in place. Burgess on 21. And Aitchison right arm over. Driven to mid-off by Burgess. No run. .265 the lead. Vote of encouragement, Ben Aitchison. Turns from the City end, runs towards us. Billowing a little bit in the breeze, and that's defended solidly by Burgess to mid-off. Warwickshire and Derbyshire, I guess, sort of last met. I think Warwickshire were in the second division. I think Derbyshire's season in the first division came before then, I think.
2013.
Yeah. Warwickshire be in the second division. Actually, not so long ago. That's pushed out to the offside for no run. 112 for 5.
Yeah, well, I'm sure I've done a championship match.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been that long. I'm just trying to think now. I should know these things, shouldn't I? It's been the end of a long day. Where are we now? So obviously 2019 doesn't count. 2018. Was it 2016?
Could have been.
I've got my wizard next door. I could look it up, but unfortunately it's next door. HSV comes into bowl, and that's played to mid-on. There's no run. 112 for 5. Be interesting to say this format, of course, still in theory introduced an experimental phase, and in theory they could go back to the two divisions. Although I can't help thinking it'd be quite difficult now to go back to the original teams of the two divisions.
Yeah.
Just so much time. You could end up with a team winning the championship this season, finding themselves in the second division the following season, which wouldn't make much sense. Aitchison comes into bowl, and that's a pretty horrible swing from Burgess. That one that bounced a bit. He was looking to cut it away. Probably quite relieved he missed it.
When was the last time cricket made sense?
Well, 18 for... No, I don't know. It's quite... there was actually...
2018 they played in the second division.
2018, yes.
Yeah.
Was that recent? Gosh, so it was. Yes, of course. They did, that's right. And then the last full season we had, they just about stayed back up again. That was edged and bounces short of Madsen at second slip, and he fields it well. 112 for 5. Yes. Warwickshire did win the second division title that year, and found it tough the following year when they did have horrendous injury problems. They were signing just about everybody on loan because they had so many players injured. A bizarre period of players playing for them.
Coles is reading the news headlines at the moment, which is always slightly...
due gravity, I hope.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I always find that slightly strange in a sport and music programme where the presenter reads the sports headlines at 6:30, but... usually read it blind as well, which is always a slight concern. As Matt Critchley bowls a full toss, horrible delivery, and Tim Bresnan crunches it out into the offside for a single to 113 for 5. 266 the lead.
Close of play at Taunton. It was quite a close game now. Hampshire recovered a bit, 285 for 7, so 75 behind Somerset. Lewis McManus 91 not out.
Critchley bowls, that's in the air and caught, is it? Oh, almost caught by Anuj Dal. He tipped it up into the air, pirouetted around, tried to catch it behind himself, behind his back. I just couldn't cling on. Terrific effort.
I almost wish you'd held that, because that would have been quite impressive to catch you behind your back.
Unbelievable. 113 for 5 it remains. Next delivery is defended along the floor, this time to Anuj Dal. Well, bit of late excitement in the day. It's been a good game of cricket. Not that there's lacked in excitement at all as Critchley bowls, and it's cut away into the offside by Burgess for a single. 114 for 5, lead 267.
Yeah, I mean, if Warwickshire win this game, which obviously looks likely, we'll look back at just that one session between lunch and tea today. Other than that, Derbyshire, I mean, there hasn't been much between the two teams other than that.
It's cut away by Bresnan for another single. 115 for 5. 268.
He writes down to make sure that he writes down to make sure that you're...
Yeah, I'm going now as
you're
well.
Going, you're off. To the listeners of BBC Radio Derby. As Critchley comes into bowl to Burgess, who defends that Well, got away with one there. Burgess had over. Maybe just got enough on it to make it a bit too difficult for Dahl, but 115 for 5. So what did he say the lead was? 268. Burgess on 22, Bresnan on 3. So still not by any means safe in the game, Warwickshire. And they have found it difficult, having had that big first innings lead. Could have enforced a follow-on, chose not to.
I'm back.
You're back?
Well, they're playing the Manic Street Preachers at the moment, so I'll disappear again in a couple of minutes. I just feel like I'm doing my co-commentator a disservice by ignoring him for long periods.
Cohen, well, quite a lengthy spell from the city end. Beautiful blue sky, so he could probably play on until the game was over in these conditions, but Cohen comes in and Bresnan plays up to the onside for no run. I was going to say the men out today, but we haven't got that long. Just the men out in the Warwickshire innings. Will Rhodes bowled Collins for 3. Peter Milan caught behind off Cohen for 0, a pair for Peter Milan. Rob Yates bowled Rees for 5. That was 18 for 3. Cohen over the wicket to Burgess, who's pulled that, but it's a controlled shot. And he's got it right between the two fielders. Really good shot that from Tim Bresnan. His first boundary takes him to 7 and 119 for 5. Partnership then took them beyond tee before Matt Lamb was caught in the deep by Cohen trying to pull Ben Aitchison to go for 34 at 85 for 4. And Sam Hain, LBW, not offering a shot to one that kept low from Cohen to go for 46. That was 107 for 5, so now 119 for 5.
Yeah, safe shot in the end, wasn't it? That from Bresnan.
Yep. As Aitchison comes in to bowl, beats the outside edge. He's actually had a limited role in this game. Bresnan, he did take 2 catches, but didn't get to bowl all that much in the Derbyshire innings. What did he get in the first innings? He's got 70 in the first innings, so he made a contribution with the bat.
Very distracted by the Manic Street Preachers, who seem to have turned into the Beach Boys. This single, for my money. It's a long way from motorcycle emptiness, I can tell you.
This next one is pushed out to the point for no run.
They just don't know when to stop, these bands. They don't know when to stop. Hopefully it'll stop soon. I'll speak to you shortly.
Got the new Coral album recently. That's really good. Yeah. Excellent stuff.
I think when bands have been going for 20 years, they've sort of run out of things to write. But that's just an impression I get.
Yeah, sometimes. But,
the Beatles haven't written anything good recently.
no, that's true. Not for a while now. So that's driven by Bresnan, but this time it'll be cut off at mid-off, so you won't get a run on this occasion. 119 for 5 remains the score. And no worries at all about the light as we enter the closing stages of the day. It is going to be beyond 7 o'clock when we finish today, over an hour late. Why is that? Well, I haven't seen much spin, and of course lots of wickets have fallen, which always holds things up. And then you have to factor in all the hand sanitisation breaks we need. And that's, I nibbled at that one outside off stump from Bresnan. I mean, Aitchison, the bowler, should say. I think I'll call him Cohen this over. I do apologise. Ben Aitchison bowling that over. And a good delivery to finish with Bresnan, again, pushing at it and missing. And it goes to the wicketkeeper. Beat the bat a couple of times, Ben Aitchison, that over. 119 for 5, 6 overs to go today. Lead 272. So, might not get up to 300 by the end of the day. Warwickshire at the moment feel just want to make sure they're still there at the close, come back tomorrow and try and dictate the game tomorrow. Probable 3-day finish, so that may well depend on how Derbyshire fare in their second innings. And also, quickly, Warwickshire bowled out, I suppose, if Warwickshire bat on in the morning, then likely is that Derbyshire will be chasing a target they wouldn't get by the end of the day, so they could still be there at the end of the day, take us into Sunday, but I'd have to say the money at the moment will be on a 3-day finish. We're going to see Sam Connors as a chat with Captain Billy Godalman. Connors to bowl. Took the first wicket of this innings, hasn't struck since. That's short, it's pulled in the air, but it's going to be safe, I think it is. In fact, it's going to go for 4 down the back of square leg. 2 men out on the boundary there, so there's a risk element to that shot. And Connors 1 for 24 before that shot, so he's 1 for 28 now. This is 9th over. That's 123 for 5, and Burgess on to 26. So it's the same batters making the runs. Sam Hain 77-46. Michael Burgess 71. First innings he's made 26 in this one. And Connors bowls to me, hits it hard into the ground. Connors fields it cleanly off his own bowling. Matt Lamb did contribute a bit in the second innings, 34. Before rather, well, I'm sure he'll feel he gave it away somewhat. Played a part because Warwickshire needed the ship steadying after they were 18 for 3, and he did steady it with Sam Hain. But I'm sure frustrated he didn't go on a bit further. Connor to Burgess, and Burgess cuts that away. He's found a gap in the offside. That's been chased by 2 fielders, and they will pull it in, and it's 2 runs, 125 for 5. So 125 for 5. And in comes Connor, it's pushed out to the offside. Matt Critchley fielder, having chased the previous one, 2/3 back to the boundary and thrown it in. That's a nice comfortable stop to him, straight at him. And there's no run. Dave's describing a couple of the incidents in this match. So much has happened, I tend to forget them. A couple of interesting incidents, interesting, I suppose, decisions. Before the carnage of the wickets falling was one that could have been a major talking point. Probably isn't because of events in the end. That's played to mid-arm, not out of the middle of the bat from Burgess for no run. Billy Godalman batting for Derbyshire, and they were 1 wicket down. He edged one, and Sam Hain was convinced he'd taken a low catch. It did look a very, very good catch, but Billy Godalman, of course, as he's entitled to do, stood where he was and said, well, he's not sure whether the ball carried. And once the batter does that, then the umpires have to come together and see if either of them feel sure. And evidently, neither of them were. As Connors comes into bowl, and that's gone past the outside edge. Connors head in hands, can't believe it's beaten the bat, no run. So anyway, the umpires, having discussed it for a while, Nigel Long then indicated it was not out. Fair to say Warwickshire weren't too pleased. It seemed to be a fairly animated conversation between Nigel Long and Will Rose. I'm not suggesting it was dissent by the Warwickshire captain, but he was clearly putting a case and asking for an explanation, and Nigel Long, quite a lot of arm movement as he was explaining why they'd come to the conclusion they had. There's obviously a bit of needle out there, inevitably, through it all. As it happened, Craig Miles was the bowler, and not long later, Miles appealed for a caught behind against Godalman, which was given, which rather ended the debate. So there was that incident, and the other one I heard him just talking about was a slightly odd one. That's played to mid-off, there's no run. Only that young Cohen, Mikey Cohen, when he was batting, we talked about it. He has this habit after every shot, pretty much, of walking going on a little walk to square leg. Oh, by the way, we're on 5 Live Sports Extra. So welcome to 5 Live Sports Extra, listeners. I'm Clive Eakin. Dave Fletcher will be rejoining us in a moment. He's just been talking to listeners on BBC Radio Derby. The situation here is that Warwickshire 125 for 5. That's played to the onside. There's no run, which means they lead by 278. It's been an extraordinary day. I'll summarise in a moment. I was just in the middle talking about that incident which I heard Dave talk to Radio Derby listeners about. We noticed that Michael Cohen had a habit of walking after every ball. And then 9 wickets down, there was a big appeal for a caught behind. And for all the while, he looked like he was walking, because he was just going on one of his normal walks to square leg, and the umpire's finger went up, and the batter looked astonished. And that's left, there's no run, and of course the umpire might well have already been intended to give him out, but it did rather look as if he was influenced slightly by the thinking the batter had started walking. Anyway, that was that. How on earth do we summarise the day's events, Dave? It's haven't got that long.
Well, I'll do the morning and the evening sessions if you want, and you can take the afternoon session, because it was absolute carnage, wasn't it? Absolute carnage. Derbyshire took the last 2 wickets this morning, or the last wicket this morning, for the addition of just 2 runs. So Warwickshire all out for 274, and Derbyshire would have taken that, no question. Ben Aitchison beats Tim Bresnan again, and that's been the story of the game. The ball has beaten the bat on a regular basis. And 274, was it par, was it not? Well, the thought was it was a little bit below. And when Derbyshire got to lunch at 61 for 2, having lost Lewis Rees and Billy Godman for 3 and 32 respectively, it looked a fairly even contest, didn't it, Clive?
It did.
To be perfectly fair. Brooke Guest was on 18, batting nicely. Wayne Madsen had just joined him. But what happened in the afternoon session, I've just been asked by Chris Coles, who's back in the BBC Radio Derby studios, to try and explain exactly what happened. And it's very difficult to explain a batting collapse like that, as Bresnan pushes this next delivery from Aitchison up to mid-off. It all started Madsen for 15, McDermott for 2, Critchley for 5, Guest for 23, Dahl without scoring, Hughes for 4, Aitchison first ball, and then Mikey Cohen, the last man to go, blameless towards the end there. But then I noticed a bit of a pattern. Burgess, Bresnan, Bresnan, Burgess, all caught either by the wicketkeeper or by first slip.
Yeah.
As Aitchison is in again, and that strikes the pad of Tim Bresnan. They're going to go through for a run here. It's going to be a leg by 126.
I'm just chuckling because that was a real end of day leg by signal by the umpire.
Barely got the leg off the ground there, umpire Nigel Long. So it suggests that they've got a real problem with either a moving ball or with the ball that's just outside the off stump, if they're nicking it through to the keeper and the first slip. But then it sort of continued. The panic sort of continued, didn't it? When in Warwickshire's second innings they were 18 for 3.
After not enforcing the follow-on, which they could have done because they had their first innings of 153. Indeed, Will Rhodes 3, Peter Milan for 0. I'm afraid he bagged a pair. Rob Yates for 5. They were 18 for 3. And at that point, looking Lancashire, they're still not quite there yet, Warwickshire, in terms of making the game safe. As Connors comes into bowl, and that one is left by Bresnan as it bounces a bit. He's on 7, Burgess on 28. Matt Lamb 34 and Sam Hain 46 steady the ship somewhat. But what we've seen, 16 wickets fall today now.
Yes, it's more than enough.
Yes.
More than enough.
Well, we've still got 4 overs today to add any more.
They really need to get another couple, don't they, Derbyshire, if they stand any chance. I mean, there's so much time left in the game that time wouldn't be a factor, but it's just the size of the task.
Connors comes into bowl, and that's play back to me. Yeah, in theory, they'd probably have time to chase 400 if they were set that. But
bring it on. That's what I say. For those Sports Extra listeners who were tuned in last Sunday to the Roses match, Harry Duke does the same kind of thing as Mikey Cohen. He goes on a long walk in between every delivery, and that's what Mikey Cohen was doing. I felt a little bit sorry for him, if I'm honest. But the Derbyshire bowlers, young bowling attack, as everybody knows, has done quite well.
They have. Connors got the first 4 wickets of the match. He's got 5 in the match. At the moment, he's now got 6 because there was a swing there from Bresnan. He's edged and he's scored at second slip. Is that yet another catch for Wayne Madsen? His 5th in the match. And Warwickshire are 126 for 6. And Derbyshire still doing their best to stay in this game. The lead has crept up to 283 now. Well, just 4 Warwickshire wickets left.
Remarkable.
17 in the day now.
Absolutely remarkable. He went hard at that one, Tim Bresnan. Did a good catch by Waymatson. That one was above his head. He's taken 3 in the midriff, and he took one. Was it yesterday? Oh, God, blimey, I can barely work out what day of the week it is. It was yesterday that actually hit the bat and the wicket keeper, and he took that one off the bowling of Alex Hughes, keeper standing up. But Guest, that was another decent catch, and well, they're just about in it, Derbyshire. Although it would take something spectacular, you would suggest, because I make the lead 279, but about your.
Oh, sorry. No, you're right. You're absolutely right. It is 279.
Your superior mathematics.
No, you're absolutely right. 279. Don't know where I got my figure from. Apologies.
No. Sam Connors has bowled really nice. Talking about the young Derbyshire bowler, Sam Connors is 21, Mikey Cohen is 22, Ben Aitchison's 21 as well, and is an inexperienced attacker. Dave Houghton said following the departure of Billy Stanley with that stress fracture of his back that he was going to stick with these young bowlers for the rest of the season, and I think that's good because it's going to give them plenty of experience. What they don't want to be is carted around a cricket ground, and they haven't been in this match. When the attack, including Billy Stanley, was carted around Chelmsford for 470 runs in 72 overs or something, which was ridiculous. But in 4 of the last 5 matches, they could have been following on Derbyshire. It's only happened in 2 of them. Notts didn't enforce the follow-on either. They lost by an innings to Essex and to Worcestershire last week. They both enforced the follow-on. Warwickshire didn't. Notts, I should add, did win the game. They didn't enforce the follow-on. And you would say that Warwickshire remained favourites, but they just keep chipping away, Derbyshire, chipping away.
Well, if Warwickshire do lose this, people will question the decision not to enforce the follow-on. Who knows what would have happened if they had. Connor's having a chat with Billy Godalman. The new man is Danny Briggs.
Yeah, part of the problem being that they overrate his +2.
Yes.
So there's no pressure whatsoever to race through these remaining overs.
Comes in then. Connors is first time I've seen him play. Just look at a real prospect, and that one is just going down the leg side. It was Yorker length. Good take by the wicket keeper, and there's no run. So yes, 179, 279 is the lead.
179, that would be exciting.
Well, it would be. Well, so it takes 4 more wickets now. 280 would be the target with all the time in the world to get them.
Well, they'd finish it by tea tomorrow, wouldn't they?
I was going to say, if it ends up being a draw, it'd be quite a game, wouldn't it?
Well, Billy Godalman's slowest half-century that we were talking about earlier that lasted 6 hours or whatever, that would certainly come into play.
Here comes Connors to bowl, and that's driven by Briggs. I'm not sure when exactly where he intended, but he's got a single down to third man to get off the mark. 127 for 6.
It has been remarkable today.
Yes.
Remarkable.
I thought we saw quite a good day yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah,
274.9 it was at the close of the first day, but compared to today, how many runs have we had today then? So 248, 250 for, what did I say? 17, yeah.
You did that 250 quickly.
This one is pushed out the other side with a no run. So produce pitches that get nice batting runs. That's not quite happened here.
No, it's not a chief executive's pitch by any manner of means, is it? Because I'm not sure this game's going to go into Sunday necessarily. But yeah.
It was a relatively easy sum, by the way. 127 plus 121 clearly makes 148. And then you just had the 2 from the Warwickshire innings. So it wasn't too difficult.
Sounded like a countdown.
Yes.
Take the 2. Multiply it by, put it in brackets. 3 overs to go in the day's play, with Warwickshire on 127 for 6. Means that they lead by 280. Danny Briggs, newish to the crease, only faced a couple of deliveries will be on strike as Mikey Cohen is back. Left armour. Sharp. 2 slips in place. He bowls to Briggs and beats him outside the off stump. Briggs holds the pose. Again, that's Derbyshire's. That's going to be Derbyshire's problem. Is the ball has continued to beat the edge of the bat, while Warwickshire have been scoring 127 runs for the loss of 6 wickets.
I suggest they need a fair amount of good fortune, wouldn't they?
And a remarkable innings from somebody.
Yeah.
This season we've seen very few remarkable innings from Derbyshire players. Just 1 century from a batsman this season. That was Matt Critchley against Worcestershire in a game they should have won, but failed to declare early enough. Cohen in again, bowls, and that one is off an edge down towards square third man. Briggs picks up a second run, 128 for 6. Alex Hughes completes the fielding down below us. Glorious sunshine in Derby. It's been beautiful all day today. We had a very dodgy hour yesterday around lunchtime when the lights had to be switched on. But the weather here in the East Midlands today has been perfect. It's good tomorrow. I've just been informed that there might be some rain around on Sunday, so when the players are lighting up their barbecues at home, they might get a bit damp.
Another reason potentially Warwickshire should have enforced the follow-on, really, but I suppose it's going to matter now.
Derbyshire would have to bat for a day and a bit, you would have thought. Cohen is in. That one is a full-length delivery that's played straight back to the bowler. Derbyshire's innings during this current poor run, which has lasted most of the season in fairness, but the most recent poor run have gone on for around about 60 overs. So today they were bowled out in 39 overs and 4 balls. That used to be half a day's entertainment on a Sunday. So long innings haven't been easy to find as Cohen is in and bowls. No one off the back foot, pushed up towards mid-off where Billy Godleman does the fielding. Burgess remains on 28. Briggs 2 on 28 for 6. And the healthy crowd that was in for most of the day has dwindled, unsurprisingly, as we're going to play beyond 7 o'clock. As we're going to be playing beyond 7 o'clock, how can the over rate be +2? If anybody can explain the over rate to me in very simple language, because I don't understand it at all. Cohen is in, bowls. That one's an edge and caught by Ben Aitchison at first slip. Burgess has gone now. Mikey Cohen's got another wicket. That's his 3rd of the innings. And Warwickshire are 128 for 7 now. Good catch by Aitchison, who put one down about this time yesterday at first slip. The lead is 281. And this game still isn't won for Warwickshire.
Definitely not. And well, there'll be a bit of an inquest, I suspect. Especially if they do go on to lose the game. They are making a real mess of this. If you're not going to enforce a follow-on, you need to make sure you get things right. And just, I mean, it is difficult. I don't think the pitch is getting any easier, and that's what Warwickshire will keep telling themselves that they should have enough already, but you just don't know. They certainly haven't got enough to feel really comfortable.
No, but it doesn't make any sense, this game, at all. Because if you've got 2 days to get 281, well, what's your problem? The pitch is your problem. But the wickets are falling when players go hard at the ball. So the solution is, don't go hard at the ball. Be disciplined. And if Derbyshire can bat in a disciplined way, they've still got a chance. As bizarre as that sounds as it's coming out of my mouth, they've still got a chance in this game. And when they were bowled out for 121, you wouldn't have given them a prayer.
No.
Not a prayer.
So, Warwickshire with just
3 wickets worth of paper already. It's unbelievable.
3 wickets left. Warwickshire, their lead is 281.
tax deductible or somewhere. Craig Miles is the new batsman.
It was second time he's batted today then.
Yeah, good to see that. I'd like to see them come around.
That was 17 this morning.
He was the first man out today, and he's back.
Yes.
128 for 7. Cohen, short leg in place, in and ball stream, and he's trapped him. Has he leg before? No, he hasn't. No, he hasn't. Apologies for getting overexcited. 128 for 7 at the end of the Mikey Cohen over. His figures are fairly decent now, Mikey Cohen. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 26. 2 overs to go.
I had them discussing a test match special the other day, and I forget who the player was, but it was a player they reckoned bagged a pair before lunch one day in the game.
At the end.
He'd been night watch for the night before, came back on naught, got out. And so I think they followed on, and he batted a bit further up the order.
Send him back,
send him
back out
for naught again.
No.
Anyway, it's good to be Connors to bowl to Briggs. Warwickshire they need more runs. Psychologically, they've got to get the figure up to 300. Monty Lynch, that's right.
Yeah. Thank you, Kevin.
I remember now. Yeah.
Font of all knowledge, Kevin Hells.
In comes Connor's right arm over, and that's defended out to point for no run. So can Craig Miles avoid the ignominy of being out twice in a day? He's at the non-striker's end at the moment, so he might have a chance. This is the penultimate over.
Pretty sure there were Derbyshire players who were out twice in the day at New Road last week. So you don't have to go far back in Derbyshire's history to discover that kind of thing. I did speak to Matt Critchley at the end of the day and said it's not very nice being out twice in a day, and he quite correctly pointed out that he was not out in the first innings.
Connors comes into bowl. Oh, that's gone past the outside edge, and a bit of lift there. It was a rather tentative push at it by Briggs. And Warwickshire in severe danger, being bowled out for less than 200 for the third time this season. Be the first time in the second innings, though. Well, the match generally they've been much better in the second innings than first.
How good their second innings.
Yes, I know. I know. If this had been a match at Edgbaston, then Derbyshire would be closing in on victory now, because they would have been chasing 200 odd Warwickshire, wouldn't they, when the rain or the snow came down. Connors comes into bowl, and that's clipped nicely. There'll be runs there. Runs feel quite valuable now, and Briggs snaffled 2 of them there. It's cut off by field in the long leg boundary. Is that Hughes over there? No, it's Cohen. Cohen, of course it is. Cohen. 2 runs to Briggs. He doubles his score, takes the score to 130 for 7. 283 is the lead.
He's just blinded Brooke Guest as well with his throw in, because that is straight into the sun for Brooke Guest, the wicket keeper. He did apologise.
I suppose the one thing Warwickshire have managed to do is outscore Derbyshire's first innings now, reaching 130. That one's driven, but is stopped at point by Dahl, who given a fine exhibition of fielding in this game. 130 for 7 remains the score. Lovely sunshine here at Derby. All that rain down south led to no play, the test match, no play in 2 of the championship matches at Chelmsford and Canterbury. All other games have gone on uninterrupted.
Yeah, another hint of a problem with rain here. Never is in Derby, though.
Finish for the day now. Worcestershire 99 for 3, 151 behind Durham. This next one is a bouncer, which goes to the wicketkeeper. There's no run.
That means that Warwickshire can't be bowled out today.
No. Splendid news.
Yeah. I'm looking for the bright. I'm always looking for the optimistic notes in the game.
Glamore is finished for the day at Cardiff, where it's going to be a tense finish tomorrow. Glamore 137 for 3. Look like they'll win that game, but they still need an awkward 51 to beat Lancashire.
Got a man in at Leg Gully now.
So I guess that game will just beat us to the finish.
If he fends this delivery off to the Leg Gully, who's Ben McDermott, I'd be a little surprised.
Connors bowls, and he drives it nicely through a gap on the offside. Billy Godderman chases it, going for a second, which is well judged in the end. 2 runs to Briggs. Moves on to 632 for 7. One more over of the day to go. Well, we've had 18 wickets. And Warwickshire lead. Have they put that 2 on? Yes, I think they have. So they lead by 285.
Yeah, there was a point I didn't think we'd reach this moment. The last over of the day, it seemed a long way off for a long time. 5 coming up to 7:05. But it's always good to get a full day in. 1 or 2 people have left the stands and are just standing watching at the far end so they can make a quick getaway. I don't think they're going to be bothered by a rush of people because most now appear to have left the ground. And here's the man I expect to be interviewing, Mikey Cohen, in from the city end bowls, and it's left alone outside the off stump by Miles.
Could be a cracking day tomorrow, couldn't it? Could be a cracking match. If we've got tickets tomorrow.
Yeah.
If Derbyshire get anywhere near, then it's going to be pretty tense stuff.
They just haven't quite been batted out of it yet. That's the bizarre thing about having been dismissed for 121. You feel that when you've got it side down, and they must have been down after losing all those wickets this afternoon. We'll just reinforce it. Was it 8 wickets falling for 45 runs as Cohen is in bowls to Miles, who defends this one. Out towards backward point. Anuj Dahl, as ever, in that position. Quickly in to do the fielding. More people leave. Alex Hughes has been called up to 3rd slip. Assuming he doesn't run straight past them, which he's going to. So he's not been called up to 3rd. He ran in between Ben Aitchison at 1st slip and Wayne Madsen at 2nd. Madsen was having a fine game in the slip cordon. 5 catches to him in the match. Closing in on the golden hands. Cohen is in, and this one is a short delivery. I'll tell you what, Miles only just ducked underneath that one. It didn't bounce as much as I think he thought it was going to do. Might have crouched a little lower had he realised. Didn't miss him by much, and he's sharp, Cohen. And whereas he's been erratic in his earlier games for Derbyshire, this has been by far his best performance. I know he's been doing a lot of work on his wrist when he releases the ball, and it seems to have paid off for him. Might just have worked his way into the T20 side as well. There's a short leg in place as Cohen is in, and there's an expansive looking drive there from Miles. I'm sure that's the shot Warwickshire were looking for in the final over of the day.
Can confirm that Wade Manson is currently the joint top catcher, excluding wicketkeepers, with Tom Kohler-Cadmore on 16 of the championship. Sam Hain, who feels he was denied one today. Controversial incident earlier. He's joint 3rd on 14.
That's a really good effort by Madsen. I'll tell you why. Because they've lost by an innings twice.
Yeah.
So he's been, and they only had 1 innings against Durham here as well. So, you know, he's lost a fair chunk of opportunity. Miles on strike, 2 deliveries to go in the day. Cohen is in, balls to Miles. That's a bouncer that doesn't bounce. A short delivery, didn't get up at all. Miles tried to duck out of the way of it. I think it went behind him in the end. Ill directed from Mikey Cohen after I've just been saying how splendidly he bowled in this match. So we've finally reached the final ball of the day. It's not even 7:10 yet.
Is it the same bowler, the same batter? No, I think was it. I can't remember who bowled first today, but first ball of the day might have gone to Miles.
Yeah. I don't think Cohen. I think it was Connors from this end, but I'm not sure. Yeah, that would have been quite neat, wouldn't it? Here it is then. Last ball of the day's play. Cohen is in, bowls, and it beats the edge of Miles' bat. And that is it for the day. 132 for 7 in their 2nd innings. Warwickshire, Danny Briggs on 6, Craig Miles yet to get off the mark. And what that means is that going into day 3 of this game at the Incora County Ground, Warwickshire lead by 285 runs with 3 wickets remaining. Let's hand you back to Kevin Howells. So there we are.
Oh, that was remarkable.
We'll be back tomorrow
But
at
probably
11
not Sunday.
But
Well, you
almost,
never know.
well,
You
almost,
never know.
almost certainly not Sunday. I would have thought I may well get to see the third team
Oh, yes.
wicketkeeper in
Forget
action.
that.
So you know, swings and roundabouts, swings and roundabouts. What an absolutely remarkable day. I'm not going to go through it all because we'd still be here at 7:30. Suffice to say, a lot of wickets have fallen. Some runs have been scored, not enough by Derbyshire. And as a result, Warwickshire are in the box seat, but they're still not entirely certain of victory. Derbyshire will have to bat well in their second innings. They've got to take 3 wickets first of all. But they're still battling. They're still in there battling, I think it's fair to say, Derbyshire. Will they be able to force a close finish tomorrow? Well, we shall find out. Mind you, having said that, if the lead gets any bigger, it might go into Sunday morning.
Well, yeah.
We'll wait and see. We'll wait and see.
255 for 18, I make it in the day.
Wow. I'll write
On that bombshell.
255 for 18. Thank you, Clive.
Thank
and
you, Dave.
We'll speak to you all tomorrow.